nothing at all. Open your heart to a new point of view, a second sight. Then take up your arms and be ready for war, 'cause this is the fight. 'Cause this is the final solution, and this is the power of fusion. This is a new resolution to start again. And this is a last evolution, and this is a swift retribution. This will break all the illusion. This is the end. This is the end. This is the end. This is the end. Sheep, oh little sheep, take a pill, close your eyes and go to sleep. Dream, oh darling, dream. Forget about the part you play to the machine. And when you wake, know your soul is theirs to keep. You've sat on the dotted line, and now you're in it deep. Well, ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray, let the night become the day. Let the night become the day. Run, oh baby, run. We've had a blast, but there ain't time for no more fun. Darkness follows quite soon after the sun, and the shadows that follow you won't stop until they won. Well, I ain't got nothing new to say, but another price we've got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Lord, I pray, let the night become the day. Hey!
What is going on, y'all? Welcome back. We're going to jump pretty much right into it today, but before we do, welcome back. Welcome back to the Couch Tracks. Quick graw on the draw with the Q. Today, what's good? How you been? V-Hype, first one in the chat. To be fair. Welcome both of y'all and everyone with us right now. What's up, Couch Tracks Mike? What's up, my dude? Happy Blues Day. I guess that's actually a good day to, a good way to call a Tuesday. Just another Blues Day. Oh snap, you're doing this guitar part live. Killer playing. Yeah, thank you. I've been practicing. It doesn't show to me, but I appreciate your support of that. Always wanted to be able to jam like that. Never got beyond a rhythm player. That's cool, man. I've been rhythm player for years. In that band that that you were hearing, the band I was in called the Feedbackers. I was the guy that was doing the not the lead parts. I was the guy that was doing the and then the cool parts. Yeah, that was my riff for sure. But I've been doing like little leads here and there, soloing here and there. And then like one person and then the other trusted me with some lead riffs, and I started like throwing out my solos and stuff a little bit more thought through. I would like think of parts that should go here and go there, and that helps a lot of thinking like how to be a lead musician, if that helps at all, Couch Tracks. Because I mean the riffs is a good way to start being lead, because it's like or maybe it's not, because that's like it's a way of making like solo riffs, if you will. Because if you go like, figure this one out. Okay, I'm gonna stop embarrassing myself, but the idea is like you translate that, which can very well be a solo, a rhythm riff, and you turn it into a solo, kind of switch it over, and then you end up like transitioning yourself smoothly into the lead realm of sorts. It's a nice little transition, I guess. That's the way I took it, but I'm not saying it's the right way. Probably the wrong way, actually. How you doing, V-Hype? Nice to see you. Thanks for asking. I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty chill, actually. I forgot one thing for my stream, and that is the smokables, which I will get very soon. But apart from having some smokables in my studio right now, I'm doing pretty well, V-Hype. How are you? Sadly, I don't have a guitar anymore. I probably wouldn't practice anyways. Yeah, so that's the thing. If you don't have a reason to practice, there's no way you're practicing. Like, I had a buddy, one of my closest friends, actually, take guitar lessons from me. He hired me as his teacher and everything, and I was doing it properly. I was following the protocol, hand placement, and all that stuff. And sadly, he kind of, after like 4 or 5 classes, it was kind of like not progress necessarily, just like going over some new things, but not really making progress on a playability level. And that's just because if you're not in like a band, and you're not like a person who is dedicated to a musical cause of sorts, whether it be a group or a band or a song or a project or something, if it doesn't force you to practice, you have no like motivation, you have no why, and most of the time it's because you don't have other people accountable to you. You have to hold yourself accountable to it, and most of us don't fucking hold ourselves accountable to our own desires. We want to explore something and see how it feels, and then we're good. We understand the human experience. But we don't. That's the thing, is we think we do, and then we don't understand the deeper context. It's a problem with a lot of today's consciousness. But the idea is if you have a project, you will practice, because you kind of just end up doing it. It just kind of ends up happening. V-Hype, I'm good as always. By the way, if you remember from the last submission, I noticed you were thinking I was the guy from the cover art, but that dude wasn't me. I see a lot of submissions. I see like 15, 20 people every stream, and then I go a week without, seeing those submissions again. So, okay, I guess is my answer. That's fine. I won't I won't hold it against you, I guess. I don't know. You are reminding me that I do need to do something with my stream, though, so I'm just going to make a note of that somewhere. Hey, big old pink piece of paper. I'm just going to write things because I forget all the time if I don't. Couch Tracks wouldn't learn his scales, kind of. It's not that he wouldn't learn his scales, is that we hadn't gotten to scales yet. We were just practicing like finger movements, and I just said like take, if you have a half hour, 15 minutes a day where you just literally pick up the guitar, and I don't even need volume for this, and you just like and with a metronome or not, like you just do the finger placement, because that's like one of the best warm-ups I've ever learned is I'll turn up the volume so you can hear it, but like the opposite, you go back up. And that is mind-fucking enough so that you have to really... Oh, Jesus Christ. You have to really... I almost like smacked the computer off this drum stand I made. You really have to focus on what it is you're doing and mentally concentrate, but not to a point where you're like distracted from everything that's around you. So it's kind of perfect when you're like watching TV, you just pick up a guitar and you work on having your fingers get acquainted with the neck. And that part was like the part he was never really just jumping on board with, like, oh, I might as well at the same time as I'm doing other stuff just feel like the guitar in my hand and just like just little things like that. But that's okay, because again, he has a full-time ass job, he has a house, he has things to do, like people have lives, like it's not like I hold it against him or anything. It's just, unfortunately, he just did not have enough time to fit that into the schedule. But that same person fits D&D every week into his schedule, where I am the DM for his campaign, and like he's committed. He's a committed person when he commits to something. But like for most of us, we overcommit to some things, or we want to just wet our beaks a little bit in one thing, and then we realize I'm not willing to do the work for this skill set. Why would I ever do that? But that's me with a lot of things. Anyways, should we get this ball rolling? Should we get this bike on the road, as it were? Should we start talking about maybe hearing the first submission on the queue? What is the queue looking like? Are we just 2 right now? Because I mean, we could talk until we get a third, worst case. Unless you guys got somewhere to be, and then we could jump in. We could jump right in. Couch Tracks says we jump right in. So let's jump right in. Let's just fucking do it. What's the worst that can happen? No, it's honestly a good idea. I'm going to try today to speak and not yell, because I find myself often yelling on the stream, and then at the end of the stream, my voice is finished. So I'm going to try and speak at this level. Now you guys tell me. I will still yell. It's going to happen. When I get excited, I do that. But this is going to be the talking volume I'm going to try and maintain. Now you guys tell me. Is that loud enough in the mix? Are you guys hearing enough of me when I speak at this level? Should I put a little more juice into it and compress it maybe so that when I do inevitably yell, it's going to be not blasting your ears? Plenty loud? Okay, phenomenal. If ever, I'm going to try and remember to speak at a reasonable volume today, because I do end up, after 6 or 7 hours of talking with you guys, I actually do end up scrapping my voice very similarly to like when I do a show and I'm like throwing my voice. The voice is weak at the end of the night. Let's just say that. Nice and clear too. Well, hot diggity dog damn. Let's fucking go, bro. Okay, yeah, let's go to this. Let's go to this right now. Criminal Minimal Chuck Roast. Chuck Roasts, I gotta say, I've discovered Chuck Roasts over the past few years. They're awesome. They're so versatile. I make burgers straight out of Chuck. Like 80%, 20% lean to fat ratio. Great burgers. It just, you barely have to season them, and they're like perfect like consistency and content. I literally take a Chuck Roast and ask my butchers, like, here, could you grind this? Can you ground this up for me? And it's the best burgers ever. I have like 800 grams, 2 pounds of it in my freezer right now, just waiting to be thawed and burgered up. So, Chuck Roast. Sorry, you get me on food. It's like D&D, food, music are the 3 things I could go off for decades, and I have. Okay, let's go. Criminal Minimal Chuck Roast. Wanted to share my new house track, but it's 4 minutes long. Yeah, I mean that's a moment. Plenty loud. Okay, and then we're talking about the voice. All right, here we go, folks. Let's listen to Couch Tracks' latest, and let's talk about it. Here we go. That was cool. That was neat and unique. Indeed, V-Hype. Honestly, really unique, this one. Absolutely, yeah. Couch, I was almost going to call you Couch Locked, but that's your artist name. This is more the trial page, I guess. Yeah, the Couch definitely does unique very well and very like satisfying. Like there's stuff to sink your teeth into his tracks. And that's good. That's good. We like that. That's fantastic. That's like it's refreshing. It's just you get that meaty sort of texture in all your tracks. We're very happy. Okay, let's talk about it a little bit. First of all, this is supposed to be part of a collab with a buddy. Okay, So that's why it feels like there are some sections that are kind of hanging back or like holding back a little bit, because I feel you can like unleash the beast a little more, surprisingly. It feels like there's this rabid dog being held back by a chain leash. And it wants to just be free and maul all the neighborhood children. But I will say this, Couch Tracks. You have majorly improved your high-end response on this. It sounds like it's you've put this project down and picked it back up and like adjusted accordingly. So well done on that. It's usually I did have to turn it down in terms of volume just to listen to it, but that's my own like preference, if you will. Better too loud than too quiet. That's, I guess, as we always say. Clouds, hello, how you people doing? We doing all right, man. We doing all right. We're doing some music feedback. We're gonna get into the nitty gritty of Couch Tracks' song right now. So first of all, a little note, a little chapeau. Thank you very much. A little chapeau to you, Couch Tracks, for a nice balanced high-end response. That's improvement. I will say the sort of intro jumps into it a little bit shockingly. I don't know if there should be vocals to like sort of smooth to make a tub birth into the song, make a tub birth to smooth the transition. It's kind of like Right In, which is a great Skrillex song, but like not exactly that, even though that's a dubstep song too. Clouds ZQ3. You can send a track in this order. First, you command join in the chat directly. And that'll put you on that queue that you see right here. Then, when it's your turn, you throw in your sound. So you're done. Good. You did that. That's easy as that. Now you're in the queue. Now all you got to do is wait for your turn, and then when you're live in this queue, when it says it's your turn, that's when you post your SoundCloud link in the chat. Simple as that. And then we listen to your track, and then we talk about it. Thanks, been addressing my high-end visually with a Spectrum since my monitors aren't super bright. Aha! So it is a monitoring maybe issue. That's good. Visually speaking, having the cue to remember is good. Now, adjusting our ears is ideal, meaning like if our mix sounds too good in our speakers, then we know we've gone too far, which is a terrible feeling. That's why I suggest like having neutral speakers as much as possible, ones that aren't too bright but not too shitty in the low end, I guess, in the high end, I mean. But anyways, you've adjusted. Who gives a fuck, right? You're welcome, Cloud. So this area needs a little bit of transition or a little bit of intention behind it, I think. I'm not sure exactly what it needs, but it needs something to kind of birth it into the rest of your song. Because then once we get in here... I feel like there could be vocals. I feel like there could be something else on top of it. You might be waiting for your buddy to drop something in that as well, because it's good. It's establishing an aesthetic, an environment. We are very clear as to what kind of universe we're standing in, but like, what's the protagonist? What is going on in the main story, in the main quest, if you will. Also been compressing using a multiband, so I don't compress my high end too. Interesting. Dragging out a little OTT, are you? No, please don't use OTT. It's terrible. But that's good. That's good, man. It's, again, a very useful tool. Okay, this, just as a very weird note, when you get into it here... Around here, I would think that this big ass blast snare synth that I would think that would make an appearance either here or earlier. I'm just wanting it to reappear into the mix. You've introduced me to something that is satisfying and big and juicy and makes me want to thrash my face around. I would expect it to appear earlier as either a halfway marker in this particular drop, or straight up in just the next section of the drop, which is fine too. You can even make it shorter. Just I'd say make it reappear because it needs to pop, you know? Friggin' ad. This is what we do when we got ads, folks. We do the ads. I don't know. At this point, I'm just literally messing around. But I think the ad's over. Friggin' ad, it's all good over here. What you're saying? This TurboTax ad, so funny. They use the Run the Jewels song. Honestly, I'm a big fan of Run the Jewels personally. I'm a sold fan, but TurboTax using Run the Jewels is another level of ironic, in my opinion. But I would have liked to just hear the Run the Jewels song. Honestly, sometimes I wish the ads would like play for me too. They'd be like, oh, what's running right now, you know? Run the Jewels is all right. Am I right, Couch Tracks? You agree. Anyways, so you hear what I'm saying here. This synth gives me the stank face, and I want to hear that stank face. I want to feel that same stank face a little bit, at least, even if it's shortened. Bring it back. Bring it back now, y'all. 2 steps this time. Right foot. Or I don't fuck. Crisscross. That's the only one I know. There's a snare that is kind of random around 115, I wrote. Let me see here. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. And is kind of missing either some layers or has too many layers. It's just the only snare like it in the song, and it's like, what? The fact that there's no snare after it gives me pause. It gives me time to reflect on, was that intentional, or did he just use the wrong? Did he just drag the piano note to the wrong the section on the piano roll? It's kind of just weird. It stands out in, I'm not sure, the best way. If you throw that snare with a bunch of reverb on it, sounds good, you know, like you use it as an effect snare, kind of like a soprano snare, but you throw on a whole bunch of dub reverb on it. That's great. But apart from that, change that. There's a sound that I'm hearing here around 1:30. That background, woo, 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 that like resonaty kind of harmonic like synth that's going on in the background. I feel like I got some time for that. I got a little bit of time for that. I think you could throw that very well into this section. Your drop a little bit, so like you create some dynamics, you create some depth of field. We've got this main synth blasting us in the face, but we got this second layer going on. Even if you octave it down a little bit so that it sounds a little bit different from the sections forward, it would be a nice little like ambience filler for something so dense. Something hovering behind it kind of gives it like a backdrop, if you will, and it makes it stand out even more in a way. Kind of like visually mixing in a way. It's kind of like you're painting the portrait, and then you just like throw some. It's like I have a light right here on my back right, and it's like an edge light, and you see just the reflections of it. See the shadows on my hair and stuff. You don't notice that. All it does is it delineates me from my background. That's literally its only job. It's an edge light. And that's what I'm describing as a sound, basically. Okay, cool idea. For real, second part of the drop, one would sound cool with that lead sound. Yeah, exactly. It's like kind of a, you're bringing it from noise to music. And that is a good way of doing so. So yeah, that's a great spot for it. Especially if you bring back that in it twice in the first verse, but whatever, doesn't matter. That's all I got though, man. It's got a good aesthetic. It's got good bones. Everything is, when I say loud, you know, you don't compare to most people. Everything is in its nice place mix-wise. A few little hiccups here and there, but for a project that is under 2 minutes, it makes me want more. So you could even expand it. And I want to hear when it's done with you. Exactly, you'll bring it back to the stream when it's done with your buddy on it, so we can hear like the complete form, and we can like actually analyze the finished product, as you will, together. But so far, I like what you're onto. Give me more of what it is I guess my bottom line sentiment for your song. Either way, as always, Couch Tracks, pleasure to have you on this stream with us. As always, pleasure to have you sharing your track, allowing us to listen to it online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Good that you were the first one today. You always get in pretty quick on the draw there. So good on you, and thank you for trusting us with your track. And by all means, stick around. We only got a couple more people on the queue right now. And we'll stick around a little bit afterwards just to see if anybody else pops in, of course. V-Hype, you are up, and you are already in the queue with that chat, or in the chat with the link, I mean. Cloud, what do you think of Linkin Park? So Chester Linkin Park was great. Emphasis on the word was, because he's gone, and that's sad. And I think we should leave integral parts of a band intact. Does that answer your question? No, I'm not a fan of the way that they kind of just swapped Chester for a Scientologist. I'm not a fan. So I'm not necessarily opposed to them not being a thing. I heard Hybrid Theory for the first time a few days ago, and I fucking love that vibe. So yeah, Hybrid Theory, in my opinion, Meteora is almost as good, and it might just be the nostalgia talking, but in my opinion, might be better than Hybrid Theory. That is just because I remember on the school bus having my Discman and listening to Meteora. It was my literal like elementary school years. So I have a bias for that album, but I think there's better songs on it, hands down. And Hybrid Theory has amazing songs on it. But pursue old Linkin Park, and I don't think you'll be disappointed. New Linkin Park, I heard it's good. I heard someone told me it's good, and I heard a song and I was like, Chester. I miss Chester. That was my main thought. But yeah, V-Hype, we've got your track here. Xylo Music. It's a nice artist named Xylo. It's really cool. It's phonetically a good sound to it. Xylo, you know. But yeah, let's look at the work in progress known as Space. We're gonna listen to 2 minutes of this as per the rules, and then we will talk about it. Not bad, but not good. It's okay. Cloud. Yeah, okay. That was my, like, from one song, I was like, if the entire album's like this, I don't miss it at all. That's your old artist name? Well, it's a cool sound. It's a cool sounding name, Xylo. I would take away music, personally, but Xylo. Xylo sounds nice. I prefer it to V-Hype, if I'm being honest with you, and I'm just, like, this is only personal preference, so take it or leave it, of course, but whatever. Space, the work in progress. Work in progress. The work in progress. Here we go. Let's listen to 2 minutes of it and talk about what we think.
Flowing from the stars so high, and I just wonder why I wake up here. but I don't care. Reaching the stars cause I'm trying, don't care. Touching the stars cause I'm flying, don't care. All those times where I just look like a monster. Just the dark. So lonely, yeah. I'm so lonely, yeah. Floating from the stars so high, and I just wonder why I wake up here, but I don't care. Reaching the stars cause I'm trying, don't care. Touching the stars cause I'm flying, don't care. All those times when I just look like a monster. Just the dark. I'm so lonely, yeah. I'm so lonely, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna stop it there because that's past 2 minutes, but I wanted to finish that drop. Let me just finish my note. All right, so let's talk about this. Tool is pretty cool. Also, Tool is awesome, Cloud. Tool is fucking great. They do like 1 or 2 things, and they do them so fucking well and so better than anybody, so much better than anybody else has ever tried to, that it's not even comparable. It's not even close. Danny Carey on drums is a literal master. Maynard on the voice is also incredible, and the other guys too are good, I suppose. No, they're great. They work really well together too, which is nice. They have a good synergy. All right, Hype, you tried singing for the first time in English. Not bad. The pronunciation was, for the most part, pretty good. You know, it's obviously like artistically up to your, taste, if you wish, up to your discretion. But maybe work on the pronunciation, the diction, the consonants. So not the vowels, but the parts that make the syllables what they are. So everything that is not a vowel, overpronounce it, and then back off from there a little bit, but maybe just work on overpronouncing it for a while. Now, let's talk about your mix here. Way too quiet at the beginning, jarringly loud when it comes in, and even louder during the drop. We need more balance, in my opinion. We need something that is, like at this section, you're peaking at -15. This section could be as loud as this section is currently. And this section could be as like just under what the drop is, and it'll be fine. It's just the jarring difference is way too much. Even when you master, it's going to be too much.
I wake up here, but I don't care. Reaching the stars cause I'm trying, don't care.
You have these two voices also that are overlapping themselves, which is nice in one way, but in another way they're interfering on each other. So maybe consider putting one to the left and right, one to the left, one to the right, changing the stereo image a little bit, or doing something so that they don't step on each other, changing their sound, even making one clean without distortion and one with that megaphone effect. Speaking of that megaphone effect, I don't like the way you've done it. I feel like there's too much distortion on the voice at some points, and then at some other points there's none. And it's like part of the vocals that you can kind of not get a grip on. Let's go to this section. In the second section, it's really where it's best illustrated.
I wake up here, but I don't care. Reaching the stars 'cause I don't.
No, back further.
Floating from the stars so high, and I just wonder why.
A little less.
I wake up here.
None. And I feel like the none sounds the best of those three, so I would dial back that distortion a lot, because I'm not a fan of the texture of the distortion. It's just clouding up your voice even more, and I don't think it's nice the way it's happening. So yeah, the overall vocal texture needs thought a little bit more, I think. I think you need to focus in on your concept and dial back your effects a little bit. Now, your ideas for the song are good ones. You have like good meat and potatoes here for your track, because you have this nice epic build that's going here. Just starting with some nice Bossendorfer style piano, like nice and light playing. And then you bring in the strings right here. And I feel like you could very well just get to it quicker or take your time with it, one or the other. I don't know what the answer is going to be for this song, but I do know for a fact that there are holes in this area here. There's something that needs to happen with the piano. It's either the piano needs to be louder, you need to bring it up to the forefront, because again, this section far too quiet, just in terms of decibels. In contrast with this, there's no reason that we have to go from what could be -8, -10 lufs to peaking at -20 dB, which is probably closer to like fucking -30 or 40 lufs. It's so quiet. It's such a contrast. Yeah, I'm probably going to fill in and also make it quicker. Yeah, quicker would be my suggestion as well. Now, the thing about quicker is that in this build here,
Reaching the stars 'cause I'm trying to fly. Touching the stars 'cause I'm flying so high. All those times when I do stuck like a monster.
that's almost too quick, because we start really quiet and then we go to really loud and then we go to drop. And it's almost like we need something to bridge that gap as well. Maybe it's just volume. Again, maybe you just need to fix the volume levels and then everything's going to go one into the other. Once you fix the vocals, once you fix the volume levels, maybe that's all you need. Maybe you just need a good leveling and a remix. But I don't know. Thematically, it gets too quick to the point here, and it takes too long to get to the point here. And I'm not sure. I don't know if filling it or making it quicker is the only thing. I like good, but I don't know if that's what's going to fix it. I'm not sure. I'd have to hear it. I can imagine it, and it sounds better. But it's one. The thing is that's getting to me is that it's one chord progression. It's the E major to the G. Zeal and Ardor just rated with 59 viewers. Jesus H. Christ. Welcome Zeal and Ardor's viewers. Appreciate that. Zeal and Ardor, thank you for dropping on in. I think that's the most viewers we've ever had at this point, ever, in the stream. So thank you, Zeal and Ardor, for smashing that record. Give a W in the chat if you're with Zeal and Ardor. Sounds like Sam. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this little chord progression that you got. Stan, how you doing? Welcome and thank you. I believe is the chord progression, right? So the thing is you start on the E. G, then the A. So yeah, that's I think really what I think is missing. The personality, the little riffs, the little things that are happening at the same time as the rest, the little in-between notes, like almost glitchy like samples that are like transitioning one section to the next. I think the personality is really what's missing from this. So I think that's really what I'm hearing, what I'm not hearing that I should be. There's chord progressions, there's leads, there's vocals, there's everything. All the building blocks are there. But everything between, the moments between, the notes between the notes are what's, I think, missing. Because you got this little... Those moments, those personality moments would go... That's cool. That's fucking awesome. But I hear none of those melodically, and I think you could inject a few more of those into the mix, into the equation, if you will. This guy deserves the eyes and ears. Y'all follow this person if you feel inclined. I appreciate that, Zeal and Ardor. Thank you very much for being our top supporter of the stream. If y'all see the number of gifts that Zeal and Ardor has given, it's our top of the month. And also the moment where we've had the most viewers simultaneously, thanks to you, Zeal and Ardor. Use a pitch. Thank you. Done as soon as I came into the channel. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. There are receipts for this. Let's see what else I got to say about this. I will say this. You need a B section for this drop here. You Batterfly, awesome name. Yeah, the B section of this second drop that you have here is not different enough from the first section, so we're kind of just losing steam as we go forward through your song. You probably would benefit to put in some other different kind of lead, maybe an ARP. I'm not sure if it would work necessarily. Yeah, I think that would work. I think, forgive my terrible arpeggios, but I think that would work, something like that. That part is actually empty because I'm trying to work on it. Well, throw in some arps, my dude. Try it out. Give it a try. So yeah, see if it works. Obviously not a guitar necessarily, but a something. A something, please. Insert a something into this section, please. All right, we're going to keep it moving here, folks. I appreciate you, V-Hype, for submitting the track, for allowing us to listen to it online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. Appreciate the opportunity. Decent song, decent building structure, decent arrangement. Needs a little work in that section. Great chord selection because it is like inspiring, but at the same time it is engaging. It moves us forward to the next section. And I think you need to use a little bit more creativity in the in-between moments. Probably I'm going to try some crazy sound design lead with cool melody. Awesome. That would maybe work. Yeah, either way, balance your mix. Compress those sections a little bit more because the dynamics of this are just a little bit too wily. But thank you for trusting us with your track. Either way, man. We don't have many people left in the queue. If anybody who's with us from Zeal and Ardor's track is looking for some feedback on their track, this is the kind of stuff that we do. We listen to it. All you got to do is command join in the queue and then hold your SoundCloud link until it's your turn. That's literally it. And spoiler alert here, folks. The queue is currently only one person, which is the person we're listening to now. Nope, that's not true. Someone else joined. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I knew that. I knew that. Central joined the queue. So there's only 2 people right now in the queue. If anybody wants to jump in, now's kind of the time. Cloud, we did pull up your link here. We got it ready to go. Before we jump in, I'll be literally back in a jiffy just for a spliffy. I will be just grabbing my kit and getting into it. We'll be back in 2 seconds. All right. We got our supplies. Zeal and Ardor joining the queue. That's what I like to see. Very, very nice. You must have been streaming yourself, so you must have had a track or something you were working on. Tell me the news. Central, I've got the coffee shits plus hangover kind of brutal. Okay, that's fun. Thank you for putting us into that perspective together, Central. We will join you on that. Although I will not get the coffee shits, and I am not for you rather, and I am not hungover. So, although I was not that long ago, so I guess I'm empathizing with you. We got this track here pulled up. Pounds Like a Sam. It's a decent name. Sweet. He's feeling like that's the zone to be in. Zeal and Ardor, old track I forgot about and would love some fresh ears on. Well, fresh ears you shall have. I'm actually pretty fresh. It's only been an hour I started, so we got some fresh ears for you. Until then, though, we will listen to 2 minutes of this song here, Hands in the Air remix by Clouds. And we will talk about it together thereafter. All of y'all who are with us, thank you again, Zeal and Ardor. Appreciate you. And all of those from the stream, thanks for joining us. We're going to be listening to this track together, and then we're going to talk about it. Let's go. That's all we're gonna listen to for now, because That is, just wanted to see what the I just wanted to see what the vibe was for the second bass, and that caught me off guard. Good. I like that. We're going to talk about all of this here, Cloud. Let's see what you guys are saying. Also, Young Dragon, yeah, sorry about that, dude, but no YouTube because they are dicks about copyright, period. And they don't take any exceptions at any point, so sorry, dude. Looking forward to a hangout in the future. Same. Pound like a Sam, or hang out right now if you're down. These Reese's so nice. Yeah, they are pretty juicy. I will say that for sure. That makes sense because Clouds loves his Reese's. I like my Reese's. Peanut butter and chocolate. Am I right? Am I right? Zealand Ardor banger. Clouds be groovin'. Pounds like a Sam be groovin' as well. Central Super Sick reminds me of Viper Active rhythmically. I don't know Viper Active, but there's some great rhythmic choices in this song, if I'm being honest with you. Type this with my nose due to air hands. Miles! Thank you for following, and thank you all who followed during the playback. Appreciate y'all. Is the right taping with news? Yeah, that was funny. All right. Salutes, Mallorca. ¿Cómo estás? Muchísimas gracias para estar aquí. Jesus Christ. I got to practice Spanish more, apparently. Okay, so the first note that I have for you here. Moals, you can join the queue by pressing Command Join. If you want a full list of instructions, it's right here. You could type feedback for the full instructions or Command Join the queue and then hold your link, which is the full instructions. 2 minutes or less is free. Otherwise, you can subscribe for higher play time. First note I have for you here, Clouds. It's loud as fuck. Like, I'm thinking it's passing 5 luffs, which is an accomplishment, I think, to get 5 luffs without distortion. And I think it is even distorting, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I know it's distorting. You know how I know is you're losing dynamics on your drums, number one. It sounds like they're kind of clipped off at the dynamic at the top, which is an effect that some people apparently like, but not realizing that it is an error when what's it called? When actually producing music, because you can get this sound of a mix, if you will, without sacrificing your dynamics. And I don't know that that is the way you're going about it so much as just juicing it. There is a second piece of evidence to that conclusion. It is that everything is loud the entire time. There are no, like, there's a very little difference in dynamics between your build and your verse, whatever, your verse. There's very little difference in volume and dynamics. It's all of equal loudness. So it leads me to believe that you either just turned a couple of faders up and that's that on that, or you distorted everything to shit, and it's either way losing the tops of your dynamics. And I think that that's a mastering error, if not a mixing error, because you're losing information. We're losing the punch. We're losing the kick. We're losing the snare. So I think you could do a little better than that. Mallorca, always a very good reference for mastering. The voice at the first part, volumes drop when the 808 alike comes on due to excessive limiting. Correct, yeah, that's my opinion as well. And bad release time. The voice, all the song, but the voice is what we care for and pay attention to since it's there, takes long to come back. Yeah, exactly. So that's a typical symptom of overcompression in your final master, in your final mix, or your final master. I would take that to heart. I would take heed of those words, because Mallorca is a pro. Not only that, it's also that, you know, you're at your own detriment because you're losing information for loudness, and loudness is overrated, honestly. Okay, the first rise, your first riser here. I think you could make this half the length, arrangement-wise. I think you could very well, cut this in half and reduce and condense because I think your first section here takes borderline just enough time to get to a point, and then once we get here, we get it. It's fine. The length of this is not my preference. I would again cut this section in half, but that part doesn't bother me so much. This part bothers me less than your riser. I would have already started building by this point with the claps or with the come on and let me see your hands in the air. I would have already started building by this point. So yeah, I think well, it's intro, build up, drop. Yep, okay, let's call it that then. Intro, long enough. I'm okay with it. It's just on the hair of being long enough. The intro, the louder intro as well, it's fine the way it is technically. The build up, too long. The drop, funny enough, I like this section here. But I feel like for a first drop, it might not be the spot for it. I get why you did it though. I get why you did it. It's maybe making the first drop a little bit too. You know what it is? I realize what it is. I realize what it is. So this section here is fine for me. But the build after this section is too long. Too short, rather. It gets out of this noisy section and it gets into the quiet section, and it doesn't get quiet enough, and it doesn't give us an ear break. Now again, that might be a symptom of your overcompression in your mastering, so that we just need more dynamics and we'll be fine. But I don't think so. I think arrangement-wise, this section is fine, but I might shorten it and make the second build longer. That's I think what I might do. I might just give a teaser of this sound, of this section here that we have in this B drop, I guess. It's like a B verse or like a B chorus kind of. I would give a little bit less, a little bit more of a teaser, and then I would get into a longer build, and then your second drop is probably just fine. It's probably long enough, and it's probably right where it needs to be. But yes, so shorten the first build, make the second build longer, and shorten the B verse or your B chorus, your B drop, whatever fucking thing, of your first drop. Mallorca, not bad, dude. Just don't fuck up in the mastering stage what you liked of the mix, and realize that in that genre you are in, loudness comes from the mix, not by pushing the limiter at mastering. That. And also, Cloud gifted a subscription from Mallorca, so thank you for supporting the stream in the way you do, but also indeed pushing us to the end of this song here. Let's listen to the last drop as a result. Yeah, okay, so I like the ending. I like the second drop as it is. It makes sense with the rest in context. So I like that. That's good. And thanks to Mallorca for sponsoring that segment of the song. Thank you, Mallorca. Love the positive and support vibes from Mike and chat here. Sick. Yeah, I know, right? We're all looking to just help each other. That's like, shouldn't it be as simple as that? And who gives a fuck if I think your song isn't there where it is yet? Just, it means it could be get there. It can be get there. Very positive. Now there are ants everywhere. You want ants because that's how you get ants. Indeed. Do I have any other comments? I don't even think so. No, I think that was my last comment either way. So well done. And yeah, you would be surprised, Cloud, that how many people like yourself, you're saying, yeah, thanks, it's a work in progress. I need that kind of advice. I'm here for that. And there's so many people who go like, well, it's not done yet. And it's like, well, I think it's fine. I think I did something okay. Well, I think I did it. Like, your intentions don't justify the end result. You know, like a lot of people will like explain themselves away as to why they made that choice. And I'm like, well, thanks for your context. I still think it's the wrong decisions for your song. Whereas you're far more accepting and like understanding of the feedback. And I think that's refreshing to myself and maybe to Mallorca as well, who has the correct attitude, who sees the correct attitude from you. It is refreshing in this stream. So I appreciate you as well here. Shorten the first build, make the second build longer, and fix some of the mastering. Fix all of the mastering. Don't master it. Mix into the limiter. So interesting that you say that, Mallorca, because that is a point of view here. That is like very controversial that you master in the environment that you're mixing. You keep your mastering effects on, and then you mix into it. It's very, it's a lot of people do not believe that that's the way of going about it. But Mallorca has proven to me that there are 1,000 ways to skin a cat. I have done both. I have mastered after mixing, and I have my mix, and that's that. And I find that the best results, I always have the best results when I mix, then I master, then I go back into the mix with the mastering effects on it, and I make the tweaks. I have the best end result. I have the best loudness. I have the best dynamics. I have the best of both worlds. So I think you're right, Mallorca. I just think that, unfortunately, with this, it's not just a question of just putting some mastering effects on. It is you have to like readjust loudness of entire sections. So you're going to have to bring things back a little bit so that they breathe a little bit more and that they fill the space into your limiter. Is what I think as well. Either way, Clouds, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide feedback, criticism, analysis, what have you. Appreciate you making some decent-ass fucking juicy music as well. Some the textures are good. Notice that I didn't say anything about the aesthetic that you've built. I find the aesthetic you built is quite nice. I think it's engaging and it's dynamic in that respect. Now, make your mix suit that, is I guess the point. Always positive and powerful here on Studio Mike. Thanks, Cassin's Corner, for acknowledging the positivity. Cassin, Thomas Cassin, ladies and gentlemen, a streamer of his own, plays some retro video games, does some artistic projects on the stream. Very creative individual, and one of our first viewers, even, of the stream, way back when I wasn't even a fucking affiliated yet. Just one of our first original G's. The original G's. How white did I just make myself sound? Very is the answer. Next tunes, Mallorca. We are getting right to it. Either way, we're going to thank you, Clouds, for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on down the line, but please, by all means, stick around, folks, as we get to the next song by Central. You can drop your link in the chat at this time. Clouds, that's why you're looking for feedback. So if I know I'm doing the right thing and the right choices, you know, man, that's what we're here for. That's literally what we're here for, is to just give you a second set of ears. Central, I'll pull up your link as we're reading the other comments here. I usually mix super quiet and bring loudness from the buses and the master, so that is how I do it as well. I have my channels, I record loud, I mix low, and then I bus loud. I bus back to loudness. Especially for rock music in general, that's the way that especially if you're using like 24-bit or 32-bit recording, you get the most dynamic potential that way by recording as close to zero without going over, unless of course you're going for a specific section. and then you push that recording later in the loudness, fine. But I usually record as close to 0 without going over, whatever tone I want, clean, usually, and then I add the effects thereafter. I never really record with distortion on. I've only started recording with a tube compressor or a tube preamp that gives me some like inherent distortion, but that's good. That actually smooths out some of the dynamics so I don't have to compress as heavily in the mix. So a little bit of it is fine, but some, not too much. So people removed the SSL compressor from the console or did mix into it? That's a good point. That's a really, really good point, Majorca. A lot of people know the SSL original consoles had a built-in bus compressor, the famous sounding compressor of the SSL consoles. And that was like iconic. And that was a way of mixing unto itself. And that shaped a lot of the mentality of people mixing in the same mastering environment that they are going into. I think Chris Lord Alge, the guy who does Muse, mixes in that way. Like he records with the bus compressor, or no, he records with it off. He mixes with it on, then he takes it off, tweaks, and then he puts it back on. And he says, if you use more than 2 or 3 mastering effects on your master, you're doing it wrong because you should be mixing into your master. And he's very, very honed into that technique. U2 Studio Mics, thanks for listening and for the feedback. All my pleasure, Clouds. Please stick around if you wish as we listen to Central's track, or come back when you have another song, of course, as always. Pounds like a Sam, some people want feedback but won't accept it. Weird world we're living in. Dude, a couple weeks ago, I released a short of me just literally flipping out at someone going like, what are you doing here? Go check out my clips if y'all don't believe me. It happens more often than you would hope. Majorca, Clouds with the headbang animated GIF. Thank you. Each of these animated GIFs is unreasonably long to make. I don't know why it takes so long. Maybe it's because I'm on a Mac. Maybe it's because I'm really bad at graphics. But each of those animated GIFs takes so long for me to set into the right size for Twitch. So I appreciate everyone who uses those because it's like, I don't have many, but the ones I do took like an hour each to compile. Maybe I just suck. I don't know. Majorca, then it glues if you put at the end of the mix because it sucks and needs some fancy plugin to solve it. It will change the whole dynamic of the track. That's true. Then why bother mixing in the first place? Double work, worse results. I mean, yeah, dude, that's much more efficient. Zeal and Ardor straight bussin'. That's the way we do it. Moles, pause. I think I said something sexual probably. I always do. Zeal and Ardor D.I. Joe. That's funny. Yeah, I do the exact same, but with input gain from synths being as close to 0 as I can. Well, there you go, for the loud elements. Can you do a producer tag for me just saying, never. I'll never do a producer tag for you, because I think producer tags are a waste of time. Literal waste of time and effort and space, auditory space. I think you should do your music so that it is your producer tag. I think you should compose your music so that you should make your music be your producer tag. Oh shit, this was Timsur. This is definitely a Timsur production. I can hear it in his synths. I can hear it in his kicks, in his snares. Make your music recognizable. Don't make it sound like anybody else, and you won't need a fucking producer tag. Sorry, that got away from me. Most use it for saturation unless they don't want a different preamp. Muse's other mixer, Adrian Bushby, does everything on this Neve desk with preamps. Yeah, that's for recording, I believe. Specifically, Adrian Bushby, I think, is the recording engineer. So that's a different domain of work. Unless they have multiple mixing engineers. I don't even remember anymore. I haven't followed Muse like that obsessively in a long time. That said, that's a compressor, not a limiter. What I suggested... suggest the guys a top-down mixing technique if you're going to master it yourself. When you put the mastering chain of choice, YouTuber, together, I guess, you like the most, and then mix it to have commercial levels when the mix is done. I guess so. I guess that makes sense. Zeal and Ardor, listening to the requests. I appreciate you. Sure, there are many reasons to track at least with a console. Yeah, dude. Tracking through a console is the badassest of badass. When I record through my Allen and Heath, my Q16 even, it's not even that crazy of a difference, but the preamps just make a difference. It just sounds huge. Never is crazy. Not that crazy. Make your music awesome, and you won't need a producer tag. No, he mixed my record. Oh, did he really? Did he really? Muses, really? God damn. God damn. Okay, that's awesome. That's fucking really cool, Zeal and Ardor, that you got Adrian Bushby to mix that shit. Well, I did not know that he was the mixing engineer, and that's even better. I hate recalls. Yeah, I feel you. Okay, so we got Central here. Track 1 featuring Auvik. Let's go. Let's listen to this together, and let's talk about what we think about it. We're going to listen to almost all of it, if not all of it. We'll see how it progresses. We'll see if it earns the 22 seconds that it has left. But together, we'll listen to track 1 featuring Auvik by Central, who uses an EQP1A on literally all your buses just for the tonality and treating it as a preamp. Yeah, that's a way of cheating the system, but it does technically work. It just kind of watch your high end, because you might actually end up removing too much high end on some shit. He reached out to us. He reached out to you, but yeah, he mixes with the Neve. Let's listen to the song. Let's listen to the song together. Damn, I'm so jealous of a Neve console. I need one. Let's go.
Mother, do you remember? I'd sing along to your prayer when I was a child. But till now, I never knew the words I kept in me. I'd sing along to your prayer, but now I know what you prayed for.
Okay. So I'll start by saying one thing here. That was really cool. Again, great universe that you're building here. The sound design, the storytelling that you're giving us, it's wonderful work. So we'll start there. You got a lot of the hard work that's already like check done. I don't have many comments, but I do have several. Let's start by talking about the vocals. So are these AI vocals? Sounds like AI vocals. It says featuring Auvik. I don't know who that do be. Speaking of do be, let's just get that burning. It's been a want to this entire stream. Want, WONT. Learn your words. Yeah, it's Synth V. He wrote the vocals. I don't know what that is. It's an AI vocal synth, like a realistic vocal. Yeah, so it sounds, very realistic for a vocoder or a vocoder, however the emphasis on the right syllables are. But I will say this: the mix of the vocals and the synths, there's an imbalance there. Let's go back to it.
Mother, do you remember?
think we're getting too much like between, I want to say 1.5K and 3K. I think we're going to need to scoop some of those mids out because it's almost like the AI synth is adding too much air between the vocal cords. Is that weird to say? I don't know. It sounds like that. So yeah, I plan on getting a real performer for this. I can tell the vocals aren't real and it's bugging me. Well, there's ways of adjusting that, but I just think that like the distortion and the saturation you've put on this is nice, but it brings out too much of the, you know, the So, yeah, we got to dial that back a little bit. And I think that that'll sit better into the mix. Maybe the level 2 might be needed to be scooched back a little bit, a couple of dB.
I wasn't know the words I kept in me. I'd sing along to your prayer.
And the other thing, musically speaking, around this section, I want more. I want more, like, background, if anything. Like, maybe even if it's, like, a background vocal, like, Let's hear if we could like throw something in, a little something in with a lot of like effects on it. Let's see.
When I was a child, but till now I never knew the words I kept in me. I'd sing along to your prayer, but now I know what you prayed for.
I don't know. I don't know if it mixed as well in my speakers that it did for yours. I just think that there's something that that is not added to it that could very well be added to it as a textural sort of. I said it before. I said it well before. It's kind of like an edge light to your vocals. It's something that makes it stand out from the background. Similar to I have a light here. See the shadow on my hair and stuff like that. It's just kind of making it stand out from the background. And something textural that it will do that for your vocals will be a nice welcome change in this section, which ends up being I dropped it. Which ends up being as also like a double-edged sword, your first drop as well. Zealand Ardor smart chords though. Yes, great chords, creating a lot of tension, creating a lot of the sort of ambient, I don't know how far from home we're getting here, but we're going pretty deep and pretty far. Because like those flat second, I think.
But now I know what you prayed.
Woo! That's dark, baby. That's dark. What are we talking about here? The flat second and that effect, like almost like a trichord in, like the implication of a trichord in there. So wonderfully juicy, dude. So beautiful. I totally agree with you, Zealand Ardor. Amazing chord choice. So, speaking of Muse, actually, Zealand Ardor, we're talking with these flat seconds and these flat firsts, these sharp firsts. Like, love it. Love it so much. When his voices are like this or really bad recorded, smash hard and 1176 since it's fast as hell to catch all those percussive consonant artifacts and get rid of the wobbly voice. Yeah, then EQ. Yeah, for sure. That is a way of like over compressing the vocals, just smashing them down. That's usually what I do for my limiter on the final chain is 1176 style limiter. A style compressor with limiting, like with a limiter ratio, I guess is how I should call it, and it always gives a nice result, honestly. Wait, no, the 1176 is actually the first of my chain, and I use it to soft compress those consonants. Yeah, it's exactly what I do on the first one, and then the limiter is just the last one. Never mind, I didn't say anything. Okay, let's talk about this drop here a little bit, because it's dirty. It's dirty. I will say something. Someone said, I love how sound design and songwriting are slowly melting into one discipline. Sick textures on this. Absolutely. Sound design and songwriting are like, This is what I like about electronic music, is that it like shapes music as it should be shaped for the majority of people's listening enjoyment. But it reshapes it, retexturizes it. Now, let's talk about this section here, because I love the drop. I love the creativity that you've applied to it. I don't think I have any problem with the structure, with the length of it and everything. What I do see an opportunity for here is reverb throw-ons. I hear reverse reverbs a lot, Central, but like for silences that repeat themselves over and over, such as here. There are moments there, like specifically the second silence, I would have probably liked a reverb throw on so that it creates a different texture between the silences. It keeps us guessing as to which ones will sound big, which ones will sound small. Let me just hear that back. Yeah, let me try something real quick. What is it, this one? Let me see.
Wait for
Fuck yeah, that works well. Shit! I just threw on reverb. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that?
wait for
Oh yeah, dude, that. There's no verb on your side? Hold on. I gotta fix it then. I gotta fix it. Hold on. It's worth you guys hearing what this sound. Okay, hold on a second. Did you hear it then? I exaggerated it on my side. Honestly, the reverb is really loud on my speakers in particular, and it should not be. Come on! Was it not magical compared to like just a second silence? It creates that dynamic, that space. I'm so glad I could demonstrate it because I have hardware here. So glad. Yeah, dude. Little details like that to contrast one silence from another and to create different spaces. The miracle about this here, Central, is that if you really want to go crazy, you can have like 3 or 4 different throw-on options. One that's like a slap or a plate, like what you just heard. One that's like a big-ass room that lasts through even an entire bar. One that's just like this, like a quick slap, almost a slap back. You could even use slap back as one of the throw-on effects. Totally possible. But you keep these in your arsenal so that your silences, which are many and aplenty, never quite sound the same and always keep us guessing. You can even go further than that and put like a pattern in the reverb. If you wanted to go really fucking meta, you could really do that. You could really go as far as you want with this. One silence with nothing at the beginning, I agree, is a good idea because it gives us that false hope of like, when the drop comes back and you're like flipping out and it's really good. I agree. But then from there, play with the silence. Play with it like it's your nipples. You know, you just give them a little twiddle. That's my professional advice. Twiddle your nipples, everyone. So yeah, that's what I think. The other thing is... automated reverb throw-ons are such a good tool. Yeah, they really fucking are, Photonics. I really appreciate that. Automated verb on the drop would kill. Yeah, fucking would. EQ those reverb sends, though, or it will become a mesh of weirdness. Well, Mallorca, that's part of the shaping, obviously. Some of them are going to have some Abbey Road reverb. Some of them are going to be high-passed to shit and enhance only the highs. But that's the magic of having a couple of different reverbs for your throw-ons in your back pocket. Is like you always have those buses prepared. You always have them there and EQ'd properly, each within them. But like they're all taking on different roles. But yes, absolutely. I love that you reminded us of that because EQing reverb is such a good tool for it to not mesh with other things improperly. So yeah, guys, EQ your reverbs. It's a great tip. Sometimes even compress your reverbs, but I prefer compressing my delays personally. True, I like the negative space in music a lot, but may have used it too liberally here. Not necessarily too liberally, just not creatively enough. I don't mind a lot of silence to create contrast. What I like is that the silence itself becomes non-contrastual. If that makes any sense to you, I don't know. If it's a word that I just invented, it definitely is. If the silence does not contrast within itself, then suddenly that negative space is actually deafening. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look, such a an inverse sentimental proposition. The word works. Thank you. I appreciate it. All my words technically work, like by definition, even though there's no definition because they're not dictionaries, not dictionary words. But I try to make it make sense, which just barely. My last note is that verse 2, or I wrote verse 2, yeah, so I guess it's this.
Up in the sky, but some wishes don't shine too bright. Some wishes get buried. So to this day I wonder.
I need something different than just the droning violin again. I need the staccato strings. Bum 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 bum. Like, I'm gonna try and exemplify it, even though it's a. Let me try either way.
Wish if I could wish upon a star high up in the sky, but some wishes don't shine too bright. Some wishes get buried. So to this day I wonder without a clue where. Mother, are you glad I'm gone? 'Cause for you I had torn my heart.
I hate that I fucked it up. But like that feel, the piano is doing da-na-na, da-na-na. We need that lower sort of cello strum, bum 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 bum. And those strings like kind of contrasting the piano, maybe going the piano's going da-na-na, and then you go da-na-na, so you have crossing melodies, which is risky. But in that section, I think properly arranged and mixing is mixed a kind of a tool that will fill that space with more tension, which is I think what this section needs. We've gotten such a juicy section before it. We get a little break, find a little piano, a little violin strumming, but then we jump in with some bum 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 bum, like some give me some throb. You know what I mean? Give me some throb. What a word. What a word. Think that reverb helps the listener position the elements of your mix further or closer, and listeners' brains are really lazy. You need to figure it out for them. Fuck. Preach to the goddamn choir, my dude. God damn, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. But yeah, exactly. It does closen or furthen. I'm on a roll today. The sound of these elements, and sometimes you do have to kind of fucking spell it out for them. Mike is trying to say he wants a bigger producer tag there. Zeal gets it. Zeal knows what I mean. Off the bat, off the cuff, completely and utterly predicts my exact meaning. Correct. This is exactly what I've been trying to say this entire time is I want big producer tags in every section. As a matter of fact, I want them at the beginning of every section so that we can delineate, okay, the producer is now saying to us, this is the verse. Bah, 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 you know, like, except with a producer tag. That's what I want on every song between every sections. Okay? Cool. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll see. I will try to help the listener visualize the space. I see. We'll try to help. Exactly. Yeah. Good idea. Don't encourage him. Central. Don't encourage Zeal and Ardor. Do not encourage him in these thoughts. Zeal. People are gonna really think like, oh, like that's probably a good idea if Mike is saying it on stream. You're gonna make me tell people more producer tags. Someone only has to clip that and go, look, see, he said it online. And then you believe me. The harder thing, the producer thing, is to visualize it first. Then it's just technique and try and error. Yeah. So like a visual thing that I like to do. I have one more comment for you, but it's a real quick one. But the visual thing I like to do with, especially with placing someone physically in the mix, I like to think of it central like a stage. I play in bands a lot. I play drums, I play bass, I play guitar, I sing. I've been on pretty much every side of the stage in a performance sense. And I know that when you're front and center, when you're stepping to the front of the stage, you're taking the spotlight. Yeah, there's more reverb, but the space, there could be more reverb on a main guitarist or a main singer, a main vocalist, but the idea is that you want them as close to you, quote unquote, as possible in the mix when you have them right in front of you. And so you literally position people on the stage in a sort of priority way. And that is both mechanically with regards to sound and also mechanically with regards to performance, a little bit easier to, you don't have to think so much about where you need to be on stage because you're just like, you got your spot, and then you can step forward when you take the lead, or you, I guess keys can't, but they'll put the spotlight on you. And that's my point, is that like, think of it like exactly, Mallorca, like a stage rider printout. You look at the musicians and you see where you want them. And that helps a lot, honestly, when you're confused. Not necessarily when you don't know what to do. No, not necessarily when you already know what to do. But when you don't know what to do and you like literally just make a page and that's your stage, here's the front of the stage, here's the back of the stage, you put the drums, somewhere here, you put the bass somewhere around it, and then you physically place those things on stage. And sometimes, if you don't know what you want, and that's the most confusing parts, you roll a die. And you like define, okay, this is, let's say we do a six-sided die, the most common type of die. I've got one probably within 6 feet of me right now. You go like section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, section 5, section 6. And then you roll to see, where are they going to end up? The thing that is beautiful about rolling a die is sometimes you're going to roll it and you're going to see where it falls. And you're going to feel whether or not that's right. You're going to be like, nah, I don't like it there. It feels kind of weird. Or you try it and you hear it and you're like, that's not where it belongs. Okay, good. You've now ruled out one of the possibilities that you could choose. So the dice are magical because they don't necessarily tell you what your final product's going to be. They're going to just tell you, try this for now. And your mind is going to conceptualize it and know right away whether or not it's a good idea. It's a good way of kind of getting your head out of your own ass and wondering what to do and just trying something. It's literally just a way to jump out and jump back in real quick. Bands is hard. I usually don't have the voice type they look for. Roller coaster, that's okay. I don't really have a voice type many people look for either. I have a decent voice, but like very, very particular. Trying to mix creatively with the mixing following the songwriting has been something I've been trying to figure out with these tracks. That's good. That's good because, again, you would think of it in terms of a stage, and that will kind of work itself out a little bit, right? The louder they are, the closer they are to the front of the stage, if you will. And so that's a way of kind of working with the songwriting. It's like thinking like the mix should suit the songwriting. It absolutely is a tool to empower the songwriting, and that's a great way of seeing it. Warhammer dice, yeah, or D&D dice. I like the polyhedral RPG dice myself, as they call it on Amazon, as I am all too familiar with. Pounds Like a Sam, D99, dude, D100, D99s, that's like, how many subdivisions are you creating within this plot? Like, that is you better have like an actual coordinate tool on your DAW in order to interpret that level of precision. I'm here for it, but placing instruments with abstracts ideas kind of weird. Exactly, but that's why you kind of think of it as an instrumentalist. You think of it as a musician rather than an instrument, and then suddenly it takes its life. It becomes alive, and it breathes on the stage wherever you place it. So just think of it that way. And one of your main lead musicians, central, is Negative Space, and that's good. But again, we can fuck with that. Zeal and Ardor, don't let that hold you. I thought the same, that I wrote songs working for my voice. Yeah, that's also true. You gotta write to your voice, Zeal and Ardor. Super duper true. Mallorca, if you can picture an attractive purple alien licking your balls, you can picture your synths. I have follow-up questions, but I don't know if Twitch terms of service allow me to ask them. but so many questions. But yeah, I guess I agree. I think I agree with Mallorca saying that. Asterisk. Okay, so we're there. Here we go. We're going to talk about the last notes that I have of your song. We've been chatting a little while with yours here, Central. We've been having some fun. But let's talk about this little silence here. 3 full seconds almost, or 3 full beats. You know what I mean? That's a lot. And again, you go to like basically pure silence with that little, whatever that chittering is in the right channel. I think you've got work to do with this silence. I think you should A, shorten it, and B, reverse reverb is a great idea. I'm gonna forget my B. Reverse reverb is B. So we're going with that, Zeal and Ardor. Yup, absolutely. I agree with that. So you got to do something to this section, whether it's reverse reverb and making it shorter or something else. Silence is not my fave at this length. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much tension. Kazor, first time chat. Thank you for joining us today. Well, Manuel said there are so many bands, singers that are often not everyone's cup of tea, but they get their audience. It's sometimes also a matter of growing on you. Yeah. I mean, I tried a little while for my band, and it's weird how like people like grew off of my band, but I might have bombarded my city too long and not have focused outwards to other parts of the world is, I think, our possible mistake and why we didn't end up working out. But I agree with you, man. If I was tenacious enough, I would have probably pursued that audience. And I don't know where they are, but I would have found it if I would have been tenacious enough. I like how passionate and energetic Mike is. Thank you, Roller Coaster. Passionate for sure, energetic for a time, until the coffee runs out, pretty much. You all picture it. You can figure where to pan the synth. I've pictured that. Thank you, Mallorca. Appreciate that. Mallorca also agrees with Zeal and Ardor. It seems like everybody who plays in a band knows how it is. They often have the better lyrics. Yeah, better lyrics are important as well. Good lyrics in general, kind of, you know. Lol, I feel called out in more than one way. You fucking better. Say producer tag again. Say it one time. Come on. No, Kazar, I think your vocals grab people pretty quick. I got to hear your vocals, Zeal and Ardor. I got to hear them. We might hear them next, but we'll see. Either way, I believe that is pretty much the last note that I had for Central's track. I appreciate you allowing us to listen to it online together, allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's nice, honestly. It's got a nice overall everything. And now we just need to kind of like juice the lime and get those real details really popping so that it's like done and ready for whatever it is you choose to do with it, because it could be quite a successful song if you pursue that, essentially, if that is what you're looking for. But again, I just think maybe making it an enjoyable song at its most is already more than enough. I would be willing to call it like we are extracting the maximum amount of enjoyment from this song as we possibly can, and it makes me have like it makes me as a producer and a mixing engineer get lost in the song and not think about the mix and not think about the mastering and not think about the composition and just make me ride along with it. That, for me, in my opinion, is a perfect song. When I forget the rules, that is possible. We just need to really wring it out for all its worth, let's say. Either way, Central, thank you for trusting us with your track, and stick around as we listen to Zeal and Ardor's track next. Here we are in the queue, as it is time for you to submit your own. That was directed at Mike, not me going my vocals rule. Well, thanks, buddy. But yeah, no, I do understand. I didn't think you were bragging. I knew it. Central, thank you, homie. Thank you. Honestly, decent track, really decent track. Looking forward to hearing either the next one from you or this one juiced for all it's worth, or ideally hearing this shit like bounced to me by other people. Go like, you got to hear this. That's the dream. I would like to keep chatting just to troll Zeal next in line. Damn late. Wouldn't that be fun? Is just troll him. He's trolling me. He knows this. We agree on this. Just add a producer tag and call it a day. So here we are. This is me pretending not to be a metal vocalist. Ha! Yeah, I know that feel. I'm already fucking up my voice. I started at the start of this stream going, I'm going to talk at this level and maintain it. And try and talk so that it's loud enough so that you guys hear me. Which, by the way, at this level, I think everyone can hear me just fine, right? I think. But then I get excited with all of you motherfuckers, and then I start yelling, and I start ruining my voice, and I feel it now, strained. I should drink some water, actually, is what I should do right now. But then I feel it's starting to loosen up a little bit after I start talking normally. It's just, y'all get me so excited with regards to music because I am hearing your songs and going like, okay, hold on, you gotta do this thing. See? Automatically. Criminal Music, thank you for following us, appreciate that. And welcome to the chat for the first time. You seem to get very excited, I noticed. Yeah, your music gets me fucking excited. And look, Make It Worse by Birdmask. I see this and I'm like, I want it. Okay, well, I guess I'll keep yelling. I'll make it worse. I have to listen to Zeal and Ardor. He says more producer tags and making things worse. We got to listen to him. You know, we got to do it. We have to at least have to listen to the song, which is what we'll do in just a minute. About 2 minutes of it. No, you're a subscriber, so we're listening to this whole fucking thing. Majorca Mastering, PTSD I can share. Jesus Today, no filter. You know what I mean? Would love feedback on if the vibe of the song works, mixes demo level. Never mind that. Okay. So what I will talk about then, focusing on mostly the songwriting, the arrangement, and the vibe, the overall feel of it. So let's focus on that, folks. Let's try and pretend that we don't know better mix-wise, and let's make it worse together. Featuring Birdmask. No, not featuring Birdmask. It is Birdmask. Let's listen together, folks. that just jumped at the end there. Was I the only one that noticed that? Yeah, it's maybe my computer sucks. I don't know what happened there, but okay. This is cool, Bird Mask, Zeal and Ardor. You know who we're talking about. I don't think all of your skip, shame, and cringe is merited necessarily. Command flee. I should make that an actual command, honestly. As in, like, you literally skip, like, okay, stop the song, I'm out of here, I don't want actually, I changed my mind, I don't want feedback. It'll save us some time. That's very funny, though. It's very, very funny. But yes, I was already locked in now. There was no way out. Indeed, roller coaster. Now, give him the proper one then. Exactly. I don't think it was that bad, honestly. Don't be hard on yourself. That's a nice tune. Yeah, it's got a nice aesthetic. It's not the final recordings by any means, and like not the final mix, but like you're riffing. You're riffing, and it's got bounce, and it's got life, and it's got zeal, and it has ardor. See what I did there? Obviously. Pound Like a Sam, appreciate the little tip there. Appreciate that. Certainly feeling this song, though. Yeah, exactly, Cormac. Also, see you on the queue. I see you there. Thank you for joining in incognito. Nice metal voice work in there. Nice. Zealander, you need to make it public? No, not yet. Not yet, roller coaster. He said the wrong version. He said it's the wrong version, thus the shame. Really? Sorry, that was the wrong version. It was the instrumental version. Oh, well... send me the non-instrumental version, because this was my main complaint, is like I don't have enough lead throughout the song. Yeah, just send it real quick. Send it. We'll just listen to like the sections as we go, basically, to cross-reference our notes. But I do have other notes with regards to the other parts. Don't get me wrong. Skip it, you have people in the queue. Hey! I think everyone will agree. Majorca, thank you for gifting a sub and on the subscriber lists. Appreciate you doing that. But I think you'll all agree, I think everyone would agree, Zeal and Ardor here, that we're at least curious to hear what it sounds like with the lead. You were like, don't leave us hanging, bro. Like, don't, come on. You know, I need to hear it now. I need to know what the right version sounds like. Because I'm using my imagination and you're letting me decide for you what your song sounds like in my own head. And who knows? Now, let's talk about a couple things, because obviously with lead in it, it might change everything. But from the top, so I'll just say this once. I'll say this once. And I promise I won't harp on it, no matter how much it actually bothers me deep in my soul. Please tune your guitar. I've said it. Let's move on and not make a big deal out of it. Thanks so much. We're done. Okay, we're done. We're done for you. So we get into this part, and yeah, like at this point, I'm starting to feel like there is something missing, obviously. But we'll hear how it's like. When it's got the lead in it. But I will say this, that even with a lead in it where I can picture it kind of, I think that it gets onto the next section a little quickly. As in, I would probably do two things to this. I would probably extend this section here. I would keep that riff with the synth with drums, like keep that going a little bit, and then giving like a B section to your verse as like almost a breath. So I would double the length of that like intro, dun, dun, Double it, and the second you put drums on it, and then you transition from that to the boom, 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 boom. I'm feeling like that's a B section, because then when we pivot, first of all, we don't pivot. There's no pivot chord, and I don't know if that's the move. Well, let's examine this musically, shall we? A flat or G sharp. And then what's your chord? Yeah. Feel like there should be a chord there. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of it's a play on the circle of fifths in a way. It's you're jumping to the dominant of C, which is G. Like that. I don't know. Maybe it's an idea, but I know that it kind of cuts dry to another chord a little bit quick, in my opinion. So I don't know if we need a pivot chord or if we should consider some kind of pivot there. But I think we need it. I think we need something to indicate. Now, I also think that if it depends on what your vocals are doing or what your leads are doing, it might very well just pivot itself. I dig the non-transitional chord surprises. Yeah, this is the thing, is like, I get, there's an argument for it, Mallorca. There's an argument for it. Agreed. I just think it's, I don't know, maybe the vocals are tied together. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong. It's just, I feel like it's not tied together. It feels like a different, altogether part of the song. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Nice flow, Tame Impala-ish. Yeah, as also Mallorca, very much agree. Tame Impala, Wait for Mine, I Roller Coaster. The indies are back. I don't think I can handle feedback. We'll see my blush and hide under the bed. Y'all, listen, no matter how harsh the feedback is, it's always to improve your tracks. So, like, you got to just keep that in mind here. Like, I ain't here to hurt you. I'm here to make you better. I'm here to make your ideas come out in their full form. This isn't even my final form. That's the way you got to think of it. Don't hide under your bed and blush. I mean, you could hide under your bed and blush too, but as long as you're thinking, this isn't even my final form, while you're doing it. Maybe that's your Kaioken times 10. Who knows? I don't know how it works. I don't make the rules. Pound like a Sam, probably. Isn't that how it should be? I mean, no, not really. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the rules. I dig the non-transitive. We talked about that. I wonder what happens when we crack our neck when we're 70. Do we just die instantly? I don't know. I crack my neck only when it's like really been a while. Yeah, head just falls off. Like, the thoughts that occur in this chat are interesting. You're right, I yield, gotta run anyways. What? No, what? No, what? No. What's the link? Where's the link to the other version? Exactly. It's at 20% after 5 minutes. I gotta help my friend at the bar going through a breakup. Bitch, he ain't gonna be unbroken up for another 5 minutes. He'll be fine for 5 minutes. I just helped the buddy do something similar, and like, you're telling me he can't wait for the end of your review? He's already broken up. Zeal, I'll find you if you do not send the link. This Dragon Ball thing was spot on. Right? Am I right? Thank you, Criminal. Ouch, good luck. Make that friend's night better. No, seriously, obviously, if you got to do, you got to do what you got to do. But you will still break up when you arrive there. That's my point. That's my point, Mallorca. Like, it doesn't matter. Obviously, you help your friends. But here, to resume my thoughts about this here, yeah, like, the better bridge is the only thing that I think could be improved a little bit, this section. I think you could do better than what you've already done necessarily. And maybe there is a third verse there or something like that. But sonically speaking, I think you need to be additive. This is even if you come back and watch the VOD, honestly. I'm just saying it so that it's registered in the ether. Like just putting it out there. Thanks for taking the time. Might come back another day. Could modulate the bridge up a big third. You could, or you could do something also different with it. I'm very, very curious if you can like do like a different guitar riff, maybe a second like an octave up or something like that. I don't know, something different. Build of song. Yeah, in general, I think that's the trend that I would say, Zeal. Go take care of your friend. Go take care of your friend. I don't wanna be a dick about it. I don't want to be a dick about it. So go help your friend who's going through a breakup prioritarily. The VOD will be here for 2 weeks, and I'm gonna upload it on YouTube after. You're not gonna miss your advice. But suffice it to say that I feel like the song in general, songwriting wise, can expand over time a little bit more thoughtfully. I think you could apply songwriting technique to more than one parts. Take care, Zealand Arter. Good luck with your friend, obviously. Of course. But yeah, your song, it could very well build over time a little bit more progressively and like fight for the right to party, to stay alive, I guess it was what I was going to say. Fight for the right to stay alive and to keep chugging on. Because if we do stay the same texturally from one part of the song to another, even with new leads, it's not the only thing that's missing. We need like textures actually shifting and evolving over time. That's my opinion, at least. Either way, we'll say thank you. As at a distance. I missed the start of the raid, but have you heard the actual Zeal and Arter music? I actually haven't, and Zeal and Arter was right about that. When he cared to stay for his own song, only if Roller Coaster, thank you very much. He's gonna watch this VOD and he's gonna be like, ah! It's great. But yeah, that's a good idea. I Roller Coaster, I will in a second. But either way, we'll thank Zeal and Arter from retroactively for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, analysis, feedback, YouTube, Twitter, all that shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about half the time. Either way, thank you, Zeal and Arter, for trusting us with your track. Cheers. Let's go to the next song that we have here on the queue. The next artist, rather. Still Here You Murder, Hoboing 86. Well, shit. You took all the fun and surprise away. You actually stayed. That's funny. All right, bye. Murdering, hoboing, AD&D'er. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? AD&D. How dare you? There, okay, he got back to me. He got to me. I should not let him affect me, so he got me back. Thank you, Zeal and Arter. Appreciate you very much. All right, ciao. Nice, I was looking for the passport already. Zeal and Arter, honestly, whenever Mike runs Pathfinder, go fuck yourself! Go help your friend who's streaking and miserable at the bar. Where's Moeal's up? How dare he accuse me of running Pathfinder and AD&D, the inferior. No, it's not even true. Pathfinder is great. Pathfinder is the kind of thing. We'll shout him out one more time in case he's still here. But Pathfinder is the kind of system where if you want customizability and like having something that is super versatile as a system goes, because you have just feats that make your character feel different from any class and any rules that are in place, Pathfinder's the place to go. So if you're a hardcore, I don't have that much passion for the mechanics or for the fabric of things to feel that different. I have a passion for the storytelling, and I think that the mechanics of 5th edition even the new ones, honestly, if I'm being honest with everyone, I think the new mechanics of 5th edition 2024 are like fine. They're fine. They define a lot of things that were not defined before, and they basically let you focus on the storytelling a little bit more. A little bit more. So I think that's my opinion. Either way, let's move on because Moals is not here. So we're just going to keep moving on. It's iRollerCoaster's turn. iRollerCoaster, give me a link in the chat if you be so kind. We got, if y'all are hearing some like white noise in the background, y'all aren't crazy. It's my fan of my Mac Mini from my 12-year-old Mac Mini running like at overtime speeds, trying to keep up with all of this, the OBS and the computer and all of that shit. We running it into the ground, y'all. I can't even open Logic anymore at the same time as I'm doing all of this. I think it would explode. All right. Let's hear the indie. Let's hear it indeed. Indeed. Okay. There's something interesting here. Pounds Like a Sam. Thank you for posting that link to Zeal and Ardor's website. Do me a favor. It's in the chat, but do me a favor. Immortalize it in my Discord server, would you? Like throw it in the music chat. Jesus. Christ. Almighty. Okay. Yeah, please throw it in the music chat because it's the kind of thing that I like to see in my Discord where we share music that we like to listen to even off stream. And tell me if you're you are Sam Stowe, if I'm not mistaken, in the Discord server, I believe, right? So I'm gonna make you an artist. So yeah, you got it there. So throw it in that music chat. Appreciate it, and let's all listen to it together off stream. I'm thinking of adding more lyrics, but not sure how to add extra to the song and what. Need to clean it up a little more too and find a way to build it more. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Excuse you. Yeah, thank you. Bless me indeed. Appreciate that, Mallorca, as well. How long's the queue, Zebsi? What's up, Zebsi? How you doing? Also, it's down here, so there's only 3 people right now on it. One of which is what we're gonna listen to now. Yes, a friend, not an artist. Well, you know, you're an artist in your wordsmithery. So you are an artist in my eyes. It's just the role that allows people to chat and shit and share stuff. So you are an artist now. I knight the artist. Okay, Magna, Disappear. Let's listen to Disappear together and talk about it. We're gonna listen to pretty much the entire thing, and then we're gonna discuss it thereafter. Okie dokie. I wasn't expecting that. Like when I hear indie, that is not the thought that I have. I was expecting something far more indie. This is experimental or like textural almost. Yeah. If very, very interesting, very evocative of emotion. It is not as Tame Impala-y as I thought. This is experimental-y. Right, yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page on that. Tell me you've been listening to Mallorca, that's as official as it gets. Really, honestly, no one ever even bothered to do that with me, so that's even more official than it gets. Tell me you've been listening to Led Zeppelin without telling me you've been listening to Led Zeppelin. Yeah, Criminal. It does have some very, late Led Zeppelin vibes. It has Beatles vibes too. It has Mars Volta vibes. Like, it has many vibes. It does have some Tame Impala vibes as well in there, somewhat. So it's got a lot of things going on, and that's okay. That's okay. It's textural, right? We're on the same page. You remind me of me when making music. Yeah. I don't know what that's like. I don't know. I didn't know you when you were making music. I didn't know you until a year ago, honestly, Mallorca, because a year and a half or whatever, not even a year ago, actually, because this was the first time we met here in the stream. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. Demonic, appreciate that very much. Thank you for coming in. I think it's interesting, the textures that we do choose to use, but I don't know if we executed the transition between textures in the most ideal way. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. Okay, sorry, I made a point last stream to tell people this. When you're bouncing, when you're exporting a song, this is actually really important, guys, but it's when you're exporting a song, you have to leave time between the first note of your song, the first pluck, and the beginning. Like, you need to leave space. Listen, this is what we agreed on last stream. 420 milliseconds between the first note and the silence that you export it at. There always has to be a little bit of silence just so that first note doesn't get cut off when you upload it, just like it is right here. I'm pointing to my screen as if you see it, but it actually kind of does look like I'm pointing to your song, so that works kind of. But yes, we agreed on this stream together, last stream, that 420 milliseconds will be the magical number of milliseconds between the bar 1, beat 1, subdivision 1, and the beginning of your file. So take bar 1 and count 420 milliseconds before that, and that is a sufficient amount of silence to allow your song to begin without being cut off. So it's super important. We did talk about this last stream, and I promised if I heard it, I was going to talk about it, and I probably forgot about it for like 4 or 5 songs so far. But I'm making it a point now. Everybody leave 420 milliseconds of silence or of space between your bar 1, beat 1, and the actual beginning of your song. You'll thank me later. Okay, let's go to the actual notes, the actual meat now. Let's talk about it. Glitches, I will say this. Glitches are a useful tool. They do destabilize us, right? And destabilizing us so soon from the beginning, in my opinion, might be a mistake. Alluding to glitchery, whereas you put like one glitch and then it becomes almost like a virus and that it like multiplies and it like glitches into another thing, is maybe the technique that I would go about doing, just because it allows for a little more time for us to bond with what exists before you change it into something else. This comment is also true of the way you go from acoustic guitar to electric guitar. Listen to how that transition occurs. I think it's offbeat, fine. But I think that, again, you're missing the first pluck of your guitar. There's no crossfade. There's no elegance. It's just stop of one file, start of another. I think we could make that transition, that birth into a new form, which is really what it is. It's the same riff birthed into the form of an electric guitar from an acoustic guitar. I think we can give the electric guitar a tub birth. This is the second time I've used this analogy on the stream, and it does not feel any better the second time. I think your electric guitar deserves a tub birth. Make it transition a little more smoothly into reality. Let's end that comment there before I go into any more disgusting details. Did you know the afterbirth floats? Okay, I'll stop. I've already said what I've said about this, the glitching. Some of it is good throughout. We've had really good elements of it. Moments like that where there's sudden cuts and weird transitions, that's good. Moments like that, tasty, very tasty. It allows us again to to remember for a moment that we are not in any typical song, that we are in a Mang song. Help me, please help me, roller coaster. It reminds us that we are in this person's song, and it just keeps us very unified, I guess, to the concept that you're putting forth. It's Norwegian. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? Why are you sorry about your name? No, I reject your apology. I turn it back around, sir. Reverse Uno. I need an Uno deck to reverse Uno your apology. You have nothing to be sorry about if it's your name and it's in another language. It's not, the world is not English centric. Okay? I'm sorry you pronounce it wrong. I'm the one who pronounced it wrong. Why are you apologizing? How does one pronounce it? I'm not this is me rejecting the American way right here. This is me saying, Americans, listen up. English it is common. It is the common language. It is the common tongue in the world. But us pronouncing things wrong isn't the normal thing. Okay, I'm done. Rant over. I would say, for my next comment here, the glitches themselves, when you say magnetic, you say the first part, and that's my name, Magne. There you go. That was easy. There we go, Magne. So, I think your glitches are good. I think they could take on a sound or using the glitch samples that suits the aesthetic of your song might do you better than the glitch samples that you do have. I feel like they sound like halfway to vinyl texture, and they want to go all the way to vinyl texture and crackling and that kind of like original analog glitch sounds and samples created maybe by vinyl, maybe by tape delay, maybe by those analog style glitch tools that we used to have, and now that have been replaced completely with digital tools. But I think digital tools are now reproducing those glitch sounds far better than the glitch sounds themselves sounded with all the noise floor and everything like that, honestly. So I'm thinking like, go to a simulator that gives you more analog samples, more analog synth, or just use more analog sounding samples for your glitches. And I think that will suit the aesthetic that you're going for in your song better. Let's talk about this last little scream here. Okay, I don't know why the thought came to mind. I mean, I know why. It's because I'm obsessed with Dungeons and Dragons. But I thought of a hag. So like a witch that uses ancient magics to like basically kill a bunch of people. And I thought that that energy was very prominent in this section now. Like the song is accelerating or it's growing to a point with this chord change, which does just sound kind of like a transpositional shift in like you just use the pitch shifter to like uptune your stuff, and I would have probably preferred that you record in the new key, but it does sound a little bit artificially pitch shifted. Maybe a comment, if that is the case, would be to re-record your stuff in the new key and not so much just transform what you already have. It will also sound, again, part of the same experience, but elevated. Not so much just pitched up. I guess that's a new comment that I have. But my point here is that the hag here, the almost the antagonist of the story, because they only appear twice, right, is here. They appear a couple times. Okay, so yeah, that voice does appear a few times in the song, but I feel like they only appear very texturally and very much. Sounds of the Creature for subscribing at tier 1. Appreciate you. They feel very like baked into the fabric of the song, but also the main antagonist of this story. And I like that. I like that it sounds less like the main character and more like the main enemy, if you will. It's just the impression that I'm getting from your song here. I would say define your protagonist more. Something just fell. Define your protagonist a little bit more throughout the song. So that could be the form of the guitar. That could be the form of another synth. I don't know what it may be. Whatever you're telling as the main character going through this story and confronting this voice that swells back and forth as if it's the antagonist, define that a little bit more and bring it out in terms of personality a little bit more intensely. And then this voice should fall into place a little bit better, if I do say so myself. The last thing I'll say is that the last scream, the last thing that you have, which is like the most intense moments, the peak, should have probably been like built into it with like risers and stuff like that in this moment. There should have been some form of anticipation. It should not, at that point, come as a surprise. By that point, we have heard the voice, and now the only difference that is surprising to us is the difference in volume and how jarring it is, and how it's coming from the right and not even in the center. I feel like at that point, we almost have a responsibility to build into that last final peak so that it feels far more dramatic. So you have the most of whatever emotion you're going for. And then your song really crescendos. And then you could fade out from there just as you have, and I think your song is good, honestly. I don't think it's typical. I think it's weird. I think it's very experimental. I think it has textures that make me think of D&D stuff, which I think is super cool. And I think that your execution of all of this is good, which is hard to do for experimental music. It keeps me on this journey. I got so much green ink on my hand. It keeps me on this journey. It keeps me interested. It keeps me kind of like chugging along, even though it is very cyclical in nature, very circular. It keeps rolling, but it kind of keeps repeating itself in a way. But it builds over time. And so now, again, define your protagonist, because I don't think that screams are the protagonist. Maybe it's a hot take, but it's my take. Allow the glitches to kind of fit a little bit more into the fabric, and give your electric guitar a better berth into the song, a tub berth, if you will. And yeah, lean into that more sort of haggy moment by like building into it and like really just juicing our tension for all it's worth in that moment, because it's your crescendo, it's your peak. Give us the peak, girl. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you giving us the opportunity to listen to some experimental music. We haven't heard much experimental since Dom Rocks. I haven't seen Dom in a little while, but miss you, dude, just in case you watch this at some point. But yeah, I think you're getting to a point where this experimental song is interesting even to commercial audiences. And I think that that's a very hard accomplishment. I think it's like hard to make commercial audiences care about experimental music, just because but inherently it is far less lyrically driven, far less personally driven. Maybe a little more of that will help us, but I think it sounds in and of itself really Beatlesy. So we've been proven that that works on a commercial scale. So just now do your job of leaning into those aspects and juicing them, and then getting maybe something like a bit of more of a dynamic mix, something that like swells and decreases with a little more motion, and I think you're going to have a very good experimental track on your hands here. But yeah, it's a good chord progression, so it's of course it's going to be somewhat commercially viable, because you have a familiar chord progression, nothing too experimental. We're not talking about advanced jazz with borrowed chords from every fucking scale. We're talking about a chord progression. Either way, iRollercoaster, thank you for trusting us with your track. And stick around, of course. You have some decent advice for people. It's so awesome to hear me smiling from ear to ear. Well, good. That's excellent. That's excellent. I'm happy that you're happy. Now, I'm not doing it to make you happy. But yeah. That's not true. At the end of the day, I want you to be happy with your art. So that's really where it comes from here. All right, we're moving on here, folks. Rollercoaster, stick around. As I said, we got a bunch of other tracks to listen to so far, and we got Cormac EU on the deck. No, we've got Cormac EU playing live right now we've got Criminal music on deck. Criminal, get your link ready. Don't throw it in the chat yet, but get it ready. Just shout me out if you're still here as well. Let me know if you're in the chat with us right now. So worst case, I can skip you next time if you're not. I'm happy with my art, but I enjoy getting feedback. I'm sticking around. Hey, all right, very nice. But yeah, I think you should be happy with your art. I think you should do the most with your art that you can do, and just make it more of what it is. And I think a lot of these tips that I'm giving you you'll find ways to accomplish what you want to accomplish, but just more. And what's wrong with that? You'll tell me what's wrong with that, and I'll tell you some results. Okay, here we go. Cormac Hypnotized, the work in progress. Got some lyrics. Okay, we're going to read those. Cormac, you got quite a following, my dude. You got a decent amount of peeps on you. So that's nice. Let's listen to this work in progress called Hypnotized by Cormac. Do you accept Spotify links? No, Fex Music, I do not. It is exclusively SoundCloud. It is free. It's easy to upload. And it is also the thing that will not get me copyright stricken for works in progress, despite having full permission to do so by your own joining of the stream and accepting the terms and conditions. YouTube doesn't like Spotify or YouTube links, so I don't do it, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean you can't join the queue, and in the meantime, upload your link to SoundCloud. Just saying. All right, Cormac, Hypnotized, work in progress. Let's listen, and let's talk about it after.
Woke up in the morning, wide-eyed. Think about you every time I go by. Jumping up and down to the floor. Nothing in my way, I gotta say. Woke up in the evening all bright-eyed. Looking to the mirror when I go by. Jumping up and down as we go up. This night is gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's like I'm hypnotized. I see your face like a vision so divine. When I look in your eyes, oh, it's like I'm hypnotized. We are the same kind. We share a frame of mind. The way I fantasize, oh, it's like I'm hypnotized.
Cool, dude. It is real groovy. I do agree with you, iRoller Coaster. Fex music, 100%. Fex, those are facts, what you're saying? It's facts. Okay, I'll stop. Now, I have some questions for you, Cormac. Well, I have first question. Do you have any other role in this besides the lyrics, or are you also the producer of the song? Like, did you create the instrumental and everything as well, Cormac? Is this like all you 100%, or did you just get an instrumental from someone and like throw your vocals on top of it? Very curious, because aesthetically the vocals do match producer and lyrics. Well done, my friend. Well done, my friend. Because I was gonna say like if it was just vocals that you did, I was gonna say you did a phenomenal job of matching the aesthetic of the vocals to the track. They mesh very nicely together. Very chill, very groovy, and that's well done, I will say. Overall, production-wise, I'm happy with the instrumental. I'm happy with the mix. Arrangement-wise, I have some notes. So first of all, verse 2, like I think I've got no complaints really until we get to the verse, basically.
Woke up in the morning, wide-eyed. Think about you every time I go by. Jumping up and down to the floor. Nothing in my way, I gotta say. Woke up in the evening all bright-eyed.
Right here, I feel like there needs to be a shift in the vocals. Like it might be a harmony. It might literally just be a harmony that's missing from your vocals. Why does this keep fucking falling? Jesus Christ. Stupid, terrible Amazon boom arms here. Toot. Why don't I hear it? Toot. There we go. Let's hear what a harmony would sound like there.
Down to the floor. Nothing in my way, I gotta say. Woke up in the evening all bright-eyed. Look into the mirror when I go by. Jumping up and down as we go up. This night is gone.
I think so. I think a harmony would not be out of place for that section. Even a low harmony. Woke up in the morning and bright-eyed. Like it's something just to elevate the next section. So I like that. Let's see. Then the song goes to a chorus or a hook of some kind.
Gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
This song is begging for a hook. This section, the chorus, is begging for like a melody, a vocal line, probably a melody because you have like a call and response with the vocals kind of thing.
Look into the mirror when I go by. Jumping up and down as we go up. This night is gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's like I'm hypnotized.
Something more in the forefront. I have that going on, but like maybe something to contrast that even.
It's gonna be on as we go up. This night is gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's like I'm hypnotized.
Something, dude. Something like I see so many possibilities because again, it's using 4-chord. It's borrowing the 4 chords, right? But your chorus needs a hook because then we get back into that verse.
See your face like a vision.
It's a great B verse, but again,
So divine when I look in your eyes. Oh, it's like I'm hypnotized. We are the same kind. We share a frame of mind. The way I fantasize. Oh, it's like I'm hypnotized.
build that every section, build it into another like thing. Like it's nice that one verse doesn't match the other verse feel wise. This one is far more open. This one is far more feeling. I would say Some harmonies would definitely fill some pockets. It's just an easy way to fill a pocket. It's like the way that my mind's going to it as like a band person. But I would say even this B verse would be very welcome as like a pre-chorus before the first chorus here.
Up and down to the floor, nothing in my way, I gotta say. Woke up in the evening all bright-eyed, looking to the mirror when I go by, jumping up and down as we go.
Good call, Cormac. For sure, good call. Okay, so yeah, I feel like this section, like we are the snakes, like a vision so divine, like that's nice. Like it opens up nicely after a verse that's like it opens up. So I instinctually want it to be a B verse, like a B, a pre-chorus or like a B verse. I would say you could very well write another half a chorus like or half verse like this, not double length as you have in your like. Okay, here's what I would do. Okay, so you're so far woke up in the morning, wide-eyed, all of this. This is good to go. This is good to go. You know what? Let me just open text edit so I could like show you what I would do like just with the structure of your song, because there's honestly there's gold possible here. So you have this here. Let's like just make this text bigger so it's possible to read. Oh, that's way too big. Middle ground. There we go. Okay. So and it disappears. We have this right now. We have this as it is. We have the chorus that is here. That kind of interjects itself. That's nice. Okay, it works. It's not that it doesn't work. It kind of works. Okay, what I would do personally, it was like use this section as a pre-chorus. Okay, this is like not a verse but a pre-chorus, and I would copy half of this here. Then you have your chorus. Then you write another one of these verses. Use different lyrics. It's worth you using different lyrics as your verse here. But like, so you get it. It's just the same sort of pronunciation structure. Then you have again your pre-chorus here, which kind of doubles now. So you have half the length of a verse and you have double the length of a pre-chorus. So it kind of like inverts with the first half of your song and it feels like it's moving and changing. Then you have another chorus here. And then one of my notes anyways was going to be
Hypnotized.
cool little switch up there. I like that little drum fill. It sounded really good and it fits really well into the song. But like, again, your chorus is hollow, so we need another lead element. But this sounds kind of more like a bridge than a chorus opportunity that you could very well transform into your chorus as you kind of do.
I'm hypnotized.
You could very well take it that way. Or, well, no, actually, I kind of like that. Actually, I don't want there to be a chorus in between your like, now that you've given me this, I kind of like this. But make your bridge far more original. Like, it needs to stand out from the rest. That's the point of a bridge. So if you're going to break it down with no drums and you're just going to have literally nothing but like, what is it? What would it be? Like, then you go into a full chorus. But you know what I mean? Like, your song needs to evolve over time, and there's not much shape to it. Right now, it's kind of staying in a similar place all throughout. Either way, what I would do, dude, and this will literally only cost you one more verse worth of time, is like rearrange your song a little bit here and have your I see your face like as like use it as a pre-chorus, not as a second verse. And I think this structure is like a much more winning structure for like this feel. It'll just progress over time much nicer. But that's just my opinion. I think you should try it. I think it's worth trying because you have a good song here, and I think you can have a great song in the way that I just sort of laid out. So you have a pre-chorus that builds and builds and builds right in the middle of your song, and we think we're going to another chorus, but it actually falls back down to sort of a chill bridge that could very well resemble. Here's a thing you could do with the first pre-chorus, as I was describing. You could very well take the I see your face like the first pre-chorus. You actually strip the drums away between the first pre-chorus and the first chorus. You take the drums away and then you put them back for the chorus, and then you don't stop them until you have your pre-chorus again. Your pre-chorus kind of, or not your pre-chorus, but your second pre-chorus, you keep drums, and then for your bridge, you take the drums back out again. So you kind of like call out to your earlier parts of the song. All of these are ideas that I would implement if this was my song, personally. And I think that there are some that are worth exploring for yours, in my opinion. Either way, Cormac, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate the opportunity to look at this song and to hear options for it. Because again, there are Lego pieces that are properly arranged here. There are some that are in the right, like your battleship is not quite sunk. You got a couple of the spots, but you're missing that third or fourth peg for it to sink the battleship altogether. And I think you need to just do a little bit of the rearranging, and it should fall into place quite nicely. Give yourself a hook for your choruses, because we need some sort of storytelling device going on there so that we don't tune out from your song and let our own imagination kind of take us elsewhere, because then you've lost the audience. Tell us the story. Tell us what that story is. Tell us what we should be focusing on in the chorus, especially in the chorus, the most important time for you to spell it all out. But either way, Cormac, appreciate it, and thank you for trusting us with your track. Even temporarily, we appreciate the opportunity to do so. It's your turn, Criminal Music. He didn't reply to me in the when I shouted him out vocally. We'll see if he gets the tag, but I don't know if they're there anymore. I usually have my computer on the right side to check who's in the chat, and I've just moved it to my left side now, and it's really weird. I keep going to the left, to the right as an instinct, and it's really fucking weird. Thank you, Cormac. I appreciate you. I appreciate it as well. But it was a really groovy song. I think everybody agrees with that. Criminal is not here, so we're gonna just blow past that pause. Let's keep it moving, folks. Let's just keep her moving. I guess I could see who's in the chat from here as well, from OBS. Oh, no, that's why I don't do it. It takes so long to load. That's why I don't do it. I actually lose the entire thread. Is Zebsy here? Zebsy's in the chat. Zebsy, hit me up with a link in your... Now's the time, my dude. Hit me up with a link in the chat. You were asking how it's done? This is how it's done. So I'm ready for your... SoundCloud link in the chat. It is your turn, motherfucker. Nice tune, Korn. You meant Cormac at Korn. I like Korn. Who doesn't like Korn? Korn is great. Honestly, we buy bags of corn that are frozen and just dump them into like a microwave safe cup and just throw them in for a couple of minutes and stir them, and then throw them in for another minute or two and stir it. And then at the end, we add a little pat of butter and a little bit of kosher salt, or even a Himalayan salt if we're feeling kind of like sweeter. And that's enough. That's enough for it to taste really good, like above average. Like you don't really have to boil it. Zebsy. I feel like we have already you got an ad on top of it. There. I feel like Zebsy, I feel like he was the one to like check and ask, how do we do this? And then he did this feedback command, and then it said this in the chat, and then it says right there, have your SoundCloud link ready, but don't submit it yet. I feel like I did my part in informing Zebsy what to do. I just could be me. Either way, Sounds of the Creature. You have subscribed today, being our first timer in our chat. Oh, okay. No, Zebsy's got a SoundCloud link. That was quick. That was quick of you, Zebsy. That was quick of you. I was about to skip to the next one and put you second. I was about to like switch you and Sounds of the Creature, which is a great handle, of course. Okay, so here we go, Zebsy. We're gonna listen to 2 minutes. Zebsy do the Uno reverse card. Yeah, he pulled the Uno reverse card for real, which is fine. I'm okay with that. Uno reverse is good storytelling, in my opinion. I think it's great storytelling. Okay, Zebsy, we're gonna listen to 2 minutes of this song, and we're gonna tell you what we think of those 2 minutes. So here we go. Heal by Joe Ecker. Is it Joe Ecker or is it Joker? As in like Joe Kerr. Who cares? Heal! Let's go, Zebsy. And I too love Uno as well. It's a great game. Here we go.
Baby, let's be real. Baby, let's be real. Yeah, your looks, they can kill. You feeling what I feel? I know your heart sealed. I feel my words appeal, but I know I gotta chill. Cause I struck a deal, I would never hurt your feelings. So I'ma let you heal. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let you heal. I'ma let you heal. Yeah, I'ma let you heal. Don't know why you take me back, but if you wanna take me back, promise you I'll put it back, all back. Know that you heard that, know that you saw that, know that you called that, all that. Use me as your doormat, use me where you spit at. Check out all my Snapchats, all that. Tell me I deserve that, tell me I deserve that, tell me I deserve that, all that. Baby, yeah, tell me what you thinking. Tell me what is missing. Cause, girl, yeah, I'm thinking. Yours, what is missing? I got a vision. You and me living. Baby, it's a given, knowing it's a sinning. Baby, in my vision, got you in my vision. Vision clear like a window. Just wanna see where wind goes. Baby, let's be real. Yeah, your looks, they can kill. You feeling what I feel? I know your heart sealed. I feel my words appeal, but I know I gotta chill. Cause I struck a deal, I would never hurt your feelings. So I'ma let you heal. Yeah, yeah, I'ma let you heal. I'ma let you heal. Yeah, I'ma let you heal. Don't know why you take me back, but if you wanna take me.
Actually, we're going to stop there before we get into any other sections. Okay. Zebsy, we got some work. Got some work to do here. All right. First of all, your vocals are consistently off time. They're not on the grid. They're not tight. They are essentially a little bit sloppy. And I think that you could fix that. That is through performance and practice. I think your song would benefit from that. I think your art would benefit from that in general. I feel like we are kind of just recording the ideas and then not properly re-recording the tracks so that they're on time and they're tight and they complement each other. Like you're saying yourself, I don't like the window part. Neither do I. I wrote down window. dash do question mark. Nah, not a fan of that. I think there's a better option, vocally and verbally and lyrically. I think there's a lot of those choices in this song where I'm like, that's not the way I would have done it. But there's one thing that no one should have done is the sloppiness of those vocal tracks. Those vocal tracks are the only thing that you as an artist have to connect with the audience realistically. Yeah, sure, music is great, beat is great, and that's fine. But like, you as the artist are interfacing with the audience and their comprehension through your lyrics. They can't be this, whatever this is. The delay on your vocals is another problem with your vocals. There's a lot of, you're gonna hear like a recurring theme here. Your vocals have a lot of work to do. The delay on your vocals is not, so let me go full screen here just to emphasize how important this is and how I need you to understand this. The vocals don't always need delay. Not all the time. Sometimes, yes. Not all the time. Okay? We need to be super clear on how often you have delay on your vocals. Echo, whatever you want to call it. That is not an always on effect. That is an emphasis effect. You don't put those on and just leave them on. That's a mistake. That's lazy, and that's not the way you do music. We don't do music lazily here. So yes, take your delay off your vocals for the most part, and only put them on for emphasis. Hi, Keslad Beats, what's up? How you doing? Welcome to the chat for the first time. We appreciate you. Hi, Roller Coaster. Wow, jump scare. Yeah, I needed this to be scary. I needed this to make an impression upon Zebsy. There are a couple of things that you just don't do. You do not record off-time vocals and call it a day, and B, you do not leave delay on your vocals at all times. That makes your track muddier and sound worse, A, and B, it does not help the emphasis that it does not have the effect that you think it does as an effect. Okay, there are hollow spots of vocals.
Tell me what is missing, 'cause girl, yeah, I'm thinking, here's what is missing. I got a vision, you and me, living.
In these beats in between the vocals are like, the thing is there's two things. Well, there's one thing happening here. Your guitar is, well, the guitars of the song is that's the riff, and what you're deciding to do is play or sing. You play your instrument, your vocals, sing at the same time as your as your vocals, as your guitar. Pardon me. So you're singing. You won't hear it because the mic will cut out if I play the guitar. But you're singing at the same time as your guitar, and what happens is that when the guitar goes, there's this silence where you have no vocals or instrument, and one or two of those is actually nice, but then you keep doing it. You keep allowing those pauses, and so what ends up happening, the effect is not we're taking a break from your vocals. The effect is you're breaking up your own vocal effect. You're unfortunately not you're basically ruining your own momentum. Is basically what ends up happening. Is what I'm trying to get at here. Why does this not want to behave properly? Jesus Christ. Sorry. So yeah, you need to fill some of those gaps, at least a little bit. And then your song will be better for it. General Tips, yo, what's good? Welcome back, I should say. iRollerCoaster, I left it on the whole time for my song though, but it's different. Yeah, That's an experimental textural song. That's a different, that's an exception to the rule. This is not. This is super duper 100%, 100 times commercial song. Doesn't need it. It does not need that much delay. The song, as a matter of fact, is it's pejorative to the song. Okay. The lyrics are not my favorite. I'll say this as I think people can do better lyrically speaking than what we've got in this song. Now, this all depends, of course, upon how comfortable you are with the English language, how much you read, how much you write, how much you just freestyle and think that's good enough, or how much you practice your freestyling and like think of different syllables and different words. Something rhymes with orange. You know what I mean? Something rhymes with orange. Eminem said door hinge, and I was like, holy shit, that rhymes with orange. It absolutely does. So my point with this is there are better options for your emotions through your words. Zebsi, I got another one I can submit. Nah, dog, we're doing this one. We're doing this one. You are in the queue for this one. We're listening to this one, and we're telling about you what you can improve on this one. That's your song. That's the one you submitted. Okay. At around 150, this is very technical, but I want you all to pay attention to the mistake that's made here. See if you can spot it.
Baby, it's a gift.
Did you hear it? I heard it. I heard it the first time I heard it. Did you hear the click as the vocals get unmuted or as you cut your region, Zebsi? Did you hear that? I did. Let's focus in on that moment together.
Baby, it's a given.
Right there. Baby, it's a given. It's you. So what you should learn to do as well is fade in your cuts. Every time you make a cut, there should be a tool on your DAW. There should be a tool on your DAW that fades in that region. And that will prevent that from happening. That will actually allow you to control a lot of your breaths. That's how I edit out breath in my songs. I will make a cut almost sometimes in the middle of a breath, and I'll fade it in. And what will happen is it'll end up sounding like a little breath instead of a big breath. And that doesn't matter. You can do that literally in any vocals. I've trimmed breaths from vocals with milliseconds. And with milliseconds of room, and it ends up working. It ends up working. But those little cuts that are like that, Zebsi, are mistakes. They're audio there's a mistake there. I didn't produce this. I was just on the mic. Yeah, but did you release your song? Did you press send on like SoundCloud and go like we're released? Like I don't see private on this. I don't see work in progress on this. So did you as Joker, which thank you for clarifying the pronunciation, by the way, you as Joker, did you release this song and go like, good enough? It's a demo. Where does it say demo? I don't see word demo. I don't see the word demo nowhere. Where exactly? Oh no, I don't think it says demo anywhere. No, I don't think it's a demo because you wouldn't have released a demo 5 months ago and kept it online and kept people commenting on it, and gotten the plays that you did if it was a demo. You would have redone something with it, or you would have called it demo. I don't think that's true. I think you got some work to do, is what I think. I think lyrically speaking, at least, you got some work. I think you got to talk with your producer about some of the engineering. So like I hear those mistakes. If you didn't produce it, well, you are responsible for its release. So you gotta get on top of those mistakes. You gotta talk to your producer and say, hey, that can't happen. I mean, I only post so I can listen. Okay, well, you got a couple of other people listening. So next argument, I guess. I don't care. My point is with this, that you release it, you put it out to the world with these mistakes on it, and I'm telling you these mistakes need fixing. So just take it or leave it. The other thing that I would say you need work on, Zebsi, is thinking about how to incorporate doubles, meaning you recording the same thing twice of your vocals and throwing them strategically on top of each other, basically being your own hype man. So when you see producers on stage or vocalists on stage, they got their DJ, oftentimes is also the hype man, and he will emphasize certain phrases, and he will do ad-libs as well. So I think I need you to hype your own song better, Zeb C. I think you need to give yourself a little bit more hype. Like, do your doubles, do your ad-libs, do them separately. It's a good trick. So you tell your engineer, all right, I want to do a doubles track. You record either everything a second time as close to the first one as you can. This is, by the way, why rhythm counts, because when you want to do it twice and you practice twice on the same rhythm, you have to be on time with one another. So at the end of the day, it's easier to practice being on time than to record 2 off-time double tracks. But you do your double track, and then once you have all your doubles that you want on that track, or that you hear on that track from just demoing it out, then you do an ad-lib track as well. Yeah, woo, like those little throwing them in here and there strategically to fill those gaps. Again, we talked about how many gaps there were.
Cause, girl, yeah, I'm thinking, yours what is missing.
I don't know what that breathe in, I guess it was a producer tag. Get rid of it. Tell your producer he can keep his stupid ass producer tags to himself. No one wants them, and it doesn't add anything to this song, like texturally. It takes away, if anything. It's kind of gross in a quiet section. Of all times to do it in a quiet section was not the moment. Fucking hell. But anyways, yeah, I think you need to work on your vocal approach, Zeb C. Because again, a lot of off time, a lot of lyrics that are not really well thought through, a lot of syllables that don't really work on a rhythmic level with the song. Win, do, no. But you agree with that one, which is good, because you should, because that was like the most noticeable rhythmic anomaly, I would say. There's a lot of hollow spots that you can fill. You tell your producer to take the fucking delay off of your vocals at all times. That's not how you mix. And yeah, fix your doubles and get yourself some doubles and some ad-libs on that track, because that's the way the industry works, man. You gotta hype yourself. No one else is gonna hype you for you. So you gotta do that. Either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. You got a lot of work. It's like, no lie, it sounds like you're starting to learn, and it sounds like you got not a long journey, but a journey ahead of you. That's not to say you should stop. That's to say you should work harder, is what I'm saying. Work harder. And then it should be good. Either way, Zeb C, thank you for trusting us with your track. Even for the short time that we did examine it. We appreciate it. We are moving on down the line, folks. Sounds of the Creature. Once again, you subscribed. Our first subscriber, not first subscriber of the day, but one subscribed. You literally just showed up, subscribed, and was like, all right, I know what I'm signing up for. So we appreciate that support. Let's talk about what you guys are talking about here. How often do you stream, Mike? About once a week. I do my best to do it once per week, iRollercoaster. I think that this is a sufficient amount, although I am thinking of doing different kinds of streams. Like I'm thinking of doing like roast streams, where like I'm not productive at all. I just point out the worst things about your song, and even if they're bangers, I'm just gonna try and roast them. I think that would be funny, honestly, but it would be more from everyone has to be mature enough to be on the same page with that. Which, as far as I'm concerned, I've seen enough people on the stream take my advice personally to know that may or may not be the time for that. So I'm hesitating. But for now, Rollercoaster, once a week, feedback stream. I also do mixing streams occasionally. I'm going to have to do a mixing stream very soon, actually, because we got something to mix very soon. Oscar August, welcome back. Nice to see you in the queue and in the chat. Nice to see your name there. And yeah, let's get this going here. Sounds of the Creature. Subscribed at tier 1, so we're going to listen to 3 minutes of this particular track. And we're going to talk about it thereafter. So here we go. Scarlet Envy, Masquerade. produced or responsible, sounds of the creature responsible for it. So here we go. Let's enjoy. That is well over 3 minutes. I just wanted to hear how that chorus concluded just to make my conclusions. So that's there. Okay, let's talk about this. First of all, the aesthetic is very cool. I personally like my metal. I personally like my sort of evanescence sounding things. What is this in drop C? Drop C. Very cool. Very, very cool. I like me some drop C. It's very brutal. Very Deathclock of you. So I'm the bass player in the band. I also wrote the instrumentation of the song. This is my first time mixing any of our stuff outside of basic demos of my own written songs. Any advice for mixing, writing, etc. going forward is very much appreciated. Well, came to the right place, Sounds of the Creature. I think you're close. Now, okay, so you're mixing this and you're playing bass. This is not mastered yet, I believe. You have not put this through mastering effects, if I'm not mistaken, correct? Please correct me if that is the case. Bandit Baby, go ahead and join the queue if you want to be a part of the stream, and you could also Dread Harvester. That is a distractingly good name for like a D&D subclass. Thank you for following. Bandit Baby, go ahead and wait your turn in the queue, because there are other people waiting their turn. So join the queue, and yeah, then we'll get to you. Dread Harvester, if you as well are a musician and want to throw your name in the ring for some feedback, please by all means command join and then hold your link until then. Okay, good to know, Sound of the Creature, that you haven't mastered this yet. Good, because that would be even more frightening, because it was also very low in terms of volume, but that is normal if it is not mastered yet. Okay. So, let's talk about this snare. It's the most prominent thing in the first section of the song here. The thing that happens here. Wait, not without volume, it doesn't. I hear the compression not being enough, and not having enough distortion and enough like tricks to catch that snare back into the mix. I hear the lack of like foresight in your snare. But the thing that bothers me the most about it right now is that there's a lot of high mids and there's not many low mids. And for a song this aggressive, I want the snare to go. You know what I mean? Like, give me some juice. I'm okay with having high mids. Like, it's not an inappropriate amount of high mids for this song. It is that the balance between the high mids and low mids needs to tilt significantly. Again, this thing falls. Okay, I guess that's not the final place for my note either way, so I'm going to just leave it in a place where it's at least visible. Okay. Hey, you sound down a bit today. You sound a bit down today. How goes it? Oh, no, not at all low gravity. It's, I'm trying not to yell to conserve my voice for the entire stream and so that I have a voice, because I have a rehearsal tomorrow for a paid project. But I'm trying not to yell unless I get excited. So I'm trying to hold back a little bit today. But the energy is, I'm still trying to give the physical energy and whatnot. So I'm just trying not to scream unless absolutely necessary. So yeah, going back to your snare here, like, again, I think that there needs to be a little bit more bus, like maybe having a snare bus would be a good idea in the first piece of advice. I don't think that there is one. It sounds like you've mixed the snare top and bottom mics pretty much evenly. So, I think that is an error with this kind of music. I think that is like a lack of foresight, basically, is what I'm saying. With a bus, what you end up doing is you end up, yes, still blending those two, but then having an individual control over your snare tone so you can just give more or less of a total tone, or still have a balancing option. It's easier, first of all. Second of all, applying effects on specific snare mics versus having it on a bus makes such a difference at the end of the day, where your unified tone is going into effects like an attack enhancer, some compression, some compression technically, but like you bust out your bus to other effect buses. Again, attack enhancer is a really good one. Distortion's a really good one. There's one that creates more of it's kind of like having a sidechain compressor, but like play the same sample through itself. So it kind of goes like, but not that long. It's like, and it makes what the effect creates is I'm standing in front of the drummer and he's smacking a snare really hard. He or she is smacking their snare really hard right in front of me. It creates the I'm in the room with the drummer effect. That sort of returning tail. Reverb is obviously something that you're using, but again, I feel like it could be better bussed out. It could be like properly sort of dedicated like you could have multiple different types of reverb. One for the short side of the reverb, one for the longer tail, maybe even one for the super epic parts of your song where you slow down and beat and you just need a. But I think having at least a short reverb and a medium reverb, having a combination of those two will give you the ideal for your attack and your decay. And mixing that in with all of your attack enhancer, your distortion, your like tail effect, that is a really good way to achieve a nice balance of a snare in a song that has so much heaviness as this one. And you kind of need to, otherwise it does just sound thin throughout, which is, in my opinion, what's happening. Your voice has been bought and paid for. I got it. Dread Harvester, if you bought my song, if you bought my voice, I should be a lot richer than I am right now. So, where's my money? Yeah, so let's talk now. The double kick. Let's examine that for a moment, shall we? It sounds like the double kick and the chugs are not quite aligned, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the drummer that's off time, not the guitars. I think, if my instinct serves me correctly, and if my own drumming through my own headphones while I'm hearing myself play serves me correctly, sounds like when I play double bass and I don't concentrate, that's how it feels. Those chugs and those double kicks are so important that they're tightly together, because otherwise they do the effect that's happening here, which is muddying them up, muddying all of it up, so it's just a blur of sound. We get it. We get what your band is going for, but we don't feel it. We intellectually understand, oh, daga, we get it. But we don't feel the like the wall that is a unified drum, bass, and guitar wall of sound. So tighten those up, whether it be digitally, whether you have to, like, God forbid, retracking the drums. Jesus Christ, that would be a nightmare. But even retracking the guitars so that they're slightly off time, but with the drums, sometimes the drummer pulls off some off time moments where they either intentionally go off time, or more realistically, they make a mistake, and it just kind of fits with that part that it is off time, correct, like in the hypothetically correct way, and it's just a fucking fluke that they happened to fuck up at that point. Fucking drummers. But, like, yeah, that's sort of what often happens, is like the guitarists have to go off click and more on the drum. But it's important, because otherwise that effect is lost. We're just getting a mud, instead of a wall of sound, we're getting a wall of mud, and that's no fun. Let me ask you something about the vocals here. Let's listen to them. So actually, let me ask you something about the recording here. Sounds of the Creature. Was this a live off the floor recording for everything? I'm very curious. Or did you guys one by one track it together? Very, very curious as to how this happened, how this came to be. And it will shape my comments, so it's kind of important that I wait for an answer. No such thing as a mistake, just freestyle jazz riffs. My eyes deceive me as my thoughts race through my brain, and I think, oh, that's so pretentious. No, but I mean, sure. I'm practicing right now so much guitar these days, Tips. I'm practicing so fucking much, and I'm making a lot of mistakes, and I wish that I could just write it off to being being too jazzy for the notes that I wanted to play. But at the end of the day, it's just unfortunate that that's the majority of the time not the reality. So yeah, Sounds of the Creature. Was this a live off the floor recording for all of your instruments? Drums tracked in a studio, everything else tracked separately and individually at home. Okay, so now your singer tracked her vocals. It sounds like your singer, let me phrase this correctly so that I don't be insulting. It sounds like your singer tracked her vocals in her living room. They sound very live. That could be a result of the mixing and the wrong type of reverb chosen for this song, but it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's baked into the recording. Okay? And oftentimes singers will go into the room where they have reverb so they can hear themselves. When they take their headphone off of one ear, they can hear themselves with reverb. It's like the worst thing you could do. It's like the worst thing you could do for your recording. Unless you have a sound of a room that is so phenomenal that it is undeniably usable, and you're in the Blackbird Studios in fucking Nashville, I don't think so. It sounds like someone's like 4.5 living room. You know what I mean? Just on an estimate. If that's the case, it might take some retracking. It might take some retracking or like a specialized plugin to remove that, because it is distracting and makes the vocals stand out from the rest of the instruments in not a good way. So yeah, the thing is that recording, so you're not sure, but they think they tracked it in a bedroom. Yeah, well, the thing is a bedroom, if you have a bedroom like I have a bedroom where I have a bass trap on my ceiling above my desk, I have wall mounted like sort of insulation for high and low mid frequencies, and let's be honest, high frequencies as well, and I have some high frequency like control as well in like form of sporadic foam. If you have a bedroom that is insulated, sure, a bedroom's fine. I record my vocals right here all the time because I have a vocal booth. I could go running back and forth between my computer. The ideal is that I have a screen there that I can control with a wireless keyboard so that I could actually use it. But I don't care because my room is so well treated that even if I use these tracks with a condenser mic, we good. It sounds good enough. But most bedrooms, they have posters, they have like shelves, they have stuff that is very reflective and finds its way into the vocals. So my prediction is that it's baked into the vocals. Again, there's a very real chance that you put the reverb on that vocals that makes it sound this way and it sounds incorrect. So what I do with vocals in general, so that I can have a balance. I wonder if I can pull something up. I did this last stream as well. But I demonstrated the reverbs that I have for my vocals, and they kind of, the blend of the three options kind of fits with any track really that you end up doing, because you can reformulate the blend of three different reverbs into combinations that work pretty much 80% of the time without even needing to swap the type of reverb. I do have some reverb on there, so two, so it might be just a bit too much. It might not be enough, though. It might be too much of one kind of reverb, but not enough of another. And this is what I mean by that. So let's go to this vocal chain here. Let's go to a more aggressive version where I'm singing higher up. This is a cover of I don't know if anyone knows Corridor Digital as a YouTube channel, but I've been Corridor fan since the beginning, and they have a song that they released at some point called Slow in Reverse. This is a cover of that song, sort of an original take. On my vocal channel, let's hear how it sits in the mix as it is. I'll go back a little bit, sorry.
Smoke. I'm spinning slow, slow in reverse. Slow, slow in reverse. I'm looking for a sign.
So there's definitely reverb on both of those tracks' vocals. Let's go on to is it chorus 1? No, let's go on to chorus verse. This verse here, like this sort of pre-chorus, if you will. On my track here, I can't zoom into it, but I have 3 different buses going out, and then 3 different effects buses on this particular track. The first one here, VAMBI, is ambient vocal reverb. Literally, all it's doing is it's creating a small room reflection, as if you're standing in a real room. That's all it does. If I mute or if I solo the vocals and I mute all the reverbs except that one, without my room as it is, standing right here, singing, sounds like this.
I'm spinning slow, slow in reverse.
Then with some ambient room reverb, just to give some, not even reverb, just some ambience.
I'm spinning slow, slow in reverse. Slow, slow in reverse.
It just adds life to the vocals. That's all it does. It pops those vocals right out of the mix, just that ever so slightly more. Then we have our bread and butter reverb, which is my mid-room, which comes in at 2 seconds of delay, and it's like a studio room emulator. Essentially, it's an impulse response. So now with that, without that, and the ambience in,
I'm spinning slow, slow in reverse.
fit in,
Slow, slow in reverse.
that is just the bread and butter reverb. It's just the one you were going to use 90% of the time. You're going to have something that thickens the sound, but not too long. Then I have my slap delay, which creates the big room effect. And I don't have much of it. Really very little, actually.
In reverse. Slow, slow in reverse.
That makes the room that it's in feel bigger. It's almost more of a plate or like a gated reverb kind of, but it makes it feel like I'm in a big room, but not a huge room. But again, without the slap room reverb,
Oh, slow in reverse.
and with it,
Slow, slow in reverse.
the initial echoes from the ambient reverb, the first ambient reverb, just feels. What the fuck just happened? Did I just go into? I just went into screensaver mode. I panicked. Both my screens went black, and I panicked. I didn't see what happened. I was like, "What is? Ah!" Whoo! I have a hot corner on my Mac. Anyways, my point with this is that in and of itself, that creation, that combination of 3 different rooms or 3 different textures will create you an option. You can create the frequency pocket of the reverb that you need. So you can really scoop the vocals in the right spot of your mix and then have the reverb and have total control over the shape of your room. I have a third reverb. A third reverb, not a delay, but an actual reverb for the vocals. It's a long room reverb. For this mix, it was too long. It does just not fit.
Slow, slow in reverse.
I don't need it that big, although honestly, I might even add a little bit.
Slow, slow in reverse.
A little bit, honestly, might even brighten this up.
Slow, slow in reverse. Slow, slow in reverse.
Honestly, I don't hate having a little bit of it. I might leave a little bit of it on. So that would make 3 different reverbs plus the delay that creates that first reverb space, that opens up that space a little bit more. And the right combination of these 4 effects will make it sound like just one reverb. But you have to trick people's ears who are hearing through a mix into thinking that they are hearing one room, but they are in fact hearing multiple combinations of multiple different ones. And honestly, from this track, from verse 1 to verse 2, the balance shifts. Look, the balance. Well, like let's say we leave it the way it was before. Let's look at the balance. You see the tiny little difference in that second reverb, in that long room reverb for a verse vocal like that, it makes a difference. And then in the chorus, the balance is completely different. I have the long room and I have the short room, and that's it. And then I have delays on standby, which I will be adding at some point. And like that intricate combination of tracks for reverb. I'm going to close this so that my computer doesn't explode. That intricate combination of tracks dedicated. The fuck, Sinky, thank you so much. That combination will shift from one track to the other, from one vocal channel to the other in the same track. That's the point, though, is to have basically your tools in front of you, and all you got to do is paint. You just got to dial it in, and then suddenly your vocals are jumping out of the mix. The reverb is not having any trouble standing out, but it is also not doing what is happening here, which is filling in too much space, which is the longest way to say your reverb is taking too much space in your song, and yet there's not enough reverb on your vocals. I went the long way. Thank you for joining me on the scenic route. But it needed to be said. You need to understand what you're doing wrong in order to do right. And I think that that's what you need to do wrong. Do right. Jesus Christ, all of that for nothing. The other thing is that your vocal compression, you're going to have to compress it at multiple stages. I'm not going to pull it back up, but you saw how many different compressions I had on that vocal, right? I had a primary compressor. Sometimes I put a multi-band. Then I had a second compressor. And then my final limiter is really what rams it home. Your vocals, I'll just say this, Sounds of the Creature. Your vocals need a limiter. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. It is the thing that is making your vocals go from in the mix to the lead singer in the mix. It's always the thing that I thought I would never put on every track. It's kind of the thing that makes vocals sound commercial and juicy. But I will say this, because fine, if you can get your combination of reverb right, then you have a better chance at this. But I will say this, if that singer recorded tracks in her bedroom and that bedroom is too live, that limiter will have the reverse effect. It'll sound worse. It'll compress the reverb of her room even more and make it at the equal level of her signal, which is a nightmare to deal with sonically. So you won't have that tool to your access, the limiter, if you don't record it well up front, which is why I emphasize so much on the recording in a dead place. Not so much a bedroom, but a bedroom closet would be much more ideal. Much, much, much more ideal. That's my opinion. That's just the way I think. The other thing, your guitars that are chugging. Let's go back to listen to those for a moment. We've been talking about the vocals for a while. Let's listen to the chugging of the guitars. They're very centered. Again, I think that is a mistake. When I'm talking about drop C vocals, let's say, you hear how stereo panned those are? That's because that's what sounds good, dude. Listen. So yeah, those, the way that this is the way that I mix. You do whatever you want. But usually what I have is a left guitar, a right guitar, and a center channel guitar. And that center channel only comes on, or the regions only appear in the center channel guitar when I don't have vocals going on usually, or when it's like a chorus and I could just smash the vocals anyways. But the emphasis on my chugging guitars, on my heavy ass guitars, I put left and right heavy panned, and then I will have a guitar in the center to step that up when I need it. And then I will double those. So I will have 6 guitar tracks playing for rhythm section. And that makes such a difference when you have 2 different amp sounds complementing each other in the left, in the right, and in the center. And all you have to do is triple track the guitars. So you get your guitar to track himself 3 times. That's all you need. That's all you need, I promise. It's a lot already. You could get away with double tracking, but with triple tracking, you get that center channel, or you can even throw that to one side or another if you need emphasis on one of the sides at some point. It's just like such a godsend mixing wise, but there's too much guitar chugging going on in the center channel right now, and I need more in the left and right. And you do have also in the left and right your dirtiest, your leadiest guitars, which is not a mistake, but I think for some of these sections, they should switch places. Metal. They should they should switch places. So you got your chuggy guitars in the middle-ish here, and someone hovering there, and you have your like, which by the way, they have too much high mids, those guitars. You could bring down the 4 to 6K approximately like 3 or 4 dB. Absolutely. You bring those down in 3 to 4 dB and the 5 to 6K, and then you switch these places. So suddenly you have your chugging guitars on the outside surrounding, hugging the track. Metal is just one big hug. Am I right? And you just get them crunching everything in the same plane of existence. And then you got these which complement your vocals, but you still leave space between them so your vocals can stand out in the center, and you have them here filling in that mid-center kind of feel, a space, pocket, rather. And then when you have your vocals on the top of, one on top of the other, because you do have nice harmonies there. Personally, if it was me, I would have a double. I would have a double of that harmony recorded twice, basically that harmony, and I would either stack them one on top of the other so that it brings up more space, or as I would do it personally, I would spread them out just either shy of the guitars or wider than the lead guitars. Between, usually, the way it works is you have the like chuggy ass guitars on the left and right. You will sometimes on the outside of that put some lead guitars, but right now in this mix I think it suits you to have them about 50%, and then these vocals should appear 20 or 30%. These harmonies should appear 20 or 30% left and right, and then your lead is always right in the middle. You just keep it center 100% because it's lead fucking vocals. What else do you got here? I think I got one or two more. Oh, yeah. No, there's just one more note, and it's real simple. Get your vocalist, as I almost just stated, to do more harmonies and more doubles of her vocals, especially for the chorus. I don't know the melodies. So, sorry. Never mind, I'm going to stop doing that now. I'm going to just stop doing it. But that's my point. Low harmonies, high harmonies. Think of your vocals as like 3 harmonies at all times and turning them on and off at will. But yeah, always think of the harmonies, even the hovering below or above it. Very useful tool for these sort of melodic tracks where the vocals need to pop out. Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. Left and right chuggy guitars are like 35% patent, and the leads are sitting around 60 at the moment. Yeah, those should be switched. And honestly, you could put your chuggy guitars at 80% and your lead guitars at 40, so that you have between basically 0 and 30 free, because that 10% between 30 and 40, it's going to start to get muddied up. But you have 0 to 30 free, and then you also have like between 50 and 70 free. So those are nice pockets to insert vocals like harmonies. Like, it's really nice. What the fuck, Sinky? I think what he's explaining is things aren't so simple as just one plugin or one effect, but the combination of what he's talking about will help your mixes. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at, is that like we think we hear one thing, but there's actually 3 or 4 things going on at the same time that combine to make that one thing. That's like intricate mixing to get the commercial sound that we are accustomed to today. We have learned so much. Surgery isn't just cut someone open, remove spleen, end of surgery, sew them up with a little bit of dental floss, and you're good. Surgery is an intricate procedure of many different steps that don't get humans infected and perform miracles of modern science. Mixing has been adapted over time to do that kind of stuff. So that's why I'm saying half values are very noticeable. Yeah, they are. They are. They actually stand out a little bit. They actually kind of stand out a bit. Make them closer so they still have a difference, but aren't such difference that it's two separate sounds in different... Sound of the creature. Music feedback just followed. Hey, music feedback just followed. I must be doing something right. 10 on 10 great feedback. Just up in my feedback to feedback the feedbackers. That was my band name, was the feedbackers, believe it or not. Got to make sure everyone's representing the craft well. Thank you. Thank you, music feedback, for making sure of that. We are few and far between. There are far more music reactors, reactionary streams, than there are feedback streams. So if any of your feedback is even remotely like this, I'm happy that there's someone else out there in the in your stream, in our world, in our universe. So thank you. I appreciate you. 10 on 10, you. You're the only 10 so far today. Well, God diggity dog damn. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So yeah, that's actually Sounds of the Creature was my last piece of advice. Is basically your panning could use some work. Your EQing of your guitars too, they need some juice. Your bass, let me just go over the bass. I feel like there could be some limiting done as well there. It's not bad. It's always there. And that's the only thing that I could really expect of bass in this moment, that it doesn't step on the kick or the low end of the other instruments, and that it's always ever present. So it's doing its job. I feel like it could be done a little bit more, I want to say elegantly, but, you know, maybe a limiter might benefit your bass so that it keeps it doing that job, but just gives it a little more shape, maybe, is maybe what I'm saying here. But apart from that, dude, it's a decent song. Like, you have some nice chord progressions, some nice transitions. You have some good drum rolls. You have a lot of emphasis on the songwriting aspects of this, and I think that it just needs to, to quote Peter Griffin, it needs to insist upon itself a little bit more. Does that make any sense? But yeah, I think you're close. I think the mix needs to join the queue. I just saw join the queue pop in the chat, and that, like, what I was going to say is join the ranks of the commercial level of mixing, because your songwriting seems like it could suit that. But it sounds like everything is only taken the first step towards being mixed, and there's a lot more intricate details that need to be worked in and folded in. You fold it in, David. What you need to fold in more intricate workings, like on how to fix your snare, like on maybe how to make your kick stand out a little bit more, how to make it unify itself with the guitars and the bass, super important. How to make your vocals really stand out, and how to make your reverbs both apparent but not obvious enough so that it's annoying to the ear. These are all tricks that, I mean, I know them, and I know that you can learn them, I'm sure. It's going to take a lot of practice for you to get your balance of those tricks right. Even if I were to sit one-on-one with you, there's still going to be practice. But if you wish, Sounds of the Creature, I do the off-stream one-on-one consults, open session. You show me your project, and I show you you show me yours, and I show you mine. And that might be able to help at least this song, this mix. Maybe we can get it like a decent, give it a decent boost, a little head start mixing-wise, and then you'll have those tools in your pocket that you can apply to future mixes. And you'll just need to you'll need to figure out your balance of those tools. It's going to be fun to have them, but necessary, kind of. One of the necessary things that an advanced mixing engineer should know is how to trick the mix into working, if I say so myself. But either way, thank you very much, Sounds of the Creature, for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We don't get much metal onto the stream. We got a couple last week, but we don't get much metal on the stream. So I'm happy. I like hearing distorted guitars, as I'm obviously like just prone to pick up my guitar and just rail out a couple riffs. So yeah, I appreciate hearing distorted guitars on stream. So thank you either way for trusting us with your track. What the fuck, Sinky is got to flip a burger real quick, which is interesting. We do have, let's see what the queue is looking like right now. So we will now advance that queue actually. So Oscar August is technically right now, no, not queue twice, but next. I know how to work this. You don't know how to work this. I'm so bad at the Twitch part of Twitch streaming. Like this part, the music, the song, the everything like that, I feel like, okay, I'm good. But then the Twitch part, like the interacting with human part and the chat and technical side of things, I'm like a baby in a baby in a candy shop. I'm just like a baby who was exposed to some form of radiation as a child, apparently. Sounds of the Creature. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. It's very helpful feedback. I made lots of notes. I'll be sure to work on the things you mentioned. By all means, dude, thank you. We appreciate that. Oscar August, are you with us? Oscar August, say what is up. Stick around, Sounds of the Creature. Nomenchiha. You're there. Cool, good. I need your track in the queue. In the chat. Jesus Christ. I need food, apparently. Where you at, Oscar August? Let's get some linkage. Thank you very much. Carol Tile, welcome back. Nice to see you. Nice to see you as well. That's a nice water chug. Thank you, I think. It's a pretty good bottle. It's a pretty decent size. It's 1150 milliliters here, and I always fill it around there, so it's probably about 1250 milliliters, a liter and 1 1/4 liters. So yeah, it's a pretty nice bottle. Shout out Melody. Shouts out to Melody. Nice to see you too. It's probably too late to submit now. No, it's not. Let's take a look at the queue. Let's jump on over here. We got Oscar August's track picked up and popped up. No, Carol Tile. If you feel like hanging out, yeah, you feel like hanging out. That's okay, right? It's okay. It's like a dumbbell when it's filled completely. Kind of useful. What's going on? Kind of dumbbell. It's basically like what I would say 3 pounds. And I lift, when I use my dumbbells, I lift, 6 kilos, so it's approximately 12 pounds. So it's like I'm lifting 4 of those when I'm using my dumbbell. That's okay. Good, Caro Tile. I'm glad. I'm on another stream so I can bounce back and forward. Either way, join the queue, Caro Tile. Command join. You know how it is. You join that queue, and we'll get on to you either way. Nobody useful. That's exactly how you do it. You join the queue in the chat, and then you wait with a SoundCloud link ready. And once it's your turn, that's when you submit your song in the chat. Sorry, I'm smiling because you were good with the kilogram measures, Philo Wings. Yeah, so it's 6 kilos per side. So yeah, it's actually like almost 5 of these, not 3. I did that math wrong. So yeah, here we go. Caro Tile joins the queue, and we're going to listen Oscar August, Motto, the girl group K-pop pitch. I'm super down. Let's listen to this. Let's talk about it. We're gonna listen to 2 minutes of this, I believe. Yep, and we're going to talk about it thereafter. So let's go. Motto, the girl group K-pop.
I like to party if you dance, I say arigato. But I don't party with no scrub, baby, that's my motto. Dressing up from a mirror, skin is shining like glitter. Friday mood, I wanna party. looking cute, like a Barbie. Got my makeup on and I'm ready. Wondering where the night might take me. And I got this feeling lately. Tonight might be the night. I've been waiting so long for someone to dance with me. Someone to dance with me. I just wanna dance, dance, dance. I want to move my feet. I want to move. So I say I like to party if you dance. I say arigato, but I don't party with no scrub, baby, that's my motto. I might give a kiss if I find you funny. Take me out to dance if you're feeling like it. I like to party if you dance. I say arigato, but I don't party with no scrub, baby, that's my motto. I might give a kiss if I find you funny. Take me out to dance if you're feeling like it. Verse 2, let's go. I see this cute boy in front of me. What to do, yeah. Does he deserve my loving? Not just baby. Why? Cause you got a fight for it. And all these other boys, they forfeit. Cause I've been waiting so long for someone to dance with me. Someone to dance with me. I just wanna dance, dance, dance. I want to move my feet. I want to move. So I say I like to party if you dance. I say arigato, but I don't party with no scrub, baby, that's my motto. I might give a kiss if I find you funny. Take me out to dance if you're feeling like it.
Okay. That was pretty cool. It's crazy how right on it is for a girl K-pop group. It's crazy how right on it is. Now let's talk about a few obvious things. First of all, your vocals obviously are mixed way too loud, but obviously if you're pitching that to a K-pop girl group, they want to know what the spirit of the vocals will be. So bringing it up in the mix as like a pitch is an interesting technique. I would personally make it sound as good as I could so that it sounds like a complete production and a complete song, so all they have to do is insert themselves in. Rather than giving them a better idea of the vocals, you give them a better idea of the song and they hear themselves in it. That's for me a better sales pitch. But again, I don't know if you already sold the song and you're just like showing the vocals, like demonstrating clearly these are the vocals, learn these and then come back to the studio and record them. Vocals so airy it was like a wind blowing vocals. Yeah, it's like he was doing the he was putting more breath behind his voice, which is fine. It's resembling for female vocalists. It's hard to do that as a man. It's tougher to do that as a man. Okay, let's talk about the beginning here. The intro is kind of a little awkward and clunky and kind of progresses one section into the next, not in my favorite way.
I like to party if you dance. I say
Feel like it could be half as long, honestly. Like to party, like just keep it short. Keep it 1 or 2 bars instead of 3 or 4. Or it's 4. Keep it 2 bars instead of 4. Whatever. Had that Sia chandelier feel in the melody. True. I want a sweet. I can't sing that high. I'm not gonna try. You're never gonna hear me try. I want a sweet. There, I tried.
arigato, but I don't party with no scrub, baby, that's my motto.
So the delay always on, not a fan, and it continues into the second section. But I would emphasize not. The entire phrase. Yes, says that and tries nobody useful. Absolutely. And no. I would emphasize just the end words of those phrases, Oscar August. So just
Party if you dance, I say arigato.
gato, or yadikato, like just that. And then motto.
Baby, that's my motto.
motto, that's my motto, that's my... Like, don't put the delay on the entire time, just for the last 3 words, or the last 3 syllables, or 4 syllables, technically, for this, in this case. And then we repeat that mistake here.
From a mirror. Dressing up from a mirror.
Now, in this section, it suits it well, because you're doing the back and forth, so you're giving the silence and then the delay happens. So once, I'm okay with that. Dressing up like a mirror. Yeah, like I want it to change now. I want it to switch it up. I want it to be different, maybe the same words, but different. I want a call and a response effect, not a delay on every line effect. Philo Wings suggests some sexy whisper lines. That's a good idea. It's actually not a bad idea, but it is very different in terms of feeling. Same, but different. Exactly. It feels different. It feels like sort of the song is playing with itself. All I want is this for your song to play with itself. Is that too much to ask, that your music play with itself? I want it to play with itself all damn day. Okay, done. I'm good, guys. It's fine. Also, not sure if you should have a riser here.
Wondering whether like a Bobby. I just want a distance. I want to move my feet. I want to move. So I say I like.
Because you have a sub impact thereafter, I feel like the but like in the background, like just as a negligible element, will give us that element of tension that will then have more of a drop because you have a pitched dropper. By the way, it was such a pre-D&B riser. Yes, absolutely. Those high-pitched, those high-passed snare clap sort of super D&B. And it also sounds like it would be 175 halftime or 170 halftime. 175 halftime. But yeah, let's keep going here. Verse 2. Yeah, I know what I'm going to say.
Verse 2.
I'm not sure if I like that or if I hate that. I'm going to let the chat decide if you keep verse 2 vocally said by a human person. I'm going to let the chat decide. As simultaneously, nobody useful, not a general tips. Simultaneously, not a fan. Okay, I think Oscar. I shot myself in my store. Please don't. I think we have consensus here, Oscar. I think we should probably take out that verse 2 because a part of me does think it's kind of cheeky, and I'm like, oh, it's very K-pop. It's a very K-pop thing to have, is like an indicator or like a fourth wall breaker like that. But I don't know, man. There is a small part of me that thinks all of that, but 70% of me is water. And the rest of me, the part of me that has real feelings and emotions, that part of me thinks this sucks. All right, I'm done. It's too K-pop. I feel like I'm in a 2997. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Alls. Yeah, I know. I was just doing an office bit. It's fine. So yeah, I'm really kind of on the fence about that, but I think I'm more not on the fence about that. I will say this, however, I'm in a 1997 shonen anime. That makes more sense. Looms, thanks for joining the queue and joining the following community. Appreciate you. This verse 2 here, I think personally you can start it to sound more similar to verse 1.
Let's go. I see this cute boy in front of me. What to do, yeah.
I think you could go back more to the
From a mirror, skin is shining like glitter.
Even for just that much, even for just like 2 bars, then go straight to this style.
Fresh cute boy in front of me. What to do, yeah.
You carry on as you do, and then the rest is perfectly fine. I just think calling back to what we are familiar with is an intelligent move, just to remind us what that first verse sounds like, and it gives us, again, familiarity, but then you change it up on us, and then suddenly, oh yeah, I remember this part, oh, they did something different, oh shit, you know, like that's the effect that I'm going after here, and I think it's the effect you should go after. The other thing is here in your pre-chorus, number 2.
Someone today's perfect, 'cause I've been waiting so long for someone to dance with me, someone to dance with me.
Chord choices, super refreshing and super like cleansing from the heavier sort of verse section. Now, let's bounce back and forth between the 2 pre-choruses. Choruses, Jesus Christ.
I've been waiting so long for someone to dance with me, someone to dance with me. I've been waiting so long for someone to dance with me, someone to dance with me.
I hear that you've put in that plucking that's fading from left to right. I hear that. I recognize that. I respect it. I respect it. But in the second pre-chorus, that's the minimum. That's what you start. You say, we're getting something, but we're getting something slightly newer, slightly more refreshing. That's good. Whoops. Slightly more refreshing. That's good. That's good. But we need more. We need to keep stepping it up from the first pre-chorus. Now, again, I'm a guitarist, so I think in terms of melodic, sort of background riffs.
'Cause I've been waiting so long for someone to dance with me, someone to dance with me. I just wanna dance. I want to move my feet, I want to move. So I say I like to party.
I don't know that you should have distorted guitar solo. I don't know that you shouldn't have a distorted guitar solo. I am a fan of distorted guitar solos. I'm playing lead guitar in a project that does 80s music. I like guitar solos. Sue me. Don't sue me. I retain the rights to not be sued. That works. That's legally binding. No, so that is an indication to you, which is what Philo Wings just said. I guess almost every instrument fits this pre-chorus. Anything could work, but we need something. It's begging for a call and a response with the vocals and a step up from the first pre-chorus beyond just a textural step up. We need a storytelling step up. We need something. You know what would be really good? An ad-lib. A vocal ad-lib. A fucking vocal ad-lib. Fuck, that's what it needs.
And all these other boys ain't perfect, 'cause I've been waiting so long for someone to dance with me, someone to dance with me. I just wanna dance. I want to move my feet, I want to move.
Is it an ad-lib mic? I don't know, Philo Wings. You tell me. You tell me. Is it an ad-lib mic? Did it sound... I don't think it sounded as good as I thought it would. But I think it's with female vocals, it would seal the deal. I'm just not a female vocalist. And honestly, Oscar August, you do female vocals much better than I can possibly. Bro has an ad-lib mic. Nice. Yeah, it's going into a tube preamp and everything. Why not? Why wouldn't I have something to demonstrate vocals with. I usually have a whole ass drum set here, but it's over there. It needs to be cleaned and needs to be taken care of before I can keep using it. And also my computer is getting close to not being able to handle running that plugin that makes it work. Anyways, that is, I believe, what you can do to step up that pre-chorus. And I think it's what you can do to step up any like chorus activity thereafter is vocal ad-libs. It's a K-pop song. Don't tell me that it wouldn't fit. I think it would fit quite nicely, personally. So yeah, I think it works. I think it would work, and I think you could like sub that in there, and it would like just slip in real nice. Phrasing. Okay. Thank you. Either way, I think that's pretty much all I got for your track here, Oscar August. It sounds great. It sounds again aesthetically. Excuse me. It sounds aesthetically where it should sound. It just needs to be really dialed into that exact kind of pocket. And I think that's pretty much the only thing it's missing is those little details. So thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Thank you for allowing us to talk about it together and discuss what we could do to make it better. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on. General tips. Proper vocal mix will do half of the work. Well, yeah, but I'm still wondering if this person made this song. Oh, they're not even here. Oh, that's fun. Well, I hope they watched the VOD, otherwise we just wasted a whole lot of time talking about Oscar August's song for someone who was not present. And that feels bad. That feels terrible, honestly. But yes, that's the thing, Phyla. I don't know if necessarily he's trying to sell his track, or if he's trying to demonstrate to an artist who has already bought the track and is just trying to show the vocal melody that he came up with, basically. I don't know. Either way, they're not here. Oscar August is not here to answer us. What the fuck, bro? We had fun at least. Yeah, I guess so. Sample flip I did over the weekend. We had an hour and a half to do it. Oh, damn. Hour and a half. Hot diggity dog. Whatever the original Hamster Dance Vox was. I don't remember. I don't know what the Hamster Dance is. Either way, we're going to listen to this. Bro pulled Homer Simpson going into Bush. Yeah, literally. I feel bad, man. I feel bad because like I felt we had the good advice for him. I felt like he was so close to having a good song, but I guess his art will remain mediocre. Okay, here we go. I'm not bitter. You're bitter. Arawati sample flip AD glitch D. That's nice. That's funny. Let's listen to this together. This sample flip, and let's talk about it thereafter. I said play like 3 times now. Oh, it's not working. Hold on. Now it's working. Son of a bitch! It started. It didn't even indicate that I had pressed play. That's the thing. That was confusing. Remember, I'm just going to say before we start this, just from the export, remember general tips, what we said last week. 420 milliseconds before the first bar and the first measure and the first beat. Leave that space, 420 milliseconds, so that we don't export and get cut off like we're doing right here. I don't know if I have any notes. I don't know if I have any notes this for an hour and a half. I guess the only thing that bothers me is that the mix is not as like fat and huge and like loud as I'm used to it being for you, General Tips. Like it could be that things are just not distorted or like not compressed properly. But like it seems that you've invested your hour and a half of time that it took you to do this. It sounded like you invested it all into the songwriting and the drumming and the break beating and the splitting and the thought process. I don't think I have any notes for that because it is engaging. I guess I would have maybe come back to the bass at the end there just to reinforce almost like some clowncore shit, you know? You know, like just to put finality on it, like arrangement wise, that would have maybe just put some really nice spin on it. But Jesus Christ, dude, in an hour and a half, to think that someone put together the intricate drum patterns that you did in an hour and a half is pretty impressive. That's so good, man. That's so good. That's so fucking cool. Like the break beat, the beat itself, the sample selection is not my favorite. X-A12 type beat. That's fucking hilarious. Philo Wings, drums are so sandy. Yeah, just as I said, it's like not my favorite samples, but it does the job. Kiku, where can I send my music? Which channel? You don't have to send it in the channels on Discord. You can, there's a queue here. Command join to join the queue. And then you wait until it's your turn. And see, yeah, you're part of the queue now. Way to go. And then you just literally wait until it's your turn and you keep your SoundCloud link ready. Don't submit it yet. Okay. So, not my favorite drum sample selection, personally, like I said already. The splicing is just mental. The way that you went into that sample, wait a minute. The way you went into this... Amazing. The way you slow that sample down and you then just chop it up and you make it like juicy and kind of like part of the fabric of the breakbeat is just very, very funny and very entertaining and very, honestly, it fits into the fabric of the song just fine. If we're being serious, it definitely lacks some highs. Yeah, so I mean, now getting to it, it lacks both highs and lows, if I'm being honest with you. Like, it lacks the juice. But again, it's all about the composition here. I like the bass. I like this sort of Reese bassy kind of sound. I would have personally shifted to a sigh bass at the end. Again, if we're being serious about this, if we're not just fucking around and joking, I would have shifted to something a little bit more sigh bassy for the last little bit here to really ram home the weirdness of this all. But again, how are you going to design a sigh bass on top of designing the rest of the beats in an hour and a half? You ain't going to do it. But that's not to say that this didn't turn something out very interesting. Something that expanded, I might be interested in personally. That's just me. But yeah. I don't know if I have any other notes. Like, I think compositionally, you've done such a great thing here. Like, listen to this break. Just the break.
He's pop anonymous. He's pop.
I didn't know when that drop was coming in. You kept me guessing on my toes the entire time. I would have probably implied a kick somewhere, but Jesus Christ, dude, like...
He's pop anonymous. He's pop.
Amazing. Give it to me, then take it right away, then give it right back. Just keeping me on my toes at all times. Fantastic, man. Fantastic work. glitching here is top notch, and I would just have liked a sigh bass, a very generic even sigh bass, just doing a basic LFO. Whoa, 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 whoa. Would have been enough. Would have literally been enough. That siren enough? Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. You know, like something stupid. I can't help but think of clowncore. When I listen to this, it's as intricate as clowncore is, and is as random and sporadic and spastic as clowncore is. And that's a great thing. That's good music, in my opinion. So well done, man. Now again, if we were to take this seriously, yeah, it needs an EQ, it needs some different samples for the drums at some point, it needs some breakbeat, kind of like super overly compressed, high passed with a room reverb, like as a break, as sort of like an ear break from the regular Sandy drums, you know? Yeah, I think there are some things, but I think there are some things that you can improve. Sorry, guys, I get your comments too, and like I'll get to them in a minute. But there are some things that I would do to it differently. But like what it is in an hour and a half is miraculous. Is miraculous. Well done. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. There's not much to say. It's a 1-minute song, but we wanted to say what we had to say about it, and it was just like emotion. It was just emotion coming at you. Thank you for trusting us with your track. As always, General Tips. We're going to keep moving on down the line here, folks. Stick around, General. You always got good tips. You know how it is. You remember me, maybe, Kiku? I was listening to your orchestra sound. You showed me many themes that you create. Oh, that's nice. I did show my D&D songs on stream a couple of times, so very totally possible that you were around with that. So thanks for coming back. Appreciate you, Kiku. Philo Wings, if I was being serious. No, we talked about that. Nobody useful. After listening to feedback so far, I'm afraid I'm going to get absolutely grilled. Afraid is a strong word. As General Tip says, you can't take it to heart. He only wants us to do better, and that's the only thing I'm trying to do here. Isn't that beautiful? It's a weird emotional phenomenon when you know that you have someone listening who's like, I'm listening, and you got me listening, so I'm listening. It's an emotional thing that occurs, and it's like almost a rush, a thrill of like, did I do things the way Mike would like. But the goal here is I'm applying the knowledge that I do have of music to your songs. And it doesn't mean that it's in its right place now, but it is at no point does it mean you can't get there. It's going to take some work. It's going to take some time. Maybe for some people, maybe. But sometimes some things are really not as bad as we think. Sometimes they're not. Doesn't matter. There's always the pursuit of a solution. That's really where we're at in this stream, pursuing the solution. Philo Wings, definitely better than hearing something like, it's okay, nice song. That ain't feedback. That's a reaction. And I recognize that people have the full right, always are in their rights to get a reaction to their song. Just don't call it a feedback stream. Keep that shit off of my lane. It's like if you're in the left lane and someone is driving at like, we go by kilometers here. Someone is driving at like 90 kilometers an hour in the left lane and you're usually 110 so you can pass people. And the person thinks, nope, I'm going to stay in this lane because reasons. I don't think I want a car crash to occur. I would just think that some people might need it to occur. So they learn not to do shit like that ever. Even if there's a fire. All right, I said my piece. But yeah, thank you, Phyla, for recognizing what this is. I didn't say you didn't deserve it because Nobody Useful said, wait for it, you'll see why I said it. General Tips be cooking, General Tips be cooking. I'm sorry. Nobody useful. Oh, I def deserve what's coming to me. We'll see, dude, but it's not punishment. Just keep in mind, it's not punishment. It's not flagellation. It is, yeah, we'll laugh if there's some stuff that needs to be improved. Absolutely. Sure, we'll laugh if we can have some fun with it. We will absolutely have some fun with it because it's better to do it by having fun than by not having fun. But all in good fun. All in good fun and to improve. So I think there's a place for that. What the fuck, Sinky? No worries. I got your track pulled up. As a matter of fact, we're going to pull it up right now. I got no driver's license. Didn't get it. What? What am I missing? I say the joke that I used to compare. I'm not gonna call him Dad. Christ. Okay, folks, we're gonna listen to this piece, Mon Cleasy, Mix 1, produced by 18 Freezy. Oh, so much easy in that sentence that I said out loud with my face hole. Oh, okay. So your job on this, Sinky, is you are the vocalist on this. Is that correct? What the fuck, Sinky? You just did vocals. And this is the first mix produced by 18 Freezy. I hate that. Breezy with it. Scary Waveform gonna be loud? Oh yeah, it might be. It's very square. Vocalist and mixer, meaning you mixed your vocals on top of the pre-mixed track, correct? Like you didn't have all of your drum sample individual tracks that you mixed together. That would surprise me. Most vocalists don't go that far in. Either way, okay, yes, we are going to listen to it in that regard with Mon Cleasy, Mix 1, produced by 18 Freezy. I can't say it any longer, so enjoy that as the last time. By Sinky. Let's go.
This my Cleasy, it's my sweater. Inside I told Berettas. Oh God, who got me fed up. I'm about to put some bread up. They'll knock your head off like it's fucking heavy metal. And this a Veyron, I ain't fucking pushing on the pedal. My bitch head on, got me pulling on it like Rapunzel. This guy so strong, got me going mute just like a muzzle. Bitch, you already dead if you see that muzzle. Bitch, I bought this Volt 5, but I just wanna tussle. Ain't gon' tussle in this hoe. We got glass and got extension, we gon' light up in this hoe. I got bad bitches fucking on the gang and that's for sure. We got Zod, we got blow and no, we sell it off a low. That bad bitch with the gang up her ass good. Oh, that perky got me itching, I know Advil. I've been dining in the dunks for the last year. And I've been spazzing on the hops like I'm in 5th gear. This my Cleasy, it's my sweater. Inside I told Berettas. Oh God, who got me fed up. I'm about to put some bread up. They'll knock your head off like it's fucking heavy metal. And this a Veyron, I ain't fucking pushing on the pedal. My bitch head on, got me pulling on it like Rapunzel. This guy so strong, got me going mute just like a muzzle. Mute just like a muzzle.
Okay. Okay. So I'll say this. The vocals are not bad. You have a little bit of ad-libs in there, so it's not terrible. They are slightly off time. Let's start with the things that are fixable here, because Philowings, I think Philowings is on to something here, and I think I agree with them. Let's start with the things that are fixable. So the vocals are slightly off time occasionally. There are moments where you are off time and you got to just tighten those screws, get a little less sloppy Joe, a little bit more hamburger, if you will, and you make it cleaner. The pronunciation is mumble rap. It's not my favorite, but I get it. It's people like that, but the timing just needs to be tweaked a little bit so that it's on time. There's some moments like specifically here.
Head on, got me pulling on it like Rapunzel. This guy so strong.
Yeah, so strong. You're rushing the beat a little bit on that particular syllable.
Got me going mute just like a muzzle. Bitch, you already dead if you see that muzzle. Bitch, I bought this.
yeah, I've got like again, you're rushing the beat a little bit on those beginnings of phrases. So look out for those and the ends of phrases because that's so just like keep an eye on it. It's not like a universal problem. It's just moments, especially at the one and on the first and the last beat of the bar. It's kind of important that you land on the right place. So that's why I'm saying like it's worth going back and looking. And you're saying think the timing is you tweaking, so you got to go back for sure. Cool. So just like taking a look at it. Take a look at it. I don't know if you mean you tweaking as in like you tweaked the vocal timing and it's off, or you were literally like high on speed and you were recording these vocals like yeah. But let's hope it's the former and not the latter. So that's the fixable thing. The other thing I would do with your vocals is I would consider recording a double track. Either you record the entirety of your vocals a second time and then you cut where you don't want it, most of it, and then you just leave some ends of phrases basically, or you record that way where you just go like you wait and you record a double like a hype man kind of track that's kind of rapping or singing, whatever you want to call this, over your main vocals as sort of like again a double, an emphasis. That's also a good idea. I hear you have little ad-libs in there filling in some of the gaps where you're not. That's a good thing. You got to do that. But I think you can execute those a little cleaner. Maybe have a little less vocal effects over it all the time. Maybe turn the vocal effects on and off throughout the song. So there's some moments where you're going to have vocal effects on those ad-libs, and there's some moments where you're going to be clean, and there's some moments with some reverb, and there's some moments with everything, like at the end. Vary up your ad-libs texture. And that'll do a wonder, like actually opening up your track and making it breathe a little bit more. So yeah, that's vocally. I'll try that with an automation tonight. Sure, yeah, you dial back the distortion, you dial up the reverb. Don't do too much craziness either. Don't make it like fucking super loud reverb so that it doesn't even fit in the mix. But speaking of fitting in the mix, I'll tell you what you do have to do here, WTF Sinky. You need to find yourself a new instrumental, my dude. 18 Freezy is not your friend. And he will never, this type of art will not be your friend. You said before, I'm trying to fix it in the master, but me and bass don't have a good relationship. 18 Freezy and bass don't have a good relationship. I think you're doing what you can. The bass, the sound, the everything of this instrumental is all wrong. It's all wrong. There's a difference, and general tips, I understand clip hop is a thing. I've heard clip hop tracks. This is another level beyond clip hop. This is just clip. This is just clip. Not 18 Freezy. Nah, my man's setting me up. He is setting you up for failure, my dude. This is not good. This is bad. Like, this is poorly produced, not textural at all. The texture is distortion. And if your texture choice is distortion, you're choosing wrong. Like the wrong choices have been made. I don't even know where to begin on how to improve that track because I can't fucking hear it. I can't hear the track. I hear a suggestion of a bass, suggestion of a synth, and suggestion of drums, but it is so destroyed with distortion. Like,
fucking pushing on the pedal, my bitch head on, got me pulling on it like Rapunzel. This guy so strong, got me going mute just like a muzzle. Bitch, you already dead if you see that muzzle. Bitch, I bought this Volt 5.
I also need a new car and mix speaker. Both the bass is blown. Dude, I don't think your car speaker is the problem. I'll be honest with you. I think it's fine. I think your car speaker's fine. I think this track is killing you. I think you say he's setting you up. I say he's setting you up for someone to go like, what? He's like putting the ball up in the air, and it's not even goaltending yet. You're just denied. It's unfortunate, but like this track is both in terms of mixing and production, and in terms of texture, and in terms of bass and mix and everything, mastering, everything is wrongly performed. And arrangement and songwriting too, it's nothing to write home about, even when it goes down. That's all we had. That was the only moment of down that we had.
In this hoe, we got glass and got extension. We gon' light up in this hoe. I got bad bitches fucking on the gang, and that's for sure. We got Zion, we got blow, and no, we sellin' off a low. That bitch looking gang on her ass good. Oh, that perky got.
Nah, dog, nah. Like, either Freezy, if he's your friend, sure, I don't care though. Like, get a different. Not saying get a different friend, that would be really mean. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but get a different producer or buy a beat off of YouTube without a producer tag on it. Very important, but get something different. It's just not working for you, dog. It's not working for you. Kraos Music, my lord, you have returned from the war. I've been back from the war for weeks, dog. What do you mean? I was streaming before the new year, and as well as the after the new year. I've been streaming for weeks, my dude. Welcome back. I have returned from the war. But yeah, Freezy needs to not email me beats again. Say it with me. Say it louder for the people in the back, please. No, but yeah, that's the thing, dude, is like, there are so many, like, I don't know where to begin to tell you what's wrong with this instrumental. It is shorter if I tell you what is right. Decent chord selection, I guess. I would say that's my that would be my biggest piece of advice, is like, find a new instrumental. It's necessary. And I don't know if I can offer you any other advice, because even if I talk about your mastering right now, I don't necessarily think it's valid advice. I don't think your master is critiquable yet. When I hear it in context with a better, more open track, I'm gonna do a better critique. But yeah, bring these vocals back, tweak them a little bit on those timings, add yourself some doubles, and fuck with your ad-libs a little bit with the reverb and the EQ and the stuff. But before you do any of that, find yourself an instrumental, please. It's the best thing you can do for your track right now, in this moment. It's the thing that needs the most. Thank you either way for allowing us to listen to the song, Sinky, for allowing us to talk about it online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We need to be honest with each other so that we get better for real. And I think you have a decent vocal track that can fit for sure. But ain't nothing going to happen if you don't work a little bit. Give yourself a little bit of an easier time, instrumentally speaking. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. We're going to be moving on down the line, folks. We got quite the queue, and I will, after Philo Wings' review, I will be closing the queue for the day. So actually not after the review, after we listen to their song. So when we listen to Philo Wings' song is the last opportunity y'all have to join the queue. If you're in the queue, or if you're in the chat and you're just hanging out and you're like, oh shit, I wanted to submit today, but I haven't been sure. Speak now or forever hold your beats. Well, not forever, but like for a week. At least a week. HUD X, how do I send a song? You press Command Join in the chat. That's how you do it. Thank you, General Tips. I appreciate that. That's me I'm 3 months into production, just experimenting, trying to find something suitable for me. Okay. Let's take a look. We have the artist known as Phyla with the track Flesh/Wires. I like titles like that. I think that's really cool. Carotile, I'm next, i.e. third. No, you're on deck, actually, Carotile, so get your track ready. You're soon. You are soon! Hot X, do me a favor and wait your turn so you can submit. Do what General Tip says. You type command join in the chat, and then you hold your link until it is your turn. Because we got a couple people, as you see here. Got a couple of peeps waiting in their turn in line. All right. Flesh/Wires, a glitch song, apparently, by Phyla. Let's listen to how it sounds. Super interesting. Let me just finish my last note here. Okay. I don't have many things to say. It's a short song and it's experimental, and I'm not necessarily an experimental producer, so I don't necessarily know the inner workings of how to create music like this. Let me just turn this light back on so that y'all aren't looking at this boring ass white sheet. Not that there's anything wrong with white sheets, but that's prettier. Am I right? Nice little splash of color in the back. It's cute, right? Okay. My first, I'm worried about high-end mix. Let's talk actually about what you guys are talking about first. Let's go over your comments here. General Tips. Yeah, I think that guy's gone. I don't think he's submitting today. Let's just accept that sometimes following instructions is too hard for some people. Nobody useful. Yes, I'm looking forward to hearing you as well. Carotal, I like the tone of that lead synth, but this track is more soundscape, I guess. Good for soundtracks, in my honest opinion. Yes, it is good for soundtracks. I think it's a little too active on the rhythmic side of things for soundtracks. I think it should take its time sort of expanding into what it eventually sounds like here, what it would eventually sound like in this particular track. I think we could elongate and lengthen the process a little bit. I think we could develop ourselves and give ourselves more space, and that will open it up for much more soundtrack opportunity. General Tips was saying, what's up to Krayos? Welcome back, Krayos. It has been some time since you have been tending the fields. Nobody useful. That has some Botanica elements, like sort of like plant. What is it? Someone. I remember Zale. Sort of coming in here with what did he call it? Plant dub or plant effects, or like he called it like something to do with plants, and it's really pedalcore. Pedalcore is really nice. Pedalcore is a nice way of saying that, but like he was thinking of a different feel altogether, and it had to do with plants. Flowercore. It was flowercore, I think it was, or flower base. Flower base is what he used to call it. But either way, it sounded like this, but not different. Like, yes, Heirlooms. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We united at that moment. I appreciate it. But I'm surprised. I'm happy that people know, more people know Zale. That's good. That's good because he's a good producer. I did some Botanica earlier. That's nice. So I made it glitchy. That's good. Now here, let's talk about this movement that you've got going here. I think it has some elements, but not quite there. Nobody useful. I'm glad you said that because I believe in my opinion, your story that you're telling here. Earlier on, we had, I want to say it was, who was it that submitted the other sort of experimental song? I forget the username, Jesus Christ. But as soon as I see it, I'll know that it's them. But my chat does not go far back enough, unfortunately. With their track, we had like screaming occurring, and it was almost like that was the antagonist of the story. With this, I feel like we have too much protagonist and not enough antagonist. In this story that you're telling, I feel like there's not enough confrontation and not enough conflict. I feel like sometimes that takes the shape of having too many circular or pattern or cyclical repetition. It feels like someone was in this world, but the world was not providing that much conflict to this character. Feels like an intermission. Yeah, exactly. It feels like a break in the action, whereas your song should be absolutely where the action is. If you're telling a story, it's kind of like it's like an in-between moment of a story. Did someone summon me? General Tips said hello, and that was that. Didn't think about it in that way. That's interesting. Yeah, so I've been thinking a lot more narratively these days, and I've been trying to think of how to put things in narrative terms that people understand, and I think that that's a good way of doing so, honestly. The antagonist from your story seems to be missing a little bit. Like there's too much familiarity with the protagonist. The sub bass, let's talk about that for a moment. So you have, Jesus, I almost fell on my chair. So you have very low lows in your sub bass, and you have these like just barely high mids that are communicating what the sub bass is, but there's this pocket in your sub bass between those two extremes. There's a huge amount of middle ground between those two things. That's how I feel about this. Like, I feel like there's a pocket missing from your bass that could be filled. It could be just an octave. It could just literally be an octave with some distortion on it, a square wave or a sine wave, or not a sawtooth, I don't think, but a square or a sine wave with a shit ton of compression and distortion on it that is just octaved up from that one particular bass line that you do have that is EQ'd. And I feel like that will add enough oomph and enough presence into your mix, personally. Reezy, WTSS, what's up? Welcome to the queue. Thanks for joining. Nobody useful. Quick question. Philo Wings, are you doing sound design too? Philo Wings says kinda, which I'm assuming is like a lot of sampling and a mix between sampling and synth design that is a happy medium for this kind of track. I believe I hear it. That is one of like, there's not much more that I want to say about this. The thing is that when it's a short song, and again, it's experimental. So just to reiterate here, the idea here is that your sound design is not so varied. Your sound here that you have here is not super varied. You have a lot of repetition, even though it is glitch music. Oh shit, the coldness. Kinda half of them are samples. If you want, I could send some tips in good Discord. I'm good, thanks. No thanks. Keep the comments to yourself. I mean, we're here to share each other's thoughts and stuff like that, but let's keep it here. Let's keep it here in this chat. Sorry, I just don't know how to be polite in English. It's not my native one. No, don't worry about it. It was just funny the back and forth. I just found that was funny, but all good, dude. It's just I do think personally that you have a very limited sort of spectrum of sound in this track. And at the very least, I think that there should be a conflict, a second layer of something else designed, custom, like made for this song. Or at the most, I'd say you drag this creation out over the span of 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes. You drag it out for another minute or two, basically. It's just needs to expand into what it is right now and then expand further than that, as if that makes any sense whatsoever. It always felt like it lacked another melody pattern, but I could find something fitting. You could find something fitting? Then find it, my dude. I know that it's totally possible to find something fitting. I'm thinking of, like, again, my brain, guitarist and drummer and stuff like that. I feel like reverse drum samples and reverse guitar samples. Look at this fucking mess that I have become. I am become ink, marker of worlds. Couldn't. Okay, that would make sense. Well, I would say inspire yourself with some reverses. Like, try to use reverses of, like, instruments, like guitars, pianos. Like, use those as a starting point. Create the conflict of the forward movement with all of your rhythm. Create some reverse movement that creates conflict and tension. It's a good place to start, I think, in this particular direction. Because again, your thing is constantly it's always moving forward. It's always the next thing and the next thing. And that's not a mistake in and of itself, but without contrast, the next thing and the next thing just feels like, okay, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened. And that's why it does feel more like, General Tips said it well, it feels like an intermission. It doesn't feel like the main event. Play around with granular synthesis, could work. Granular synthesis, tubular synthesis, like plucking string synth as well, like pluck synths. Those things could fit as accents. Consolidate melody and load it up in Faceplant and go ham. Yeah, Faceplant is a good one for this kind of stuff as well. Yeah, dude, I think you could totally achieve something really original and really, really creative here. But I think you should drag it out and, like, get into it. Get into the nitty gritty. Get yourself some reverses, some granular synthesis. Go ham. Literally. Nobody useful. Good advice. Go ham. Either way, thank you, Philowings, for allowing us to listen to the song online. Provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate the opportunity to listen to weird stuff. It takes us out of my comfort zone, at least. Takes us out, most people out of their comfort zone. And it's hard to find good advice for songs like this, but if you're telling a story, generally there are narrative tricks to tell the best version of your story. And it surprises me how often I hear the narrative tricks, like, missing, even from experimental stuff. So yeah, I'd say, use those narrative tricks to your advantage. Really try it out and lean in. Faceplant is goated for this. I hear it. I totally hear it. Nobody useful. I actually would argue that it's probably one of the textures that would create a big pocket filled in this song. But I just can't stop hearing reverses of, like, analog instruments. It's weird, man. Either way, Philowings, thank you guys. Thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you, and we are going to move on saluting you. Thank you. It's your turn, Caro Tile. I hope you got your link ready. I dropped water on myself, and gray shirts are great for that. Yeah, where you at, Caro Tile? Caro Tile. Carol Tile! Really? He was just there. He was just talking. He was literally just talking. Oh, I guess it's been a while, actually, since he has. Oh, that's weird. Well, he's a subscriber, so he gets a second wind, is what I call it. He gets the second try. No, he's here. He's here. He's here. He or she. They're here. I should stop doing that. I'm trying. Yeah, heirlooms. Caro's pretty good with attendance, with presence. So here we go. Pavel Nadyanov was good. First time chatter. Welcome. Now you're welcome. All right, here we go. Destinies and Frequencies, version 2 by Core Serene. Can I sample that burp? Sure. If you figure out something creative to do with it, I'll give you an even better one later, I promise. Here we go. Let's listen to Destinies and Frequencies, version 2. V2. Is this to NSYNC 1990s? Okay, and let's talk about it. You're a subscriber, so we will listen to the whole thing. Let's talk about it thereafter. Let's go.
Don't know how to do it, don't know how to say it. I'm driving through the night, babe. I'm feeling sorry, couldn't make it right. Can you drive me through the night, babe? Can you teach me, is it empirical? How can I reach you? I need a flying, cruising all night. Keep track, you feeling alright? Can you teach me, is it empirical? How can I reach you? I need a miracle. Flying, cruising all night. Keep track, you feeling Can you teach me, is it empirical? How can I reach you? I need a miracle.
Okay. Let me just finish this note here. Okay. I got a couple notes here for you, Carotile. So, it's groovy. It has a good, like, aesthetic. I like the sort of disco-ish-esque slash indie rock, modern indie rock, I should say, feel. Let's talk about what it can be improved. What can be improved? First of all, Filer Wings, indeed, you are correct. It's the first thing that I noticed. It broke the 420 millisecond rule. So always export with 420 milliseconds before your, with silence up to 420 milliseconds before your bar 1 beat 1, so that this does not occur, this effect here. Just cuts. You just your part of your song just by click on top of it with a distortive click, because you're not starting on a zero crossing frequency. You're starting in the middle of a literal sample. So click. Yeah. The song itself, when we get into this intro here, there's implication of new stuff. There's an implication. Okay. Always Sunny fans anywhere. There's an implication of new things going on here, but I don't think that there's enough. I would maybe put like an implication of your other harmonies, like around here, like the ones that are like happening in your song. So that would be a move. Personally, vocal mix differs from the beat. They don't correlate, in my opinion. So we're going to talk about the vocal mix as well a little bit. But first, we're going to talk about the mix.
Don't know how to do it, don't know how to say it. I'm trying.
Things in your mix have too much high mids in general. Like, that's a general rule across the board, I think. Your snares, like, except for this synth, obviously that organ sound, which I like quite a bit. It sounds like a Rhodes or a Wurlitzer, or a kind of a Hammond as well ish. Not really Hammond, more like electric piano actually. Rhodes, Wurlitzer. It's nice. The rest of it, however, there's so much high mid frequencies. Rhodes Mark 1. There you go. There's high frequencies. Nobody useful things we should hydrate. I tend to agree. There's so much in the 3 to 6K in so many of the elements. Your snare, your hi-hats, your voice, everything is just very high frequencies. And it is difficult to like sort of digest in a way, because it's, especially when this section comes in, you might even be going as far as 8K too much. Like between 3 and 8K, so many things are so rife with those frequencies. It's not so much sibilance, Carotile. It is the EQ that you have chosen. In my opinion, it's probably your speakers / your headphones, A, and B, a combination of A and B. A, your speakers and headphones that are deceiving you, and B, it is probably ear fatigue. When you work so long on something, hours on end, your ears become accustomed to those frequencies and you feel they need more. They need more after time. They need more. Then they need more. You just keep turning them up, and then you listen to it the next day and you're like, ow, that hurt. And yeah, that's what's happening here. Low pass things a bit. Not necessarily. Even just notching out some frequencies. Not notch, no so much, but like some maybe wideband notching out some areas, some problematic areas, things that hurt your ears. You just have to be aware of which ones, like those hi-hats, those snares, your voice, everything has those high frequencies inherent in them seems to be rife with them. Your vocals. Let's talk about your vocals.
I'm driving through the night.
I gotta do this again, guys. I did this already once today. Delay is not an always on effect. No, not sibilance. Well, there is some sibilance, a little bit of sibilance, but delay is not an always on effect. It is not something you just turn on and leave it on. It's not That's a mistake. You turn it on, you throw it on at the end of sentences, you turn it off. Your vocals right now, it's interesting when I increase the focal length, how dark it gets. I would need to like have an auto adjuster. Your vocals right now are muddied up by themselves, which is so tragic because they could stand out and you wouldn't need to necessarily have so many high frequency emphasis for them to stand out against themselves. I work on that. Vox were sent wet, so once I get dry ones, that will work out. Oh, good. Who sends vocals with delay on them? What kind of... Oy vey. That is an amateur mistake if I've ever heard one myself. Okay, so then good, that'll sort itself out. Your B chorus, it needs a gap filler because when the vocals come in, it's nice in your chorus.
Keep track, you feeling alright?
Empty space. Need filler. Need something melodic that will fill in that space. That is as simple as I could make it. Not only in that section though. That section offends that rule, and so does this one. This is a Hammond and the Rhodes together playing the same chords, and it does fill space, like frequency pockets are filled. But again, your Hammond is taking too many high mid frequencies. Carotile, I would seriously like, what speakers are you using? Speakers or headphones to produce this kind of stuff? Just let's settle this right now. Nobody useful. What Maniac did that? Vox should be said raw, in my opinion. Not just in your opinion. It's Vox should be sent raw. Period. Sennheiser HD 650s, also deaf in one ear. Yeah, so I got a little bit of weakness in my right ear as well. Not deaf necessarily, but I got some weakness in the high mids, if I'm not mistaken. And I think I have like about 25 to 33% loss in the right ear in those frequencies. It's tough. It's tough. There's ways of getting around that. There's ways of tuning your speakers so that it actually suits your mixing still. But 90%, Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, it's unfortunate, but that does affect your frequency response. You have to know that you are, you have to know that you have that. You have to know that you kind of will have to work with that if you want to make music, if you want to mix music yourself. You kind of just have to know that you're going to over mix your high mids and just adjust yourself accordingly and pretend like it sounds good. It's such a shitty thing to have to do, but you have to, in your own ears, pretend like it sounds good, but in reality to you it sounds pretty bad, honestly. Understand, I just got it. Yo, what's good? So that, the break itself, Hammond has too many high mids and there's not enough going on, so we need to fill this space with more melodic, maybe something as, oh fucking balls, maybe something honestly as simple as a nice little clean arpeggio. Just find it. What it is? Hold on.
Can you teach me?
I don't know. Maybe. I need something I know for a fact, but unfortunately it's just not there right now. Understand, I'm sorry, dude. It's the queue is closed. I've been doing this for a couple hours at this point, and we still got a decent amount of people, as you see in our queue. But you have already followed, so you'll know for next time when we go live to jump in as soon as you can. That would be appreciated, so we can listen to your song next time. But thank you either way. We appreciate you. Okay, Caro Tile, possibly Dunno. I have the same feeling about that arpeggio. I'm not dead set on it, but it might need some more emotion than it's currently giving out. It's just coming down too far, personally. Guitar solo. Yeah, so your guitar is played a bit off time. It doesn't sound like it's intentionally done. It sounds like it's unintentional, and it's like played early, which sounds a lot worse than late for solos of this nature. Like if you're playing a solo and you're playing the notes slightly late to like lean into the tension and the release, that's one thing. But this sounds like it's just being rushed ahead of the beat, and I don't love that. The other thing about your guitar is the mix is a bit mid-heavy. In this particular case, not high mids. I will give you this. Your guitar does not have too many high mids, but it does have too many middle mids. I'm thinking between 800 and 1200, you can probably use a dip. You can probably use something that it just eases off a little bit off of that sort of guitar-esque masking frequency type thing. Like I get what you're going for. You're going for a classic rock almost guitar solo with a chorus and delay on it and stuff. That makes sense to me. But just make it sit in the mix a little bit better. It's at the right level, I think. It's just the EQ again. I think your difficulty with EQ could be attributed to your deafness. No offense, obviously. It's sort of, you said it is what it is. I need to chill with guitar. I do rush a wee bit because I get nervous. Yeah, exactly. So just start by thinking about the metronome. Start by thinking about the tempo. Start by just going on beat. Start there. You don't have to go off beat intentionally. You could just very well do 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 do. Just focus on doing that. And then once you get that, you record that, you're good. Then you fuck with the beat a little bit unintentionally. But just, yeah, chill out. Just play the song. Look, man, here's something, a confession of mine. When I record my guitar, if one of the lines is even slightly off, I give myself one mistake. And if it's audible mistake, I scrap the take entirely. But I do take sometimes 40, 50, 60 times because I don't practice ahead of time and then learn the guitar. I'll record a guitar while I'm like playing it. I'm writing it. I'm recording it and I'm writing it at the same time. And sometimes that means that it'll take fucking 60, 70 takes to get a right take, but then you have the right take. Then what happens is sometimes it's overplayed and you need to come back to it on another day and play it 2 or 3 times. Boom, you've practiced it. You've got a good take. That's cool. That's cool. Practice your shit and make it sound robotic, make it sound right, and then step away from it because that might be good enough for that take. It might be good enough for that take, but it might just, unfortunately, not have that essence, that like looseness, the sort of emotion behind it. If you practice it too robotically, you're not playing it fucking super powerfully. Dear Lola. Dear Lola! Holy shit! What's good, dear Lola? What's good, my dude? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute. I've seen you've been streaming these days. You said you had a music stream one of these days too. I wasn't able to tune in, but you've been doing a lot of streaming these days. I see. How are things? How is Kick? How is life? How are you doing, dear Lola? It's good to see you. Happy to see your name in that chat. It's been so fucking long. But yeah, dude. It's fine to practice your riff to a robotic amount where you're not sounding emotional, but it's on time. That's better than being off time in the wrong way. It's better to just convey the idea, even robotically, than to convey it incorrectly off time. So practice your guitar, and then come back to it, in my opinion, is the best way you do it. You like really work your ass off one day and you practice that shit, and then you kind of come back to it on another day when you've had context and you've had a break from your computer, and you just sit back down and you're like, okay, I'm gonna nail this because I practiced it a million times yesterday. I like when I say to you I've gotten to take 460 on a bass riff. When I say to you 460, that means I didn't practice, yes, but it also means that I wanted it so good that I got it to 460, and takes 1 to 450, I'd say, we're on one day, and then takes 451 to 460, we're on another day, and obviously those were the best takes. Obviously. Relax, man, just hitting the pen, vibing, good to see you on. Thank you so much, Louis. I will do this. Hitting it with you, my dude. Obviously, we're going to smoke together. We need to smoke together in real life. It's been a minute. We need to just chill, share music between one another. I miss that shit. I miss you, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you chilling. Happy you're with us. Happy to see you, man. All right. 2:30. We went, I had a note around 2:30. Yeah, it was a bit empty. Not much going on musically or melodically in this section. It's cool with the snare without a kick. It's cool, and you have that guitar and that bass kind of vibing off each other and doing something of a bass line and a riff at the same time. It's good. That's good. It's not great. It's not great. We need fairy dust. Yeah, fairy dust is a good thing. Look out for fairy dust. I'd say also maybe look to lean into that riff a little bit more and like take off some put some silence in there, like bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Like maybe make it a build, like a full out build, instead of just being this hovering section that kind of just floats there in its own essence. Maybe build up what you've got here over like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 bars. I don't know, man. It's something to look out for as well, I guess. And you already said it, but I'm not a huge fan of your ending. I think you can end on an off time. You can end on a 3 or a 1, down, down. Like, you know, you could end on a better timing, but you can also end on a better, like, melodic sort of structure. Like, it's just, I think you could do better than that, personally. That's just me. Either way, I think that's my last comment for your track. It's good. It could be great. It's got a lot of potential to be great. A lot of little things that need filling. A lot of little things that need fine tuning. You make sure, again, the 420 millisecond rule. The 420 milliseconds rule is always crucial for songs. You always apply that before, as a gap of silence before your song actually starts on the 1. Your high mids, you got to be careful, dude. With your hearing loss, it sucks, but you got to take that into consideration in your mixes. Get a lot of people to review your songs. Like me, I'll always be here for you. Just like make sure you're trusting people and yourself in the right order, I guess. In the right order. Trust other people first, and then you end up trusting yourself for that specific aspect. Or get someone to mix it for you. Sure, yeah, I hear a lot of like overt compression on a lot of these elements that would lead me to believe that you don't necessarily, Caro Tile, you're not in the best advantageous position to be doing your own mixes. But there's ways of growing from that, and I think you're doing good enough for me to indicate that you have work to do, but this isn't a lost battle. You can never mix yourself. I don't think that's the case. I think you just got to work extra hard, much more harder than anyone else. Unfortunately, when you have physical shortcomings, what the fuck else you gonna do? Work harder. Unfortunately, it sucks. It just sucks. This track is very work in progress, and I think it's important to fling non-finished tracks your way. Yeah, dude, that's absolutely what I'm here for. I see it as a fun challenge. Sure, and it would be a rather lame stream indeed if I was like, it's ready to go, next. It's ready to go, next. That would sound like some other people streaming. Y'all, by the way, if you don't know, Dear Lola is a Twitch partner at this point, very big on the stream. He does a lot of RuneScape, pardon me, old school RuneScape. Runebound is a board game. Old school RuneScape videos. Really, really fun to watch, even though I'm not even a RuneScape player. Very entertaining and helps people out in their challenges and stuff. And does all kinds of fucking crazy ass marathons and subathons and stuff. It's awesome to see. He's a buddy of mine that I used to know from way back. And if y'all are interested in that kind of channel, old school RuneScape, he's also a musical producer and a very talented one at that. Very talented vocalist and NPC, like APC or whatever they call these days. Those beat pad. He's an excellent player, like a live player of that. So he's worth the follow. Y'all should go check him out. He's a good dude. Okay. Either way, thank you, Caro Tal, for allowing us to listen to this song online together, provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you we have. We appreciate the opportunity to listen to some more indie rock today. It's been a lot of indie rock today, but that's okay. It's pretty chill. It's pretty chill music, so I'm okay with it. Either way, thank you, Caro Tal, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. We're going to move on down the line here, folks. We got a couple more people. Sage Rider, what's up? What's good? Nice to see you. Nobody Useful, I got your link. I'm pulling it up right now. Get ready now. I think I'm ready now for some loving now. Chat, be honest. Be honest with me. Is Toxic undisputably the best Britney Spears song? In my opinion, it is. If you guys disagree, please tell me so in the chat. But is Toxic, isn't it the best Britney Spears song, hands down? Am I the only one who believes this? Sage Rider, thanks for the follow. Appreciate you joining the crew. Unfortunately, I'll just tell you right now to save you a join, the queue is currently closed, so we appreciate you popping on by. You have followed, so you'll be able to see when we're on live next, and hopefully jump in when the queue is still open. But for now, unfortunately, I've been streaming for a while, and I got a couple more names, as you will see down here in our queue as it pops. Delayed magic, it's fine. Yeah, we still got a couple of names to go through, but appreciate you following the stream. Okay, we're going to listen to all of this from you, Nobody Useful. You said it's 40%-ish done, or 40-ish% technically done. It's quite experimental. C, bye-bye/cyanhell.exe by Nobody. It's funny that this right now is my favorite version of this sign. Support Nobody. I love that. I want to support you just by seeing that. Like, I don't know what it does to me, but it makes me go like, yes! Thank you for that moment. Appreciate that. Now, going into this track, for real, let's listen to bye-bye-cyanhell.exe by Nobody. Let's go.
Nobody will see this coming.
Whoa. I get it now. See ya in hell. I was saying sigh in hell, like an idiot, not reading the abbreviation that is very clear and obvious. It's not you, it's me. Nobody. So, wow. The only note that I wrote down that happened to me, the only note I wrote down is the word, it's backwards for y'all, but it says correct. And it is in response to...
Nobody will see this coming.
Correct. Correct. I did not know what direction you were taking me. When I was hearing the first section, I gotta read these. These can't be lyrics, right? Like, you didn't actually say these words in this song. I hope. Okay, I guess I have a note now, re-listening to it and like kind of getting used to it a little bit. I guess I'd put more of a build between the whatever that very creepy ass intro was and the main dubstep section. I think I would put more of like a swell, kind of to really insist upon the delineation between those two sections, because the tension right now is so high that like we need to almost suck our audience back into the concept that it's a song and not just a soundscape of literal hell and suffering, which, by the way, kudos to you for that. That was super uncomfortable, and I can tell that's what you're going after. It's your thing to write poems and descriptions. I'll just say this, nobody useful. I do hope that this is not how, like, this might be how you felt in a snapshot of a moment, and I'm really sorry to hear that, but I do hope it's not an active sort of thing that's going on. You know, that mental health is nothing to fuck with, and that if that is the, like, reflection of your outlook on life in general, you know, it's good that you're expressing yourself one way or the other through the music, through the poetry. It's a great outlet to have for that thought, and all you need to make sure of is that it doesn't. All you got to make sure is that it doesn't creep its way in to the part of life where you stop enjoying yourself and things go like a little more numb than they should feel. This is just a side note. I don't have much more to speak about your music, but we will go through it a little more. I'm just saying that, like, when it's not the pain so much that hurts a lot, it's the numbness. It's the someone from that I know that I'm very close to from Brazil said it's not the anger or sadness that hurts the most. It's the apathy. It's the indifference, and that moment when we notice that in ourselves it's just a moment to like reach out, just to do that final like double check of like, hey, am I misinterpreting things in my own world right now a little bit, and just getting a little empathy sometimes from someone is enough to just make us understand that these feelings can be normal. And as long as they don't guide our decision process, apart from expelling really original and unique art, then we're not crossing a threshold necessarily. It's when that starts to creep in that's when it becomes like just physically dangerous for ourselves. You just got to be careful. You just got to be very, very careful. But writing about it so you don't do it is a great outlet. I just want you to be like sort of whole in a real life aspect as well. And that's tough. And sometimes you just gotta do what the opposite of our instincts tell us to do, which is just to make sure someone's with you and someone's got your back. and just make sure that that's the case, and then you go back to doing your thing. Just check in with someone every now and then. You know what I mean? It might suck, but it's just healthier, I think. Let's keep going through this section here. Okay, super unexpected, super out of nowhere. The textures are very grindy. We got a lot of those individual clicks, like those snares. Basically, they are a little loud, but I know that at that point this is kind of like it's supposed to be that loud. It's intentionally supposed to be that, so I can appreciate that. It's just that it's both loud and kind of shrieky to the ears at the same time, and I think we could substitute one for the other. Not necessarily both. I think you could very well back off the loudness specifically for the snare itself. Let's go into this section.
Nobody will see this coming.
This is Fax Machine from Literal Hell. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's like literally the fucking weirdest thing I've heard today. Yeah, so you've been keeping me guessing. At this point, I'm sort of getting comfortable in this aesthetic. I say comfortable trepidatiously, as comfortable as you can be in this scenario. But we're starting to get familiar, is a better word, with it. So I'm starting to become less surprised, and I'm starting to also want, maybe this sounds wrong, but like orchestral, sort of like big brass and big strings, kind of like making this an epic jaunt through actual hell. Maybe that's an idea. I don't know. Perhaps. We get those screams and those weird growls and groans, but they're very much in the background, which is, I think, where they should be. Every now and then you could very well dial those screams up just to create that contrast, again, to create that dynamic. You even could fall to silence and have just a scream. You know, like quiet noise, that kind of stuff, bouncing back and forth. Now I know what I'm going to do for next drop. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just my instincts of wanting something a little more grandiose in this section to like really splash, you know? It's really splash with the last drop. Burrito Grease, what's good? Welcome to the chat, and I'm sorry the queue is currently closed, but if you follow, you'll get the notification the next time we go live. You can pop in real quick and be among the first to join. Since I've been doing this for 5.5 hours, and we got a couple more people, we're going to call it there, queue-wise. But thank you either way. Either way, I think that is pretty much the only thing that I had to say about your track. Super original, super uncomfortable. You've spoken the language of the most of everything. You've really given it your all, and I like that. Honestly, very little tweaking that needs to be done. The ones that do, I think we'll add more just of the same thing that you're going for. I don't want to take anything away from what you've already created here. It is excellent. So either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Y'all, let's just remember that mental health is kind of a weird thing to deal with in today's world, and putting the art out there is putting yourself out there. It is it's courageous, and it's tough. It's tough because sometimes it's like it looks like big red buttons should be pushed, but at the end of the day, it's like up to everyone to take accountability for their own mental health, and that's as easy sometimes as just checking in with a buddy who knows who you are and knows how you be, and just hanging out. That's just as simple as it could be sometimes. So just make sure you're doing it. That's the best advice that I could give you. Either way, nobody useful. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. You want to fight about it? No, thank you for trusting us with your track. And we're going to be moving on down the line here. We got a couple more people left in this queue, and a couple more people to speak with. Heirlooms, you are already quicker on the draw with this. Very nice. Yeah, dude, that was super original. I'm not gonna lie. It's like I did not expect an actual jaunt through hell, but you took me there, man. You took me there. All right. Everybody should see this photo. Just been waiting and vibing. Good on you, man. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Everyone, let's just appreciate this together. Hold on, partner. I'm overstimulated. That's so funny. All right, folks, we're going to listen to 2 minutes of this. We're going to talk about it thereafter. We're going to see what we like, what we don't like, and we're going to talk about what to do with either of that. Either of those. Here we go. Sweet Heat by Heirlooms. Hold on, partner. That's that. So let's talk a little bit about this. Nice aesthetic. I'm getting this recurring frequency, like this recurring effect of the environments that people are building around their song is really nice, and we can respect that. Makes it a little easier to go through with a critical ear, of course. I think, as well as some of the other people in this track, at some point we were lacking a protagonist. At some point we were lacking an antagonist, and I think we're back to the protagonist part here. I think the main story is not being told from the perspective of the protagonist in this story, whoever it may be, whatever it may be. It's not being told from the perspective of the person, the thing journeying through this world. It's being just told through the perspective of the world, almost omnisciently. That's the best way I can say it, visually speaking. It's almost like we're looking at the environment not with very little personality, if you will. It's a nice environment you've created, but we need more of a journey here. There needs to be a bit more going on. Maybe vocals. Maybe it's missing vocals. Maybe we just need vocals throughout in different capacities. I'm not sure. I'm not good at telling story. I just make music. Well, dude, music is a story. It's literally a piece of art that occurs over a period of time. It is by definition an artistic storytelling method. Yeah, it's like I'm on a drive but to work, not to anywhere worth the distance. Exactly, General Tips. That's a really good way of saying it. It's like you're on a highway to nowhere, essentially. And you're not going just for the fun of driving. You're going somewhere, but you can't fucking remember where. It's like I started driving for a reason. Did I need groceries? No. Did I need to go to work? No. Did I need to go to someone's house? No. I can't remember why. I'm just going to keep driving until I remember. And that's what it sounds like is happening in this. I make music for fun. Can't you have fun telling a good story? I don't understand this. Can't you have fun being more productive with your music? Can't you have fun connecting with more individuals? Aren't those things fun parts of music as well? You can do that, right? You tell stories. I'm just telling you that the story that you're telling is one that is very generic and without purpose, without goal. There's also technically way too long of a silence right here. A whole 3 count of silence with no reverb, with no delay, with no anything or insistence or hinting of anything is also a bit too long of a delay, unfortunately. I think you could very well create your reverb out from this tail here. Like, I think, let me try something. I just did this earlier and it sounds nice. Did it work? It feels like it didn't work. Why didn't it work? No. Okay, no. I think I got it. Hold on a second. Let me try this again, real quick. I think I just need to like hit my speakers. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let me try this one more time. Yeah. I think that that's your move there. Silence is a stylistic choice. Okay, I see how this review is going to go. You're going to have an argument for everything that I'm going to say, aren't you, Heirlooms? Listen, you don't get more impact if people feel uncomfortable by the thing that you're doing to make people connect to your song with more impact. It's not as impactful with too much silence. It's awkward. And I understand what you're going for. But it's not doing the thing that you think it's doing. And I think that you have to consider the possibility here, Heirlooms, that I don't necessarily hear what you think you are achieving in this song in general. So you have to keep that in mind here, that I'm here to help you, and you're making music for fun and you're not good at telling your story. Well, that's cool, but there is 2 things you could do about it. You can keep being not good at telling story. You could keep being not good at executing things that you think are working for you but are not. Or you can take the advice and roll with it. I get that it's just you're the first person that brought it up. Cool. Well, I'm the first person that's possibly being honest with you that too much of a good thing is too much. It still remains to be too much. In the equation of that sentence, too much still exists. Silence is a good thing. Fading to silence is a great thing. Cutting to silence is a good thing. There's 2 ways you can go about it. You can cut to silence and you could or you can that is a far more appropriate choice for 3 beats. That's 3.5 beats of silence. 1, 2, 3, and that's how many beats of nothing we're left with. The impact that you think you're having is having the reverse effect. We are disconnecting from your song. Could be an easy fix with a small riser. Exactly. A small riser, you could do the reverb on the tail that you do have. You have those two options, basically, as far as I see it. So, yeah. I think you're maybe overestimating what you know. The also problematic thing here is that in your drop, we don't need that much distortion on the master. Having distortion on individual elements is one way to approach it. Having distortion on the master is another way to approach it. But the sound you're going after is achieved correctly by applying distortion on individual things and dialing them in so that they don't interfere with each other. And the sound that you're doing is you put distortion on the master, you turn it up so that everything sounds like it's going through the filter of distortion. Incorrect. Mix-wise, you're losing a lot of dynamics and you're losing a lot of frequencies that you probably worked really hard to design it. Like to design those synths, to design all of that, and then to just strip away dynamics and frequencies is kind of you're working against yourself there. That is, again, a method of going after one aesthetic and not necessarily achieving that aesthetic. Nor distortion on master, it's probably overly compressed. There's distortion, and I don't know if it's through your compressor, tiny amount of saturator. Well, then there is saturation. Whatever. Listen, dude, your master is distorting. I don't know how it's happening. Okay, I'm not going to tell you how you achieved it. It sounds like there's distortion on your master. Okay? You can do with that what you will. It sounds like you're losing a lot of dynamics and a lot of frequencies. It sounds like you are working with too much distortion, and it sounds like you are removing yourself and your own hard work from your song through this distortion that I'm clearly hearing coming through your mix or your master, whatever it may be. It sounds incorrectly dialed in. Okay. Now, going back to the first point of making it a journey. 80% of the time, the secondary melody is a really good trick. It's a really good trick. It's something that you just inject on top of another melody. Maybe you can make them harmonize at some point. Maybe you can make them intertwine. But having two separate types of melodies, honestly, a lot of the time is enough. This section's pretty good. Get the contrast from the section before it where you're doing far more steady tones. Reminds me a lot of the frequencies that Flux Pavilion use in a lot of their like B sections of their choruses, of their drops rather. They use this sort of like hovering kind of low saturated low end with the saturated also high end kind of frequency that like is a harmonic or a harmony rather of the root note, which is what the bass is playing. It reminds me a lot of that Flux Pavilion texture. And I like Flux Pavilion. I honestly really dig their stuff. A lot of people think that it's too bro-steppy. I think melodically speaking, they do great things. Now, the problem here is that usually Flux Pavilion, when they have that going on, they have a vocal on top of it. They have they do a lot of the, what's it? Arpeggios. That's what they're called. They have a lot of those going on. They have a lot of the sort of harmonies of the harmonies. So they'll have that ooh, and then they'll have the ooh, ooh, and they'll play together with those harmonies. And some harmonies will go on at some points, and some harmonies will go off at some points. But the point is that there's layers, and it's not just layers of one melody from many synths. That's a good tip to build your wall of sound. But on top of that wall of sound, we need to build a roof. And that roof, it takes the shape of either an arpeggio or another lead melody that doesn't interfere with your first melody. That's what's missing. The personality is missing. It's just generic chords a lot of the time. And now in this section, there was far more personality. You have all those moments in between those chords. And even though the rhythm is ba, ka, ba, ka, ba, ba, which is a pocket beat, that's fine. Pocket beats are great. Again, I'm a huge fan of go-go. I'm a huge fan of funk. Pocket beats are the shit. And that's why that's not the personality of your song necessarily. It's the feel. But the personality of your song is all those in-between moments. Great stuff. Great stuff there in that drop. And then it just dies out. And then your drop too. Your break too, pardon me. Some hollowness is good for us to come back into it. Absolutely. For us to just get some silence from that big, super duper busy section. I agree with that 100%. Too much of a good thing ruins it. That stuttery sort of tremolo-y synth that's going on there, which is cool. That should be coming in, I think, earlier. Should be implying itself earlier. It should be like after we start hearing that first texture. And then by that third bar, we should have something else new. It's a very slow cadence of a chord progression to do a minor sixth and a minor seventh. What's the last one? You just go back and forth. So you go to the 1, minor sixth, minor seventh. Minor fourth. 1, minor sixth, minor fourth, minor sixth. Yeah, it works, but it's a very simple chord progression, and it takes a while to get there, and it's drawn out. So we need, again, personality in between the chords, in between the notes. We need something to take us to the next section, to hold us over, to tide us over. Vocals is a good way of doing that. So if you find a vocalist who's willing to spit on this, probably an easy fix. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say. If it got off to a rocky start and that's my fault, then I'm sorry. I think that to a certain extent, when I say to you, you could tell a better story, and you're like, well, I'm not good at storytelling. And then I say to you, well, this silence is too quiet, and you said silence is a stylistic choice. I would argue that you're rat-a-tatting a lot. You're snapping back. You're snapping back on the advice that I'm giving you with a reason why it is the way it is. But telling me the reason why something is wrong does not change whether it is wrong or not. And I don't necessarily say that things are incorrect unless there are errors. And there are some errors committed on this track. And I think your defense of your justification as to why those errors were committed is irrelevant to how to improve your track. So the longer we talk about those, the less we're talking about how to fix those errors. And again, take my advice or don't. Who am I? Nobody. I'm just the guy who plays 4 instruments and has been writing and mixing and mastering music for like the better part of 20 years. But take my advice or don't. Either way. Just saying. But either way, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, for allowing us to talk about it, provide feedback, comments, criticism, analysis, what have you. Whether it's hard to hear or not is irrelevant to what needs to be fixed in your song. Yeah, I've been working on this for 3 months and I'm trying to get it right. Well, that's a long time to be working on music, but it's not the longest amount of time I've worked on a song, so I get that. That's honestly my fault how I wrote stuff. Okay, well, maybe. Maybe it was. But doesn't matter. thank you for trusting us with your track. Nonetheless, it is still an opportunity for us to hear certain a room for improvement. I definitely will look at what you gave feedback, No worries. Absolutely, my dude. Thank you either way. We will be moving on here. Kiku, don't know if you're still with us, Kiku. I don't believe so. I don't see them in the queue, or in the chat, rather. Nope. We're going to be... Oh, shit! She surprised me. I'm here. It's still in progress. Okay. Appreciate the feedback. My bad on the bad vibes off rip. No worries, man. No worries. Again, I get a lot of people who come in here and who think they know why they did what they did. But for me, that don't matter. Like, I'm so sorry. It might be the right or wrong approach, but the intention doesn't justify the action. That's, as far as I can see it, the best way I can summarize that. If the action is correctable, doesn't matter why you did it wrong. Either way, we good. We got Kiku here, who did drop it in. He is with us. You have more experience, so you win. It's not just about the amount of experience, it's about the diversity of the experience, it's about the amount of impact that the experience had on the person's life profoundness. It's about what they did with that experience and what they did with those emotions, whether they let it motivate themselves to improve or whether they let it hold them back. It's about whether that experience informs them to keep trying new shit and like listening to new stuff and playing new stuff. It's about all of that. And I think what you may not know and what might be the best thing for you is that I tend to know whether or not someone has gone through those stages of a journey just by listening to their work. And let's see if we can reproduce that now with Kiku, with Victor Kajtazaj. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Kajtazaj. Doesn't matter. Rise of the Fallen 2. And I like some of this art, man. You got some ogre / giant action going on here. God of War attacking. That's pretty cool. Almost. I'm not even gonna try it anymore unless you tell me how it is. Here we go, Victor. Let's stick with Victor. Rise of the Fallen. We're gonna listen to 2 minutes and then talk about it. Okay, very nice, dude. Let me just finish this note here. Okay. This is the kind of like big, not big boss, but like this is like a mid-level boss fight. One of the songs that plays in the Sirenscape playlist. That I'm gonna most likely, if you finish this and stretch it out, Kiku, I would most likely throw this into my D&D playlist. Most likely. I would keep it on the back burner for like the big bosses specifically, because sometimes I need it to amp up, but I need it to shape it. I need it to shape itself. So like you have to understand that you need some movements here, Kiko. So like you need the build. The build sort of starts at a good place, and every section is very, here's what it is, here's what it is, here's what it is, and you have the sections in the right order, in the right place. But I think that in and of itself, you could have some sections that don't have like you could repeat yourself a little bit. Let's examine this real quick. So you have this like sort of low section, and then when it really picks in, it jumps in pretty quickly into like big chaos, evil, the enemy has arrived, get everybody roll initiative. It picks in there real quickly. I would even maybe start the song there, start the song on this big note, and then come down to this. Like give us like 4 to 8 bars of this big movement, and then come back down to this early section so that this can now take more time building up, back up to this epic grandioseness. So like start big, go down, build up, build up, build up, build up, build up, get to that level, big epic flourish. You come back down a little bit. Then you come back down on your new theme. So you can like come back down with the dun 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 dun, like just some staccato strings to just build the tension, and then you come back up, you build back up, but faster the second time. You get back to the point with your new textures and your new melodies faster, so you can breathe after that. Exactly. Give yourself some breath, but always be building, coming back down slightly less, slightly more intensely than the first time you were building. You come back up, you come down about there. Then you come up and you come a bit bigger, and then you come back down, but not that much. You keep that tension, that like it's good. It pulsates a lot right now. It's like on and off, bump, 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 which is good. But I think that the gaps between those moments take away from the momentum, right? Like when you got this here. There. A note about those brass swells. Those brass swells are in the mix a little bit too loud. I don't think we need them that loud to emphasize that effect. You can back them off. I think I'm going to say start around 2 to 3 dB for those brass swells. Back them off a little bit. Excuse me. And yeah, it's just bring them back a little bit, tame them a little bit, because they're played the right way, I feel, but there might be an octave too high, and you might have a little more success bringing them back in the mix first, so that you can bring them up in the mix later when you have those moments. Just again, get to it, set it up, and then really ram it home later on. I would also say, the last thing I will say about your track, because it's very good. It's trumpet and horn, but going to change to tuba and trombone. Those are 2 great instruments. Start on tuba, trombone. Then tuba, trombone, and French horn. Then you do trumpet, French horn, and trombone. Then you just octave up the trombone and you just give it all everything. Like, play with your orchestration. You know what I mean? There's a lot I need to learn about orchestration, but it's about the build. It's always about the build. So you get it. You get it. I think you get it. The last thing I will say, dude, is right now it's very 4/4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and it's got that bit of tiny little bit of dance, like I could tell that the orchestrator or the conductor, if he would be doing this song, he would be bouncing his body on the 1 2 3 4 1 2 3, because 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Like, I can feel like he's keeping a second internal tempo on this entire song. That's good. There's a rigorous 4/4 pattern, something predictable, something that we can fall back on. Now fuck with it. Change it up. Throw in two beats here and there. Throw in a second 8 measure. Not necessarily slow it down. You don't have to fuck with the tempo. Fuck with the beats. Add in, make it a 6/4 every now and then. Dun 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 bum bum bum. Cut a measure. That was 7, but cut a measure. Add two, not a measure. Christ, cut a beat. Add 2 beats. Make it like 7/4. Make it fucking 16/4, and then cut it down to 12 to 13/4 for a random change in feel. Like, sort of fuck with your beats so that it kind of is slightly unpredictable. Now, the important thing is that for background music, for like textural songs like video games and stuff like that, this is all great. This is gold what you have here. You have a really good idea. Your foundations are solid in your track. Now, the thing I will say to you is, you have to always, if you are going to fuck with those beats and you're going to take some away and you're going to give some back, you have to come back to a 4/4 to like sort of conclude. It's like, it's that grandiose, and it's that like officious, if you will, of a thematic for an enemy, that like it's someone who feels, I feel, if I'm looking at it from D&D, which I always am, I feel it's like a lawful evil enemy. Someone who's very orderly, but is very evil indeed. I'm thinking of like vampire lord that has control over all of his land and has organized a very finely, precisely tuned political system within his realm, so that he basically, all the people fall in line by themselves and they convince themselves that everything is fine, kind of thing. That is the sort of level of grandiosity that I'm hearing from this. So when you fuck with it to create the chaos, give us back the context of order. Order is the idea that I have here. Order, lawful evil, I hear. Just hearing it. Either way, that's pretty much it, dude. The textures, I don't know what you're using. I don't know what you're using like plugin wise to emulate those strings, but they sound good, dog. They sound real juicy. They sound real tasty. So I'm very happy about that because they are nice and juicy. Spitfire, Metropolis, East, West. I know all of those. I know none of them. I'm going to have to look into them, but either way, I don't really buy plugins. My computer can't handle it right now either way, but I try and stick with the stock stuff from Logic, but that's probably why I can't get them sounding like this. This sounds amazing. Either way, thank you very much for allowing us to listen to it, to provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Appreciate you submitting some orchestral stuff, some stuff that I would absolutely use for a boss battle. As soon as you have it expanded and seen out fully, I am definitely going to drop this on my players, one of which my girlfriend is probably hearing me speak of right now, so she's going to hear a boss battle music and she's going to be like, uh-oh, his stream is up to no good again. Absolutely. Thank you for trusting us with your track, Kiku. We're moving on down the line here, folks. I think we got Krayos next with Papa Splash on deck and Reezy, what WTSS on deck. If any of y'all are in the queue right now, give me a what's up, or in the chat right now, give me a what's up, because we need to keep this ball rolling. And if you ain't here, then I'm just gonna call it early. Kreos, I knew you would be here. I knew you'd be here. Distance Between Us. I remember this track. 132 BPM final pre-master. Okay, good to know that it's a pre-master. But I think I remember this track. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this, Kreos. The grandfather rule is no longer in effect as of many months ago, as previously declared. But let's listen to 2 minutes and let's talk about what we think about it thereafter. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the original stream supporters, subscribers, gifters, and all around great producers, Kreos and his production of Distance Between Us, the final pre-master. Here we go.
Trying to find a way to your heart, 'cause I don't want you to fade away. Trying to find a way to your heart, 'cause I don't want you to fade away. So can you stay? I don't wanna let it go. I'll hold on, the hope that keeps us near. Tell me, is it true that I'm still in your mind, thinking about me when you lay at night? Was it even real? Memories go, but I feel you still on my mind. What we could have done. I wish I could have been in your arms tonight. I'm holding on. I'm holding on. I'm holding on. I'm holding on. Holding on. I'm holding on, hoping to find you. I'm holding on, hoping to find you.
With the BP synths, I love that. I am sad that we had to stop there, but we do have to stop there. You got an ad too, and that sucks, dude. I'm sorry that happened right on your fucking song. Sorry, Mana the Muse. I'm really sorry, my dude. But unfortunately, our queue is closed for this evening. I've been at it for almost 6.5 hours at this point, so we are on our last few feedback review sessions. But join us next time. If you follow us, you'll see that when we go online next week, and we'll be able to get a couple of reviews in then. Oh, my dude. So welcome to the crew. We appreciate you. Kreos, this song has been long in production, and I don't really have much to say because I heard this song in its like inception. I heard this song when you started putting on your like first initial vocals. This sounds like different vocals now. It sounds less LaRue style vocals, and it sounds a little more airy. I've heard this song throughout its production. I will say that it's pre-master. I have a question because it sounds like it is over compressed. It sounds like the quiet sections, the breaks in your songs are louder than the drops themselves. So it sounds like almost you just put a generic compressor on it just to say that it's like at an even level, but it doesn't sound like thought was put into that master. It's just kind of like a little below zero kind of thing. It sounds like it wasn't really thought of. I just revisited this. I finished the master like 10 months ago. Yeah, I remember this specifically, this song being like really almost done, if not done, 10 months ago. I specifically remember us working on it a long ass time ago. Long ass fucking time ago in a town called Kickapoo. Okay, so, but I wasn't happy with it, so I opened up again a week ago and fixed a few things. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you what I think personally of this song. I think I didn't have much of, what I noticed in this, in the first draft of it is I feel almost back as a problem. That main synth, that one, that ARP, it's way too loud in the mix, and it's like taking too much attention from us. Like, I don't need it to be implied that much when you have this in the background here. Dun, 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 dun. That melody, it's loud enough, but it's kind of also stepping on the vocal melody because it's sort of similar melody, it's similar notes. It just sounds like everything is really squashed and over compressed. It sounds like someone just threw on a master limiter and said, fuck it, that's enough. It's just unfortunate because I feel like the dynamics of this track, your vocals in here. Did you notice? It got louder in the break.
So can you stay? Memories go, but
yeah, it's like being pulled back or something. It's like energy is being sucked from this. I don't know what's going on here. Honestly, I think I kind of prefer your old version. If I'm being fully transparent with you, Krayos, as you know I am. I kind of just prefer your old version a little bit. The composition of it, there's nothing wrong with the arrangement. I can't find anything wrong with the arrangement. I have very few notes overall to give you, Krayos, because you've worked the arrangement for such a long time, or you know the arrangement was established such a long time ago that now it's just you're revisiting. What exactly? Like, what are you not what were you not happy with from the original? I'm so curious. Well, the low end is certainly amazing here, so I will give it to you. That is much, well, I don't know if it's improved. I haven't heard the original in many, many months, but the bass on it is unquestionably powerful. But I feel like that's the only real thing that is, refined from what I remember. Zeal and Ardor, hats off to 6+ hours giving thoughtful feedback. Happy to be back. Welcome back, Zeal and Ardor. Happy to have you back. We are closing up soon, but it's good to see someone come back. That's always nice. It's really the only thing that I changed. The vocals themselves sound different.
is it true that I'm still in your mind? Thinking about me when you lay at night. Was it even real?
They sound more whispery, the vocals. They sound more breathy and airy, the vocals. I don't know, maybe it's just the mix that you had of your different tracks, or maybe it's different takes that you ended up using. I was over-processing the shit of the vocals. I removed a lot of shit. Okay. Well, listen, I mean, those like wet growls are new too. Those are nice. Those are fucking nice. Honestly, those little wet growls, like,
I don't want you to fade away. So can you stay?
oh, that is such a nice addition. I really like those. That is really nice. Your low end is unquestionably powerful, absolutely. Command 9-minute self-indulgent prog track. Oh man, I wish we had any time for it, Zeal and Order, but we're almost done the stream here. Yeah, like dude, don't get me wrong. I think what you have worked on sounds great. I think your low end is fucking powerful. I think those wet growls are nice. This is the short version of the track. Yeah, I remember. The thing is that I don't think you can condense this story any longer or any shorter. And we've been over this. It's you put a fast master on it for exporting. Yeah, I would have almost liked you to not put a fast master on it. I would have liked to hear what it was like without the fast master. Remove it for stuff before I send for mix and master. Man, keep it off for this. Keep it off for this so that we don't so that we hear what your actual mix is like, because it's unfortunate. I'm losing a lot of the pump, I think, or I'm losing a lot of the not the pump. I'm getting too much pump. I'm losing a lot of the dynamics from the fast master. I'd like to have heard the clean version. Either way, it doesn't matter, because that's pretty much all I got to say about your track. Either way, it's we've talked about this track quite a bit. I'd be curious to hear what this pre-master sounds like without any fast mastering on it. But yeah, that's pretty much it, I think. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online and provide the comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you, on it. We got some of those similar problems that I was talking about coming back out, I find, like with those synths, really like the those weird ARP synths are just way too loud. And yeah, like the quiet sections seem louder than the high sections, but I like the additions that you've done, man. Bass is tight and the kick is just smashing in my face. Those growls are everything to me. They fill in a gap that I didn't know needed filling, so that's nice. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track, dude. Stick around. We only got a couple more. We have a few people that I have not seen speak in some time in the chat, and they may have patiently been waiting this entire time to get their chance to play their song, or to have their song played and reviewed, or they dipped, which is more likely. Papa Smash. Papa Splash, not Papa Smash. Papa Splash. I will do one more. I will do one more tag, because these are the last two in our queue either way, and then we are calling it for the evening. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I'm gonna give it like 20 more seconds. I doubt it so much, though. I think that unfortunately the last two people are gone. They are a noble gas. They are argon. Oh, that was bad even for my standards, honestly. Connected. Sliding in is unfortunately no longer possible. The queue's been closed for about an hour or so now. And unfortunately, the shame is that the people who are still in this queue, the last person being Reezy WTSS, is not even in our queue. So unfortunately, that is that on that. I thought it might have been Kraos. You're a persistent motherfucker, and you will stick it out for a while before submitting your track, before dipping, rather. And I've seen that. I've seen evidence of that throughout, but unfortunately, some people just do not have that patience. It's a shame. Probably their song is the one that needs it the most. The people who don't have the patience are probably the ones who need that patience the most. So it's unfortunate, but here we are. Folks, I'm going to call it there. I'm tired. 6.5 hours is a long time to do this. My voice is literally tired. People are busy as well. Yeah, no, I don't take away from that possibility, for sure, Connected. I don't take away from that possibility. It's just, I am myself. Melody thinks we should hydrate. I find myself unable to wait if the... Oh, Jesus Christ. I find myself unable to wait if the queue is longish. I post but wait, then leave because it feels long. Well, unfortunately, that is the way of good feedback. It sometimes needs elaboration. Sometimes we need to get into the nitty-gritty and not just say good song, bad song, next. That is the reality of when you have knowledge that you need to share. People need to know. And if they're willing to wait, then that's great. But if not, okay, no problem. Can we raid Honeycomb? How the fuck would I raid someone? Yeah, we can raid Honeycomb. General tips, sure. Do you have any... no, never mind. I'm going to just do it. Yeah, fucking let's raid Honeycomb. I don't know how to do it, so I'm going to try and figure it out either way. But I think it's just a question of pressing the raid the channel button, and that's that on that. I think. But let's go. Let's call it for that for now for this evening. I'm going to put some music on, but I'm going to just jump into the raid. So everybody stick around as we jump into the next channel. But thank you very much to everyone who's for submitting, to all those for subscribing and following the channel and supporting the stream in the way you do. We appreciate you all, and we will see you next time. General tips, is it just at Honeycomb? Oh, that's literally all it is? Okay, well then let's do that. Raid channel. And that channel is Honeycomb. I think I gotta put it with brackets, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Hold up. Raid browser. No, what? Raid channel. I think, yeah, it has to be within brackets. Okay, so it's just Honeycomb. I hope it works. I have no idea how this works. Honeycomb. Okay, so it's wrong. Okay, hold on. Raid. Literally just Honeycomb. The raid has been created. Yay! Woohoo! I've never done this properly before, so let's go, folks. Everybody together, let us raid this channel. Let us do it. I've never done it really this way, so thank you to all. We appreciate you. We love you very much, and we'll see you next time. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Let's go raid a bitch.